Disclaimer, fair use, education purpose use only. All rights, image, music clips, and other material belong to their perspective. We do not claim on. Welcome to y'all. Kenneka brought us together. She brought us together and she's showing us how wicked her death was, surrounded by these people in power in high places. So everybody know Miss Teresa is an Eastern star, right? Right, look. Now look, we finna expose Miss Teresa, bro. Cause keep this in mind, boy. It's a lot where this finna come from. Now, you look at Miss Teresa earrings. Everybody know what that lightning bolt symbolize. Who would go out and buy these kind of earrings? Really, Masonic people do, but they know what it means. And she always color her eyes purple, and she always wears some type of purple, right? Look at the lightning bolts. This the lightning bolts. This how Lucifer was cast down to the earth like a lightning bolt. Look at this. Where you at?
After they declared she was dead, when I started asking, can I see my baby body? And the hotel is so open, so my brother walked past.
They got it all. Look, I'm trying to show the earrings. Let me get a better picture right here. See the earrings? 1, 2, 3. They all pyramids. 1 pyramid, 2 pyramid, 3 pyramid. You see what I'm saying? Look. Purple. They even dressed Kenneka in purple at the funeral. You see what I'm saying? Every time when Miss Teresa make a post, it's purple. She buried a girl in purple. So y'all watch this Masonic stuff with me. Y'all down with it? Y'all down with it, right? Cause we finna read the Bible and we finna listen to this. All right, hold on. How I want to start this off?
Well, I need to tell you all something, and it's the most important thing I could ever say to you. In a little while, you'll know for certain that I'm putting my very life on the line and the safety of my family by sharing this with you. So I hope that that buys me at least a few minutes of your precious time. If this video is taken down, it wasn't taken down by me, alright? Now I'm partly doing this to wash your blood off my hands, because God saved my life on a midnight highway one fateful night for this very cause. And He's watching, as He clearly proved that night. See, I should be dead. My sleeping driver was hurling us toward a concrete wall at 100 kilometers an hour when an angel of God was sent to wake me up from a deep sleep with just a whisper and just in time. And for what? Not so I could win X Factor or buy that dream Porsche or marry that dream girl, but for this, for these words, for this moment, so I can tell you something, so I can warn you about something. Nothing could be more important than this. So cancel that movie you wanted to watch, skip that gym session. Don't scroll down to the next post. Just stay with me. Stay with me. Now, don't worry about the quality of the video or the audio. Just focus on the content. Listen to my voice and trust your eyes. Most of you won't care for the shocking thing I'm about to expose to you because no one cares. No one cares. Not my exes, former friends, former bandmates, work colleagues, parents, family members, strangers. No one cares. But still, I'm doing all this for one person. One single human being out there. God is calling you, and He's looking for the last ones before the storm. And if you think you know where I'm going with this, please keep watching, because the most important part of this video comes at the end. Now, everything you're about to hear is a fact, and I'll prove it to you. I will leave no room for doubt. And nothing can stop what's coming. So this isn't a call for an uprising, boycott, protest. No. The Titanic is sinking, and it's unstoppable. All I'm going to do is point you to the life raft. And if you want to ignore me, then fine, proceed at your own peril. God knows I've tried. If you want to mock me, then at least share the video. Let others mock me too. Tell your friends. Check this freak out. Anything to help me reach someone who has eyes to see and ears to hear. And like I said, in a few minutes, you'll know why my well-being is in danger, and that of my loved ones too. Now let me ask you something real quick. Who do you think, generally speaking, runs the world? What type of people are the leaders of our countries and corporations, and the rich and the famous too? I mean, like, are they Christians? Do Christians run the world? Well, no, of course not. Buddhists? No. Do Muslims run the world? No. What about atheists? It's got to be atheists, right? Because we've come such a long way as a society, and atheism is the rational state of mind for the modern type of person, right? No. What about a mixture of people? Different types of people run the world. Let me tell you something. All the leaders from Africa to Europe to the Middle East, Israel, Syria, Iran, all the way to the Americas, all these people, and we'll get to the celebrities in a second, they're not atheists, Buddhists, or Muslims. No. What if I told you that they all belong to the same religion? A secret religion. One that none of them are allowed to talk about. One that you should worry about because it affects you beyond belief in ways that you never imagined. Before I tell you what this worldwide secret religion thinks of you and plans to do to you, let me tell you what this religion is. And how do I know about this religion? Because I used to belong to it. And today I'm renouncing it publicly, breaking my oath of silence, which they imposed upon me and every single other member during ceremonies under the penalty of death. That's why my life is in danger. Every person you're about to see has taken the same oath as I did, over and over, no matter where on earth they're from, including Scott Morrison, your Prime Minister and mine. But see, I was plucked from it, saved from its camouflaged clamps, from its extravagant deception and its spiritual corpse, by none other than God Almighty. No one else is going to tell you this. Not your favorite singer or politician, who more than likely also belong to this hidden religion. Nowhere will they speak because they love it. They love their lives. They love their success, the money, the worship they receive. And then there are those who have left but have never broken their oath out of fear. Trust me, You don't know who you're messing with here. The few that have spoken out, well, they lost everything. Or either their reputations and livelihoods are threatened or destroyed, or they're framed for a crime and end up in jail, or they're murdered and made to look like an accident or suicide. Now, just for the record, the God that saved me, which God was that? Jesus Christ, of course. The one and only. Yeah. Trust me, you don't know who you're messing with here. The few that have spoken out, well, they lost everything. Or either their reputations and livelihoods are threatened or destroyed, or they're framed for a crime and end up in jail, or they're murdered and made to look like an accident or suicide. Now, just for the record, the God that saved me, which God was that? Jesus Christ, of course. The one and only. And he's the only one they hate, along with his disciples. So I'm invincible until he's done with me. That's why I don't fear him. Now, please don't let the name of Jesus scare you off just yet, because if you're an atheist, you're especially going to want to hear this. Christians and atheists are the most pathetic bunch in the eyes of this ancient religion, the one that rules them all. And I'm only going to show you the tip of the iceberg. And just like an iceberg, the full body of this secret religion continues down past the line of sight, beneath the ocean. It widens in mass and scope until it continues further into the depths, into ever-increasing darkness and invisibility, until it reaches its foundations, which is firmly established in thick blackness, completely unimaginable and not perceived at all to those who only ever get to see its tip peeking out of the ocean top, including most of its members. At least 75%, 80%. And unless you're a member of this religion and this secret society, as they call it, you won't be granted access to the world stage or of a position of influence. It's become a prerequisite for success now that they've gained pretty much full control and their members are in every place of prominence and power. So brace yourself for the truth that has been hiding in plain sight every day of your life, and for the mind-blowing, out-of-this-world climax to this video. Now look at this. There's a few different ways they display their allegiance. They don't do it often, and some don't do it at all. But most of them can't help themselves, because when they do it in public, it's a hidden statement. And that statement gives them a lot of satisfaction. The celebrities usually cover one eye, or hide it in some way, and obscure it, or emphasize it like this. Or they close one eye, or peek through it, through this hand gesture, all to highlight one single eye. It's called the all-seeing eye. Other times they'll just display a drawn eye somewhere, or a tattoo of it. The other method they use is what's commonly known as the hidden hand. Here, for example, River Phoenix is doing both the hidden hand and the all-seeing eye, so you can see the direct connection between the two. But in the political world, usually it's done with the hidden hand. And of course, this. That's a secret handshake for the members of the secret one-eyed religion. We'll start with Scott Morrison here, hidden in plain sight as usual, for everyone to not see as usual. Look at the handshake. I was taught this very handshake, or grip as they call it, during my time in this great school of deception. Here's a picture of a normal handshake, and here's the secret handshake. Normal, secret. Now here's Scott Morrison with Daniel Andrews. Normal handshake, secret handshake. All of them are sworn to secrecy under the penalty of death. And remember, I'll prove it to you very soon. Here's former Prime Minister John Howard giving the secret handshake, and Kevin Rudd bowing down to this bloke in front of Julia Gillard, all of whom are members of the religion. And Tony Abbott, you'll see in a second, and here's Julia again. Now, I once heard Julia being asked in a brief interview on TV while she was the Prime Minister. The interviewer asked her, "What religion are you?" My ears pricked up as I was eating breakfast and I froze to hear the answer. And she actually said, with a sinister smirk, "I'm a member of a secret society. Next question, please." And what happened? Nothing. No one cared. No one cared that the person who represents them just confessed that she's a member of a secret society, when the Australian society is at large the only society that should matter. And why is it a secret in the first place? I'll show you. Very soon you'll know their beliefs, and you'll know their master plan, and you'll know why they take such extreme precautions with such hideous oaths of silence under the unbelievable penalties, including death, to stay hidden from the public. So what's the name of this religion? Well, I'll tell you right now. But keep in mind, the magic word you're about to hear only hides the true religion inside of itself. That's how it's secretly flourished to spread like a cancer around the world. It's a religion within a fraternity. The name of the international fraternity, the one that camouflages, conceals, and cloaks the secret religion inside it, is this: Freemasonry. This is their official symbol, the square and compass, sometimes with a G in the middle, and sometimes with the eye, the all-seeing eye. This is the same eye that these people are referring to. That's where it comes from. The eye is sometimes placed in a triangle, and that's where this comes from, the eye in the triangle. Here's Chris Angel doing it, standing also next to a mate with a square and compass shirt on. Not a coincidence. And this is not something Jay-Z invented. This is the religion Jay-Z belongs to, and proudly, as you're about to see. The Freemasons also placed the eye at the top of a pyramid because the Egyptian pyramid is integral to their secret system. Here it is on Chris Angel's shirt and Madonna's jacket. That's a Masonic symbol. The Freemasons are sometimes called the Masons for short. It'll all come together and make sense really soon. Here it is hidden in plain sight at the Australian MTV Awards. And this is the MTV headquarters, by the way. Trust me, there's no doubting this. Here's the same eye in a pyramid on a Crowded House logo. Yes, initiated Freemasons. Here's the eye on the Harbour Bridge for a New Year's Eve gig. And I wonder what that eye could be referring to. So what's the connection? The religion is the connection, the secret religion. And you'll see. Prepare yourself for an incredible revelation and the amazing climax that comes at the end of this video. Now this is where the Freemasons are counting on you to lose interest or roll your eyes and move on. Because in their beliefs, the uninitiated, meaning you, are ignorant and stupid compared to them. You're technically called the vulgar and the profane. Please prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. And stay with me just a little longer. Now the secret identity of this one eye lies in the heart of this religion that lives, breathes, feeds and grows deep inside of Freemasonry. And Freemasonry camouflages it very successfully. So it goes undetected and undisturbed until it ultimately fulfills a thing called the Great Work. That's what they call it. And they will succeed very shortly. Nothing can stop it now. And I think some of you can sense that something's coming. And who do we trust more than anyone in the world right now? This bloke. And there he is, giving the sign of the hidden hand in front of the whole world. The hidden hand sign is technically called the sign of the Master of the Second Veil in Freemasonry. Veil, get it? Meaning hidden. Now, am I saying that this thing that's happening in the world isn't real? No. I'm saying this. Spoken like a true Freemason. And you remember this guy?
A safe place and a dangerous place. We must treat this new world order, this new world of COVID, we must treat this new world of COVID even in our own homes.
So what is this New World Order that he accidentally mentioned? It's common language in Freemasonry, and it has been for a long time. For at least this long, since the US $1 bill, hidden in plain sight, complete with the pyramid in the eye. It's the ultimate goal of this religion, and I'll show you what the great work is at any cost. And Australia, like every other country, is now up to its neck in this pyramidal, one-eyed, occult religion. You think there's nothing hidden on our own money? What about this shadow of a bloke? Who's he hiding in the background? Well, these numbers right here will tell you. And I'll show you that too. Did you know there's a giant pyramid in Australia? You want to see it? Sitting right at the centre of Australian power? Look closely, because you'll miss it. Because that's the way they designed it. There it is. Hang on. Do you see it yet? And what about now? That is the frame of an Egyptian pyramid, which we can now firmly call a Masonic pyramid, complete with a missing capstone. And if you're still in doubt that you're looking at a pyramid, there you go. A perfect to-scale pyramid hiding out of sight inside the giant frame that surrounds it. This is going to be so unbelievable to you that you probably won't believe it. Or if you're that far gone, if you really have lost touch with your own soul, you won't care. And you'll miss the opportunity to have your own eyes open first to the worst news and then to the best news you could ever wish for on this God-forsaken planet in which you're destined to lose everything you have and everything you love until eventually you lose yourself. We have to establish what this religion that's hiding inside of Freemasonry actually is, and we will. And it's shocking, but it's reality. The symbol of the Freemasons itself is not what it seems. It's a squaring compass on the surface, but it conceals something that'll become obvious when I show you. But before we uncloak Freemasonry to see its true nature, its ugly face and its shameful nakedness, because I gave you my word that I'm going to prove it to you. This is the oath they have to take. This is the oath that I took. And your favourite actors and singers, just about all your heroes, just about, even some of your relatives, who probably have no idea what Freemasonry is or was, and why they took such gruesome oaths. So for those who are going to say, my grandfather was a Freemason and he was a great bloke, or don't the Freemasons run that retirement home? Just wait. Because I'm talking to Freemasons here as well. And don't you worry, they're going to come out of the woodworks. But they're all under the oath of secrecy. Don't forget that, no matter who they are. Adele, Neil Finn, Chris Angel, or Scott Morrison. The oath comes first. And here it is. This is taken from an official Masonic publication, not intended for the public. This is Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry. In brief, I, of my own free will and accord, do hereby promise and swear that I will never reveal any of the secrets, arts, parts, point or points of the Master Mason's degree to any person or persons whomsoever. This I solemnly, sincerely promise and swear, under no less penalty than having my body severed in two, my bowels taken out and burnt to ashes, so no more remembrance be had of so vile and wicked a wretch as I, should I ever violate my Master Mason's obligation. So now you know what they think of me. I'm a vile and wicked wretch for breaking my oath. So how can anyone ever trust a Freemason when he speaks about Freemasonry? Unless you're speaking to a rare breed like me. Never reveal any parts, not even a single point, to anyone. Here's another penalty from another degree, this time from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, a legitimate Masonic publication for instructing and laying out the ritual. Binding myself under no less penalty than having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea. These are the penalties they swear to. And yes, the lodge has penal authority to execute. This is how they look when they're initiated. They have to remove all their clothing and jewelry, including wedding rings, crucifixes, the most meaningful things to them, no matter what. They have to go, because complete allegiance to the society is required. You're blindfolded at every initiation because you symbolize someone who lives in utter darkness before you receive the light of Freemasonry. And that light will become so obvious to you in a bit. The secret that is being unveiled by incremental degrees to the candidates in the lodge is staring us in the face in daily life. And that truth is pretty scary if all you know and all you have is this world. But they know much more than that. At one point, when the blindfold comes off, this is what you're surrounded by. Blokes dressed like this, holding swords to your face. And that's nothing compared to what comes later. So your own wife or daughter don't qualify for discussion in these matters, unless they too are initiated to the same level as you. So please don't tell me that your grandfather or your neighbour is a Freemason and that there's nothing wrong with Freemasonry. How would you know when they're under oath never to reveal anything to anyone? The whole successful system is constructed by the art of lying to the public and to their own members of lower degrees. And we trust these people. Now here are the illustrations for the signs and handshakes. And you only receive them after the oath has been taken. This is the sign you do upon entering and exiting the ritual room while facing the Grand Master. It stands for throat slit, and it goes like this. A continual reminder of where you are and what awaits you if you have a change of heart or rebellious spirit. And here you have the illustrations of the secret handshakes. Look familiar? And this is the sign of the Master of the Second Veil. See? Purely Masonic. You don't pick this stuff up off the street. Now this is how it's generally executed in the public arena. Sneaky, sneaky, huh? So when you see this, or this, you know for certain where it comes from and who they belong to. Look at Kramer on the front page of the privately circulated Freemason magazine, officially a Mason, like fellow brother Tony Abbott, and he's doing this. That's a direct link to the mysterious all-seeing eye of Freemasonry. There it is on the walls of the inside of a lodge room. So there's no reason to doubt that those who do this belong to this. This is another sign they do quite prominently. It's the sign of silence. This is from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry again, a finger over the lips. Now these signs are slightly morphed over time, so covering the mouth in a variety of ways is the expression of being bound to secrecy and silence. Silence or death, as Little Wayne here is portraying. Here's the oath of a second-degree Freemason on page 21 of Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry. Binding myself under no less penalty than having my left breast torn open and my heart and vitals taken out, thrown over my left shoulder, should I wilfully transgress any part of this my solemn oath. In this degree, the penalty is to have your whole body dissected, bowels removed and heart cut into pieces and thrown into a field where you are eaten by animals, all to protect the secret religion of the rich, powerful and famous. In the Knights Templar degree, the penalty is to have your head cut off. Listen to this penalty, and this one has happened throughout history more than any other, because it works so well without having to resort to death or the threat of death, and it's easier to execute. Now this applies to all areas of industry. It's done through the ruining of your reputation by fellow Freemasons, pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interests, making life very hard for you, by deranging his business, by transferring his character wherever he may go, and by exposing him to the contempt of the whole fraternity, the secret society, and the world. Wow. How many people do you think they've threatened, ruined, framed, cheated, and utterly destroyed to protect their secret religion? And in case you think the Masonic Lodge hasn't got the authority over the initiates, especially the ones in the high degrees, this is from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Under mandate, the orders and decrees of the Grand Master or of a Grand Lodge are called mandates, and implicit obedience to them is a Masonic obligation. And in Sickles' Monitor of Freemasonry, you plainly see they have a right to kill. A lodge has a right to exercise penal authority over its members. Exercise the penalties. So don't let a Mason tell you, oh no, that's just symbolic, the oath. Their laws are above the law of the land, and the proof are the oaths themselves. Because in normal society, you can't ask someone to accept having their throat slit as a penalty in order to be a member of any club or workplace. Unheard of. But not in Freemasonry, not in the secret society world. I told you, you don't know who you're dealing with and what's coming for us all. Here's what they think of the public. Here in speaking to the candidate, it's stated, but have a care not to defile the sanctuary by a spirit of curiosity, meaning don't try to join us just for fun. And take care not to increase the number of the vulgar and profane, meaning don't invite too many outsiders to join because they're vulgar and they're profane. This is more or less an invitation-only fraternity. Here from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry again, written for Masons only and written by 33rd degree Masonic legend Albert Mackey, stating the same thing. Masonic definition of profane. One who is ignorant of the sacred rites of Freemasonry. One who is not allowed to enter the temple and behold the mysteries. And here, being uninitiated. That's the world at large. And here from this old ritual book written by the same legendary author, in the 33rd degree initiation, the Mason drinks wine from a human skull, which has been the cause for a few to leave Masonry, because they wonder, whose skull is this? In the 30th degree, part of the ritual involves stabbing skulls. Illustrated right here. The process of submitting the member further and further involves things like this. See, the candidate who's seeking admission into the next degree to receive more light has to be humiliated and intimidated. This guy here has his foot on the candidate's head. This is what our celebrities and politicians and the most prominent members of our society have done and continue to do. No one is exempt from this. And this is the intimidating and frightening path that you must take that binds you to the secret society before you are revealed the true beliefs of the religion. So can you see the risks I'm taking? You have to stay till the end. Don't let me down. Don't let yourself down or your fellow man. Believe me, it'll be worth it. Now here's one of the 3 greatest Freemasons of all time, who actually helped construct the 33 degrees or rituals of modern Freemasonry, Albert Pike. A hideous man with a deeply complicated mind, and one who will soon help you to see who they really are. This is how important he is to Freemasonry. He's buried here, in the House of the Temple, a Washington Masonic Lodge, just around the corner from the White House. He was called the Grand Commander, Sovereign Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, a giant of this secret society, the only Confederate general who has his own statue. And who were the Confederates? The dudes that fought for slavery, not against it, defeated by Abraham Lincoln, who was surrounded by these Freemasons, and who was assassinated by this one, John Wilkes Booth, doing the same sign of the Master of the Second Veil. A Freemason assassinated Abraham Lincoln, undisputable when you have the eyes to see. Now, Albert Pike writes in his colossal work, which some refer to as the Bible of Freemasonry, called Morals and Dogma, and on page 113 he says, "What can there be in common between the vile multitudes and the sublime wisdom?" That's what Freemasons possess, sublime wisdom. That's what their secret is. It's sublime. The secret I'll reveal to you. Now just quickly, here's Freemason Kanye West. Here he's giving the Masonic grip to his brother Mason Jay-Z. Look at the lapel he's wearing in this picture. It's the same double-headed eagle as on the front cover of the so-called Bible of Freemasonry, Morals and Dogma, written by the Grand Commander Sovereign Pontiff of the religion that Kanye and Jay-Z have been sworn into and thus granted access to international success. His Christian conversion isn't what it seems, and you'll soon see what job he has to do. Now look at what else Freemasonry thinks of the uninitiated, from the words of the Grand Commander himself. The truth must be kept secret, and the masses need a teaching proportioned to their imperfect reason. I hope you're listening, because we're about to get going here. These truths were covered from the common people as with a veil. There's that veil again. And the mysteries were carried into every country. Freemasonry was secretly imported from the East into the whole world to weave its web in the darkness, to increase and advance its agenda. The sages, meaning the enlightened ones, always had an esoteric creed, unknown to the vulgar. And here he says, to the end that the vulgar herd, seeing, might not see anything, and hearing, might comprehend nothing. Are they right? Am I wasting my time, laying it all down for nothing? Because they know you so well? Your favorite celebrity and politician's secret religion is beyond the reach of the vulgar. Vulgar is what you are to them. He won't tell you. She won't tell you. And they won't tell you. Because the other obscene penalties from the rituals of Freemasonry include having your ear and hand chopped off, or both hands, being hung in your own home, and my personal favourite, having the top of your skull cut off so your brain is cooked in the sun. Now can you imagine what they're hiding? And then the ritual monitor goes on to illustrate the same secret handshakes and signs. Hidden hand, sign of silence. These people mocking us, sometimes to our face with their symbolism, while we respect them, admire them, and sometimes even love them and idolize them. All of them partaking in the same initiation rituals. To belong to the secret society, a prerequisite for success. To belong to the religion that gives you everything you want, everything your heart desires. While the Gospels teach accurately that the heart is wicked. Now here is a practical example of how Freemasonry comes first, even above the title of president. Here's a portrait of George Washington doing the sign of the Master of the Second Veil, and here, Freemason, before and above president. And if you think that's just by chance that they put the word Freemason above president, then here, read this genuine quote from Harry Truman. This should tell you how deep the consequences of Masonic initiation go and what lies deep within. It's Freemasonry above everything else. There's the Queen showing her allegiance over and over. And here's the Queen leaving a very special hospital with a very special nurse. And this was the Queen's father, fully dressed in his Masonic regalia, and that God-forsaken apron they wear, which also hides something, just like the square and compass. In fact, what the apron hides is what the square and compass really represents. And it's staring you right in the face. Can you see it yet? Prince Charles, handshake, hidden hand. Prince Harry, Prince William. And here is the Grand Master of English Freemasonry, Prince Edward, also in full gear. What a lovely looking chap. And now he's giving the Masonic grip in front of this stone that was placed there to memorialize his visit to Cape Town Lodge. And what about this guy? Prince Philip, husband of the Queen. Do you remember him saying this? Yeah, and here's the article in case you think he didn't. Initiated member. Do you slowly see what the Masonic mindset is? We are beneath them. And the craziest thing is, if they can turn you into what they think of you, then you deserve what's coming. It's a natural law. It's the law of nature. And I'll soon show you their real Bible, for lack of a better term, which justifies it all, and the one which guides their morals. And it makes a lot of sense, because the power of the deceptive phenomenon of Freemasonry lies in the fact that it contains real truth, intertwined with untruth. Now, this actual book that guides their morals and plans, it isn't written by hand, and it's been around longer than the Bible. So they think it's purer, sublime as they call it. And it's the foundation on which the religion is built upon. And that Bible, so-called, that unwritten Bible, is the key to unlocking its secrets. I'm going to hand you that key. And it's all going to come together like a flood. So they're going to own it all by their own words and actions. And they're going to introduce us to a new system of life, but only after a number of shocking events take place, which I'm so close to telling you about. But first, I have to tell you the name of the secret religion and the identity of the I. Now, for the few of you that think of hospitals and charities and nursing homes when you hear the word Freemason, a word which I soon hope to never speak again after this video, well, it's a front, a cover story, and like everything else in this presentation, I'm going to show you. This too is for the poor Freemasons that are going to have the call to make an appearance in the comments section trying to defend their beloved fraternity. This is 33rd degree Freemason Manly Hall, who was named Freemason of the Century by the Scottish Rite Journal in 1990. And you'd be surprised how many Masons haven't ever heard of him, because they don't bother entering the Masonic library and searching out the mysteries themselves. These same Masons think they know something, and they parade themselves on websites and social media, calling people like me, oh, he's just an anti-Mason, anti-Mason. Blind fools at best, deceivers at worst. Well, the Freemason of the Century wrote in this book, and in this chapter, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization, concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect, one visible and the other invisible. The visible society is a splendid camaraderie of free and accepted men and women, enjoined to devote themselves to ethical, educational, fraternal, patriotic, and humanitarian causes and concerns like hospitals and charities. But the invisible society is a secret and most august fraternity whose members are dedicated to the service of a mysterious arcanum arcanorum, meaning mystery of mysteries. Now I wonder what that could be. So once again, don't listen to the lost or deceptive Masons that'll come here trying to cheat you from the truth, telling you that I don't know what I'm talking about or calling me an anti-Mason. Because there you just heard it. There's a Masonry for the majority of Masons, and then there's the real thing, the secret religion, which should shock you when it's announced. These same lost or deceptive Masons also love to repeat, like parrots, that Freemasonry is not a religion. Well, what does the Freemason of the Century have to say about that? From this book, he writes, Masonry is essentially a religious order. Not just a little bit religious, but essential. And here, the iconic giant of Freemasonry says in Morals and Dogma, every Masonic lodge is a temple of religion, and its teachings are instructions in religion. So please, sit down, Masons, because Freemasonry is a religion. And soon, I'm going to tell you what it's really called. Now look at this from the same book, and speaking about fellow Freemasons being initiated in the lodge room. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. Their true explication is reserved for the princes of Freemasonry. The whole body of the royal art, which you'll know all about soon, was hidden so carefully in the high degrees. So you see, the whole thing is built on lies. And the ultimate liar lives inside the triangle, above the pyramid, so that even the highest Masons are living a monstrous lie. Wake up, Masons, even you are deceived, just as the public is, unless, of course, you're hungry enough to want to acquire all the power and climb up that pyramid closer to the eye that sees all. In that case, close your mouth, go back to your lodge, and good luck to you. Or, of course, grow some kahunas and be honest. But then you can't, right? Because you'd be breaking your oath. Sad. Oh, it's good to be free, under the wing of the true master. Stick around if you're interested, and you'll get to see some wonder. When I pull that cloak called Freemasonry right off, and those that are still here watching will get to see the true colours of the nakedness and the horror of the Masonic Lodge, and the religion that rules them all. Another thing that Masons will repeatedly say is that this has nothing to do with Freemasonry, and it's just a conspiracy theory. Well, the 33rd degree Freemason of the century also wrote this book about 100 years ago, The Secret Destiny of America, and look at the front cover. And I'll tell you why America is so important for the ultimate goal of the secret society. It's disturbing, but it's also essential in understanding the near future and what's going to take place. So for the Freemasons that still say that this is not a Masonic design, especially this Masonic website called Masonic Info, insisting here that even the eye in the triangle or pyramid is not Masonic. Completely laughable and pure disinformation for the stupid masses. Try arguing against this. This is from a 1960 copy of the New Age magazine, an official organ of the Supreme Council of 33rd Degrees. No higher authority in the United States to speak of the relationship between Freemasonry and the US $1 bill. Masonic symbolism in a $1 bill. Look at them all. 13 leaves, 13 bars, 13 feathers, so on and so forth, and of course this, the Masonic all-seeing eye, located in the pyramid. So you think this is a conspiracy theory or just a plain conspiracy? Well, here's JFK, yes, a Freemason, but one who had enough when he wanted to print money disassociated from the Masonic central banks, just like Abraham Lincoln, and he paid the price for it as well. Listen to the speech we never hear about in school, more proof that they control the education system here and everywhere. Please, just have a quick listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means. I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
Jesus Christ and Freemasonry. It should be impossible for a high-level Freemason to deny that Jesus Christ is a profoundly important figure in the Masonic tradition. However, denial is very much incumbent on any Freemason privy to this information because it is one of the biggest secrets of Freemasonry. However, I see no reason why the knowledge of Jesus's building work should be the sole preserve, in perpetuity, of this unaccountable cabal of defaced plutocrats. In early Christianity, there were two parts of the church, the exoteric church and the esoteric church or Gnostic church. The former was open to everyone. The latter was a form of mystery religion with secret rites and initiation ceremonies. The forebears of the modern exoteric church tried to extirpate the esoteric part because it was an obstacle to their dream of global hegemony. However, it was the esoteric church that was the original heart of Christianity, and the exoteric church was intended only as a sop to enable masses. The Freemasons, at least in the higher and more esoteric degrees, believed themselves to be the heirs of Gnostic Christianity. For centuries, Freemasons have avidly studied both testaments of the Bible to extract the esoteric teachings therein hid. They have done this particularly by means of gematria, for they understand that many of the most important passages in the Bible were coded in this way by the ancient adepts who composed it. The first and last books of the Bible, Genesis and Revelation, are the two works most commonly singled out as Kabbalistic, gematria, masterpieces, but there are many others too. For an excellent introduction to the gematria mysteries of Genesis, go and take a look at Vernon Jenkins' website. Vernon interprets the mysteries he reveals from a perspective of exoteric Christianity, but this does not detract from the awesome nature of the material he reveals. There is staggering numerical sophistication in the first line of Genesis, and Vernon, who is a retired mathematics lecturer, guides us very clearly through it. The best guides to New Testament gematria are books by John Michel, such as City of Revelation and the Dimensions of Paradise, or David Fidelier's Jesus Christ, Son of God. However, these merely scratch the tip of the iceberg, and the greater part remains hidden. Jesus Christ the Builder. The scriptures are full of allegorical references to masonry and building with stone. For example, in Mark 12:10, Jesus says, "The stone which the builders rejected is become the head of the corner." In John 1:42, Jesus makes Simon Peter a stone, a foundation stone of a spiritual church. The Freemasons likewise labor on the construction of a spiritual version of Solomon's temple and not a physical one. In Mark 6, for Jesus is himself described as Omicron Tau Kappa Omega Nu. This has always been mistranslated as carpenter in the English Bible, but its truer meaning is builder, cf. Architect. The deeper mysteries of Jesus' building analogies relate to the rite of spiritual resurrection. In John 2:19-21, Jesus portrays himself as a temple builder/rebuilder. Jesus answered and said unto them, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up." Then said the Jews, 46 years was this temple in building, and wilt thou rear it up in 3 days? This was not woodwork but stonework that he was referring to, and rather more important, as stone was the material of sacred buildings. In this passage, Jesus was alluding to his resurrection, an event he clearly had prior knowledge and understanding of. He knew that he would triumph over the initiatory death he was to undergo. He also viewed the process in terms of spiritual rebuilding. Confirmation of this comes from St. John's description of the resurrection. This is couched in mysterious and symbolic language, and especially so in the exchange that takes place between the risen Christ and Mary Magdalene beside the empty tomb. John 20:16. Jesus saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself, and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. The significance of this exchange is totally lost in modern exoteric Christianity, and the very curious word Rho Alpha Beta Beta Omicron Upsilon Nu Iota is either conveniently ignored or euphemistically glossed as a bastard Aramaic form of Rabbi, Master. Neither of these tactics shed any light on the word. However, its true significance has long been known to the Freemasons, and this is why Rabboni is a critical password in the Royal Arch degree, a degree whose central motif is the rebuilding of Solomon's temple. In explaining the etymology of Rabboni, Albert Pike demonstrated that it is not Aramaic at all, but simply derives from the Hebrew, RBBNI. These two words mean the master of the builders or the master builder, one. Thus, Mary's comment clearly refers back to the passage cited above predicting the rebuilding the temple in 3 days. What she is saying is, behold, the master builder. The fact that St. John took the trouble to code his gospel by means of gematria actually gives us another chance to confirm the Masonic significance of Mary Magdalene's choice of words.
The voice actually greeted him, γάιρση took him to be dead. Words, Kyrie, εσύ έβαστασας αυτόν είπε μη που αυτόν έθηκας κάπου αυτόν αρώσε. If thou hast borne him hence, tell me where thou hast lain him, and I will take him away.
The total gematria value of these Greek words is 7,261, and this is the exact value of the title, Omicron Alpha Rho Chi Iota Topsilon Capital Meganu, the Master Builder, when counted in plenitude, 2. Jesus Christ is thus the supreme architect of the spiritual temple. It is, I suppose, what one would expect from the son of the great architect of the universe. Jesus Christ conquers. For further connections between Christ and Freemasonry, see the Great Seal. Notes: 1. Albert Pike, The Book of the Words, Mod. Edition Kessinger Publishing Company, Montana, ISBN 1-56459-161-1, page 107. It is interesting that although Pike explains the password, he fights shy of saying where it comes from and merely cites one place in the New Testament. This is good evidence of its sensitive nature.
2. This means counting each letter of αρχιτέκτον by the value of the name of that letter. Ομικρόν αλφα ρο εντεκάτης ιότα τα βεψίλων καπά τα βομεγανή.
Leave your feedback below. And to the masons and the stonecutters, as well as to buy timber and quarried stone for making repairs on the house of the Lord, and for any outlay for the repairs of the house. 1 Chronicles 14 verse 1 ESV/39 helpful votes. Helpful. And Hiram king of Tyre sent messengers to David and cedar trees, also masons and carpenters, to build a house for him. John 14 verse 6 ESV/28 helpful votes. Helpful. Jesus said to him, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. John 8 verse 12 ESV/27 helpful votes. Helpful. Again Jesus spoke to them, saying, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. 2 Corinthians 11 verse 14 ESV/21 helpful votes. And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. 2 Corinthians 11 verse 13 ESV/20 helpful votes. For such men are false apostles, deceitful workmen, disguising themselves as apostles of Christ. Psalm 118 verse 22 ESV/14 helpful votes. Helpful. Not helpful. The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Matthew 5 verses 34 to 37 ESV/12 helpful votes. But I say to you, do not take an oath at all, either by heaven, for it is the throne of God, or by the earth, for it is his footstool, or by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. And do not take an oath by your head, for you cannot make one hair white or black. Let what you say be simply yes or no. Anything more than this comes from evil. Proverbs 20 verse 12 ESV/12 helpful votes. The hearing ear and the seeing eye, the Lord has made them both. Galatians 1 verses 6 to 9 ESV/10 helpful votes. I am astonished that you are so quickly deserting him who called you in the grace of Christ and are turning to a different gospel. Not that there is another one, but there are some who trouble you and want to distort the gospel of Christ. But even if we or an angel from heaven should preach to you a gospel contrary to the one we preach to you, let him be accursed. As we have said before, so now I say again, if anyone is preaching to you a gospel contrary to the one you received, let him be accursed. John 1 verse 3 ESV/10 helpful votes. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Revelation 18 verse 22 ESV/6 helpful votes. And the sound of harpists and musicians, of flute players and trumpeters, will be heard in you no more, and a craftsman of any craft will be found in you no more, and the sound of the mill will be heard in you no more. 1 John 4 verse 3 ESV/6 helpful votes. Helpful, not helpful. And every spirit that does not confess Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you heard was coming and now is in the world already. Revelation 13 verse 18 ESV/5 helpful votes. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
Boom. Now y'all heard it? This who Jesus is coming back, and once he go to war, he going to war with Freemasonry. He coming to save us, bro. The devil disguises himself through cartoons, movies, news stations, all over the world, down to churches, schools, and all the way to the gangs. That's how he controlling the world. That's why he can make them stars. Them the only stars that took an oath and they became fallen stars. They got this much power because they influence us through their music, through their flute players, trumpet, harponists. That's your music. So when Jesus swipe all of these people off the map, that's why he said, no more will be within you. You want Jesus, or you want anything this world got to offer you?
666. 1 John 4 verse 1 ESV/5 helpful votes. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God, for many false prophets have gone out into the world.
It's what Trey Gang been trying to do on me, Teresa, and she's showing it. Yep. Since we talking about 666, and this identifying a man. A man. So clearly we know, clearly we know the devil where he actually living. Cause y'all know he in this world. Do he stay in Hollywood? Do he stay in Chicago? Or do he stay on the island somewhere? They the one that gave you the religious movies, and those movies they gave you, it's a blasphemy. It's blasphemy Jesus. It's all going to get these the same people that killed Jesus, crucified Jesus, and killed all the disciples. You see what I'm saying? And then look, when they killed Jesus, look how the world shifted. They got him out of here, so they started building churches all over the world. Look, they start building schools. They start making their own laws, putting their own people in high places in power. It's right here. When you think of evil, most people thinking like, you know, when you think of you just don't feel the evilness around you, but you watch these your favorite actors. These people, these your favorite movie actors. See what I'm saying? You can't wait till they come out with another movie. You got to break that oath. Cause they influencers. That's where you get your powers from. Man, look, you can get these people and they can influence you. Be just like me, talk like me, act like me. This is crazy. This is crazy. So these were all the people that will be struggling against religion. Some of them could be Christians. You see what I'm saying? Because you got some Christians in there. You got some Muslims in there. Atheists, and you got to believe in something. Atheists can't be in that group. It's over for the atheists because you got to believe in something. Did y'all know Freemasonry don't believe in heaven? They just believe in the afterlife where immortal spirit is going to be. Think about that. They don't even look. They don't even really believe in heaven, bruh. It's going to be
to Nero, who was the Roman emperor from 55 to 68 AD. 19, however, historic Protestants such as Andreas Helwig in 1612 proposed the application of the ipsipsephi principle to the papal name Vicarius Filii Dei. 20. In other fields, edit. A 666 float in a Paris street parade. The Number of the Beast, the 1982 album by English heavy metal band Iron Maiden, references 666 in its title and the album's title song. Is the magic sum, or some of the magic constants of a 6 by 6 magic square, any row or column of which adds up to 111. Is the sum of all the numbers on a roulette wheel, 0 through 36. 19. This is a corollary of the fact that the number is a triangular number, as mentioned earlier. Was a winning lottery number in the 1980 Pennsylvania lottery scandal, in which equipment was tampered to favor a 4 or 6 as each of the 3 individual random digits. 21. Was the original name of the Macintosh 7-Dust computer virus that was discovered in 1998. Citation needed. It is also the name of an extension that 7-Dust can add to an uninfected Macintosh. 22. The number is a frequent visual element of Aryan Brotherhood tattoos. 23. Aleister Crowley adopted the title The Beast 666. 24. As such, 666 is also associated with him, his work, and his religious philosophy of Thelema. Molar mass of the high-temperature superconductor Weiba 2Cu 307. In Chinese numerology, the number is considered to be lucky and is often displayed in shop windows and neon signs. 25. 26 in China, 666 can mean everything goes smoothly. The number 6 has the same pronunciation as the character Lo, which means smooth. 27.
Boy, it makes you want to think that China saying 666 mean everything going smooth. Boy, you got to look at China. Because they the one that be coming out. Look, they the one that be coming out with all the diseases. They the one that trying to kill us through diseases and, you know what I'm saying, and virus and all of this stuff. These people make this stuff, bro. All this stuff is man-made, what China be doing. And China got one thing on mind, is kill us. Every time when a new disease come out, we the first one got to get it. They set up all the vaccines in the hood. Then, man, you got these people so... look, the news can say everybody go get vaccinated. Everybody finna go get vaccinated. Don't even know what they take. I ain't never been... I'm glad I ain't never took it. Because they said the people that took it... Man, they said the people that took that vaccine, bro, they said it's gonna take like years. And then you gonna start feeling the effects. You know what I'm saying? So, listen to this.
As I said in the beginning, you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg peeking out from the ocean top. I told you, all personalities in the field of great influence are initiated members of Freemasonry. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. Within 60 seconds of me telling you what international Freemasonry really is, I'll prove it to you. Unequivocally, within 60 seconds. And then I'm going to drive it home, and then I'm going to show you what they're planning with this new age they're implementing, and then the conclusion, which is by far the most important part of this presentation. So when you hear me tell you the truth in just a moment, don't switch off in disbelief, because you can't.
Watch this. Do y'all know what the New World Order is? They finna get rid of us Hermits. Look, check this out. Back in the days, you had labor work that came from Hermits. Guess who replaced Hermits? Robots. Look at all those robots in the warehouse now. Now the machine is slowly getting rid of Hermits. Look at all the business. Self-checkout. Look how it's turning over to all robots. Then you got digital currencies. Then you got AI, meaning that when AI they already start making music with AI, right? So just imagine, you ain't gonna need no more humans to sing no song if you could make a AI superstars. Bro, the cars finna be driving by themselves. Cause guess why the cars gonna be driving by themselves, bro? Cause clones gonna be in them now. So they finna control the car. Boy, look, if they got self-driving cars, you know it's gonna come with a switch. You know it's gonna come with a switch. You see what I'm saying? Once they hit that button, you ain't got no access to the car, nothing. Man, look, bro.
Can't believe that your favorite idol or whoever could possibly be involved, like you know them or something. You don't know these people. You do know that they're under oath never to reveal their beliefs to you. The vile multitude. It's time to trust your eyes now, not your feelings, especially after all that I've shown you. This is why the secret religion is so hidden. This is why it's so ingeniously designed through layers of lies upon lies, cloak upon cloak, and oath upon oath, concealing the truth for its chosen few. What is Freemasonry? What is the most secret yet most powerful religion in the world? Well, that's easy. We live in an evil, evil world. So there's only one religion that befits it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. Now start the clock. From Morals and Dogma, prepared for the Supreme Council for 33rd degree. That's the highest degree in Freemasonry, and written by the undisputed heavyweight champion of modern Freemasonry, Albert Pike. On page 321, he boldly states, Lucifer, the light bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not. Did you hear that? Lucifer is God, and do not doubt it. Come on now, stay with me. Here from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, written by 33rd degree Freemason, a beloved member of the craft, Albert Mackey. He tells us whose name represents the good principle in Freemasonry's secret worldview. Writing under the Masonic meaning of the word pentagram, he says that the pentagram, depending on its position, represents good or evil. See how he puts the positive aspect in the first position? Good first, evil second. Good or evil, light or darkness, victory or death, initiation or profanation, Lucifer or Vesper. Lucifer is good. Lucifer is light. Lucifer is victory. And Lucifer is true initiation. See, if you're not initiated, you're profane. If you haven't figured out that God is Lucifer, you're vulgar and profane. You're stupid, in their own words. That's the beginning of their big secret. God is the devil, and we're already in hell right now. Now from the Freemason of the Century, Manly Hall, and this will make it 3 out of 3 legends of Freemasonry stating the same thing. In The Lost Keys of Freemasonry on page 76, when the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething, surging energies of Lucifer are in his hands. Do you see? The world's hidden religion, with its universal one-eye symbolism, who was revealed slowly and by degrees only to its dedicated members, is Satanism, or Luciferianism as they prefer to call it. Now all the oaths make sense, don't they? Now all the rituals make sense. Now all the penalties make sense. And their secret signs and symbols and handshakes all make sense. While the bulk of Freemasons make the external image of the fraternity and know nothing of who rules over them and who or what they're protecting. But which craft do you think the Freemason of the Century is talking about here? Which craft? Which craft? Witchcraft. Witchcraft. You need to slowly wake up now. Witchcraft is the royal art of Freemasonry, jealously guarded and reserved for the few. I'll show you clear as day that this is in fact true.
Hold on, y'all. Let me see something right quick. Oh, right here. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. All right, I'm back. I had to pull it up. Now look, here go Jerusalem right here on the map, right? Cause look, if you look at it like this. This where Jesus was born, right? Look all the war when he was living. When he was living right, he living right here. if you think about Egypt nowhere from Jerusalem. It's nowhere. Egypt, you can walk to Jerusalem. Cause man, y'all, Jesus went to Egypt. Went back. Jesus at 12 years old went to Egypt as a teenager. Came back here when he was a full grown man. 33, and they crucified him. So when they look who want to crucify him. All the presidents, the mob, the Jews, all come from this area. The Italians flooding us with the drugs. The Romans lying about the history and the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Look, all the presidents got orgies in her. Then you got the Iranians. You see what I'm saying? Right here. So when you think about, look how these people came from Spain. When it came to slavery, they showed you in movies who were doing all the slaving. Look, slavery was heavy here. They was enslaving white people. They was enslaving the Rome. Look, when they talk, who is the Roman today? You see what I'm saying? Who is the Roman? Nobody don't want to identify by their real origins. Who is the Greek that's in the United States that's holding power? Y'all get what I'm saying? Because if you go to America, ain't they all over here as presidents, lawmakers in Washington, D.C.? Set up shop. You got California, Hollywood, that's promoting everything across the world. So everybody know the story of Jesus. Everybody know, man, these people is not finna tell you my bloodline killed Jesus. Or I know the people that done it. They know who exactly did it. They our government. Then look what the government doing. They taking over. Look, they trying to take over these areas right up in here. Notice this is where all the wars at. All the wars is right in this area, right? So this the last land they could conquer. They trying to conquer this land because they own everything else. They already own Africa. You see that? They already own this. Boom. But they trying to get them out of here. Bro, you better go look up all those military war. They told y'all we going to war for oil and all of this, man. They going to war for drugs. To keep us high. Keep us off our square. You know what I'm talking about? They entertain us through their music. All of this stuff, bro. Yeah.
This is the symbol of Satanism. And this is the symbol of the lodge of female Freemasonry called the Order of the Eastern Star. Look at that. Satanism, Freemasonry. Trust your eyes. This is the symbol of the Church of Lucifer, founded by a 33rd degree Freemason, which I'll prove. Look at the Masonic squaring compass in the design. The Church of Satan and Lucifer, two sides of the same coin, nurtured and brought to an organized international level of power and influence by Freemasonry, in secret, and all done right under our noses. And if you think that your politicians or religious leaders or favorite idols can't be a part of this, you have to try and snap out of it or suspend your everyday beliefs just for a moment. And I will clearly show you how it's not only possible, but it's actual. Please, I feel like it's now or never. If you don't get a glimpse of this now, then when? Who else is going to tell you this? When will you next be confronted with this? This is reality. And as much as you thought that ordinary people came into positions of power through hard work or concern for society or family connections, combined with brains and talent, that's not the case. That's the fantasy. This is the reality. They all go through Freemasonry. You think that Sam Worthington was so talented that he was picked over all those American actors to star in Avatar? Of course not. He was a Freemason. And so was the director, James Cameron, of the highest caliber. You have to remember that to them, Lucifer is good. Lucifer is the liberator. Jesus is the suppressor. Lucifer is pure love. Jesus is impure love. Lucifer left heaven for you. Jesus was crucified because he was a false Messiah. The world has always been deceptive, and we have been magnificently deceived. Here is an incredible example. Pay attention. This should blow your mind. Charles Darwin, the father of atheism and rationalism, was an initiated Freemason, doing the hidden hand of Freemasonry in this picture, and the vow of silence in this one. This would have remained unknown to us because no one's going to teach us this. But now we have the tools to see his beliefs, not through his words, but through his signs and symbols. I told you they can't help but to show off their religions because they think we're stupid, vile, and ignorant. And I've proven that to you as well. So once again, are you going to prove them right by switching off and ignoring this? Well, unfortunately, more than 90% of you will. But what I'm giving you here is priceless knowledge because no amount of money or success can substitute its importance. And I'm risking everything but my own salvation to share it with you. If only for the few of you. Think about what you've just seen here with Charles Darwin, because I don't know if you got it. You cannot be accepted as a candidate of Freemasonry unless you believe in a supreme being, as exemplified here with Phil Collins, speculated by some to be an atheist, but this seems impossible because being a Freemason, he has to believe in a higher power, or more accurately, supreme being, and I can personally vouch for that. And look here in the Masonic Oath itself. The candidate says, I will not aid or be present at the initiation of an atheist, a madman, or a fool. Freemasonry believes that to be an atheist is to be the equivalent of a madman. And they're right. Yet while they propagate atheism around the world, in universities and schools, Charles Darwin himself was a believer in an intelligent designer, a supreme being. He had to be because he's a Freemason. And that intelligent designer that gave birth to us is named Lucifer in the highest degrees of Freemasonry. See? Never tell. He lied to you because that's what Freemasons do. The whole thing is a giant lie that was carefully constructed by mutilating the truth, because mutilated truths make the most successful lies. This is the secret to their success, a lying tongue and a lying spirit from the 1st degree to the 33rd degree, to each other and to us. I've proven that as well. And what did Jesus, how did he describe their God? The father of lies. How accurate. The one who comes to cheat, kill and destroy. How accurate again when I tell you their plans. Look here, Charles Darwin is noted as an influential figure by the Satanic Temple. And proof for them, apart from the intelligent design that is all around us, that Lucifer is real and that he's the god of this realm, is the power of witchcraft or magic. Magic works because there's a hierarchy or a pyramidal power structure in the spirit realm, a realm devoid of any love for you. And these spirits can be conjured up and summoned by the practitioners of the royal art of Freemasonry. They ask for something in return, however. Listen to Bob Dylan, a Freemason. Hidden hand, one eye symbolism.
Out here doing your songs, you know, you're still on tour.
I do, but I don't take it for granted.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. You know, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
How does one communicate with Bob Dylan's chief commander, Lucifer? By the jealously guarded royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft. This is from the Encyclopedia of American Religions. Secrecy is bolstered by a system of initiations and degrees, the Freemasonic system. The material which is kept secret is the magical knowledge of the group. This knowledge may consist of rituals and powerful magical formulas. Do you think J.K. Rowling isn't a Luciferian? In this article, J.K. Rowling reveals the inspiration behind the Deathly Hallows symbol. And what is it? The Masonic square and compass, with the one eye that all the celebrities mimic. That's the inspiration. They're all members of the secret society. If you think that doesn't prove anything, here she is with her new tattoo. It says Solve Coagula. Also a song title by fellow Freemason Marilyn Manson. And where does it come from? Here, the Baphomet. The image of Lucifer as conceptualized by another Freemason, Eliphas Levi, in his book, The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic. This horrid thing, with breasts, a penis, and a goat's head with two horns, has these words written on its arms, Solve Coagula. The impact of the meaning of these two words should disturb you to soberness when I tell you about them. Because apart from other things, they involve the process in which the new system will be implemented at unbelievable cost to you and I. Here's a statue of the Baphomet at the temple, Satanic temple, complete with two little kids admiring it. That's J.K. Rowling's religion, Satanism. The secret religion for the highly evolved and the highly successful. Welcome to the real world. The same Masonic author writes in The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic, in the ceremonies practiced at reception by all secret societies, there are found indications of a doctrine which is everywhere carefully concealed, and that is witchcraft. And in his History of Magic, he tells us it is the royal art, and that's what Freemasonry calls it. And where did he get his inspiration for the Baphomet? From the Knights Templar, another secret society who were banned, and some of its members were executed in the 1300s for glorifying evil, as it's openly stated here in the Satanic Rituals. And where do modern day Knights Templars reside now? Within high degree of Freemasonry, right here. Again from the encyclopedia, and listen to this. The continuing impact of
Y'all see how she got the earring? They're the exact same one. See like that? Boom. Man, they laid the Freemason all the way, bro. And it show, look, the earrings even showing it. Look how the way they shape. Check it out. Look at the earrings. There go the earrings. All right. Remember I showed y'all that lady got the thunderbolts. Remind y'all, she got the thunderbolts earrings in her ear at the lawyer interview with Larry Rogers and them. The lady Masonic got away. Here they go right here. Y'all see the earring right here? That's the lightning bolt. So that's what I wanted to show y'all.
Speculative Freemasonry, which means modern day Freemasonry, provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Magical orders, meaning other branches of secret societies, of which Freemasonry is the umbrella. Because Freemasonry is the king of secret societies. Just like JFK tried to tell us, it's the prestigious channel that one must go through. And it is the reason that the oldest religion in the world has made a colossal comeback and is now on the brink of success. Which, as I said, nothing can stop now. And again from the encyclopedia, the groups wear ritual garb and meet in magical lodges. And where do Masons meet? In the Masonic Lodge. Like here with a magical pentagram on their checkered floorboard. Are you believing your eyes? Or are you making excuses? Here's another statue of the Baphomet at a satanic temple doing the sign of the horned god Lucifer. The hand sign mimicking the horns on his head. And of course the upside down cross. And here's Barack Obama doing the same sign. And the sign of silence with a twist. Who do you think he's mocking here? You and I. But mainly Christians. Because Christianity is the one force that has stood between you and the inconceivable horror that is awaiting us and is on its way. Here's an article on Barack Obama, and that's his hands adjusting his presidential seal. And there's his Masonic ring, and the sign of the devil's horns, over and over. Freemasonry and Satanism are intertwined. Look at these Masonic politicians throwing up the devil's horns. George W. Bush. Look how sneaky and sinister the look on his face is here. And the manner in which he's delivering the sign. In front of the whole world. Is he a fan of rock music? Is he saying I love you in sign language for the deaf, like some...
But Mr. O'Neill... Well, I'm trying to concentrate, but Mr. O'Neill's ring. Yeah, it is. It's very related. Can we get a close up on that ring? What is going on there? That's a ring of my profession. You don't know nothing about that. Okay, can we get a close up on that area? What? You don't know nothing about it. What is the profession? Yeah, which profession are we talking about? Just look at it. Is it a legal profession? Of course it's legal. It's a ring of my profession. I'm trying to read it. Okay. All right, it's too many diamonds. Yeah, that's too bright. Oh, that's too bright. Well, anyway. Oh, Mason, are you a Mason? Of course I am. Okay. You have a secret ceremony? Well, you might as well put your pinky out when you drink your drink. Wow. Pinky out. You know, do the secret ceremonies with the candles and the... Everyone wears... Anyway, the Clippers. The Clippers. Ring, but that is impressive, Mr. O'Neill. I don't have a championship. Anyway, so the Clippers. Oh, yeah, I have 4.
Hold on, y'all. I'm going to find that video. I'm going to find that, John.
Some people like to say. This is his fraternal order called Skull and Bones, also known as the Order of Death, where you lie naked in a coffin with what's called a temple prostitute during initiation. Clearly a Masonic order, with this guy displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry. In Stanley Kubrick's last movie before his death, he's telling you that all prominent members of industry, including politics, as the movie goes on to show, are members of a satanic secret society. In it, he shows the members engage in an orgy and feast after the ceremony of dedication to their horned god. To identify which secret society he's referring to, he leaves the clues in the artwork. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The One-Eyed Religion. And who do you think the title of the movie is dedicated to? None other than the stupid, ignorant, and uninitiated masses watching the movie. And you know it now. He knew that when we'd leave the cinema, we'd be commenting on the performance of Tom Cruise, or giggling about the orgy scene, or just being disappointed because the movie went too long, or some other meaningless...
Man, just imagine Shaq busting Kevin like that for real. Come on now. Look at this, bruh. Watch how he finna hit him. And he making contact with it. He touched it. Damn, Shaq, you and wrote. Look. Oh. Them real scroats, bro. And they doing comedy skits. They probably do that all the time in real life at those Diddy party. Give me some more oil, Kevin drying up. They said Kevin there be dry as hell. You need to lube him up. You see what I'm saying? Shit, don't let Shaq hear you talk about, damn, I like Shaq. Man, Shaq might like your ass back too. In a different way. Look how he look. He actually bumped that man's cheeks. And he gave that man a couple good pops with it too. Boy. And you see how what Donald Trump said about Shaq foots? He got some serious foots. Man, you know that man gon'... Man, look, that man gonna stick that pie stick so deep, it gonna come out the top of his head. Man, that man gonna have a knot coming up out that mug. Somebody thought he been hitting the head, you know. Woo, boy, if Kevin could take that man, boy, Kevin must got some good romper domper, you know what I'm talking about? Shaq wasn't playing this his favorite scene, like, yeah, I bet you nobody ain't gonna be late showing up for this scene. Lord, take the wheel. Then they make skit. This what they do. They make fun of what they actually a part of. Look, watch how Shaq finna hit them. Now, them real strokes. Look, you see his leg kicking in the back, please. And he ain't even loosening up the cheeks. I mean, then he loosened up the cheeks. Look. Watch this. Oh, he lifted him off the foot. I gotta look this in slow-mo. Watch how he finna prepare for these licks. He finna prepare for these licks. Watch how he finna position himself. Nah, bruh, gay. He positioned himself for that move. Look, watch this. Watch his booty. Watch the booty, y'all. Let's blow this up. All right. You got him bent over. He on this tip. Y'all see he on the tiptoes, right? He on no tiptoes. Watch this. Boom! No! Whoa! Boom! Boom! Boy, they just be doing Kevin Hart wrong, bruh. He done this before because he got his whole look. He on his tiptoes. Watch this. Put your head down. Look, you see how you on his tiptoes? Look, he bracing for it. Boom! Boom! Pow! Bam! Don't do him like that, Shaq. Please don't dunk them nuts in that man like that, bro. Boom! Ah! You like that? Wow! I feel that motherfucker, you all in my head. That's how they be having them niggas brain whipped, cause he whipped all them. Look, man, that man head ain't gonna be no more good on the inside. Man, you can see the look, you can see the lump coming up now. You see the lump right here, that Shaq all day long, right up in that motherfucker. Boom! Look how they look. Y'all see, look. Y'all see how the cameraman make sure they get that face shot? Wow. Like that shit, don't it? Oh. Whoa. It still got his feet in the air. And look. Whoa! That's how a nigga be, look, that's how a nigga, when a nigga be hitting the female, that's how a nigga hold that female down. Don't move, baby, I'm buzzing, oh my God. Cause nigga locking up. You know what I'm talking about? So Kevin know the drill. This why he still doing this shit. Letting Shaq cream pie in that giant. Look, boom, woo! Just think about two dogs mate. Y'all seen two dogs mate when that motherfucker sliding. Ow! I can't with Kevin, bruh. He's a Hollywood boy toy. This is what they do to him. You feel that jump pumping, don't it? He feel that thing pumping. He through with him now. He don't want no more. Yeah, he through now. Shaq a little aggressive too. Damn, Shaq. I bet you like that in real life when it come to those little boys. That's probably what they do. Spray his ass down with baby oil so he can't be touching doorknobs and stuff like that. Look. I don't want to watch that. Hell no. I don't want to see none of that. Whoa! Hold up. No! That ain't Shaq, bro. Nah, that ain't Shaq. Motherfucker, he big, though. Is that Shaq? Let me hear the voice. That is Shaq!
So I need somebody with a big-ass wallet. Because shoes this big cost. Now, I'm not a gold.
Nah, that ain't Shaq. That ain't Shaq. Hell no. But god damn, he can go for Shaq. Look at those big ass feet though. Let me find hold up, I'm gonna find that junk gang.
Critique with eyes wide shut. Look at the cover of his other movie, A Clockwork Orange. The eye on top of the pyramid. And on his shirt, the word devil in Italian. Let me take it up a notch, in case this isn't registering. Listen to the founder of the Satanic Church, Anton LaVey, tell us in his book, The Satanic Rituals, which is a companion to the Satanic Bible, Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. This is back in 1972 he said this. Now 40 years later it should read all governments, not many. And why is the founder of the Church of Satan talking about Freemasonry, the most respectable and charitable fraternity in the world, that no one seems to talk about and that we never hear about in school? This is why. Because the Satanic Ritual is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, Hermetic, and Masonic elements. That's crazy because Freemasonry is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, and Hermetic elements too. Any Masonic writer will confirm that. But how can that be? Because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. On page 106, every rite of the Black Order employed Masonic principles. Every rite of these Black Orders, one of which was called Freunden von Lucifer, which translates to Friends of Lucifer. And guess what? There are numerous manifestations of Satanism in Masonic ritual, including the goat, the coffin, and the death's head. Please awaken, O sleeper, and let the glorious light of the truth dawn upon your sleepy eyes. How did Freemasonry get away with this? Just like Jesus.
How do I know there's a conspiracy against Trump? Because it's in the Illuminati card deck. He should look at it for himself.
But let me bring you back to Thursday night, Friday morning.
Sure.
I mean, how did all of this? I think I better understand what you're talking about. You help me understand you. I mean, who? I don't obviously.
And y'all remember what he said about Shaq? Y'all remember what he said? He said Shaq whole family gay. Bro, the shit that he said about Shaq, bro. The man said Shaq is a part of P. Diddy. Everything P. Diddy got going on, Shaq worse than Diddy. Y'all ain't heard what that man said? But let me see, can I find it?
We never met.
I know.
I don't know you from Adam's Cat.
I know.
I'm trying to, we'll get back to the event.
I got like 30 years ago.
Right.
Some good.
Where you from?
I was born in South Africa.
What? All that. Parents, so you.
He's not my real dad. In Boca Raton.
In Boca Raton?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she know anything about this? Have you talked to anybody?
Yeah. Been trying to set me up and lock me up as an extortionist, asking for money. It was not so. My settlement was breached, and my settlement terms is one was called peaceful enjoyment. That means that if I went to your house or I did something, you'd actually pay me the full amount back and forth.
I get all that.
So I've been going through that since like 2012
okay.
still.
All right, and Gonzalez knows about that? You talked to him about that kind of stuff?
I talked to him alone because he's the only one that knows since the beginning.
Gotcha.
And then my ex-wife, she knows she saw the contract. She has it.
Hold on.
Jesus, the greatest enemy of theirs, said they would, by dressing the wolves as sheep. A satanic underground carefully cloaked in Christian trappings. That's how Freemasonry got away with it. We can't find out about it because they run the media and the education system clearly. John F. Kennedy was brutally assassinated after he attempted to inform us that we are opposed around the world by a monolithic conspiracy. Did he know that Lucifer was the god of Freemasonry? I don't know. The Grand Master of my lodge, who was the mayor of the city, was a 32nd degree Freemason. That's one short of the top, one short of the true beginning of the secret religion, and he had no idea what Freemasonry really was. After 42 years in the lodge, they never invited him into the 33rd degree initiation because he couldn't see past the Christian trappings. as they were designed to do exactly that, trap the Christian, or trap anyone else who was too sensitive to behold the truth. Thus, Freemasonry could halt their progress at any time without suspicion, because it's a rare thing to reach the 33rd degree, and every Freemason knows that. So that there are no rude awakenings that take place with those that aren't ready to embrace Lucifer as the true God of Freemasonry and the world. This is an ingenious system, birthed by what must have been demonic inspiration. Anton LaVey says that this ingenious system I speak of serves as a rudimentary screening process for organized Satanism. Exactly right. It's a filtering process, as I've said earlier.
And all these quotes is God telling you about Freemasonic. All this is in the Bible. God, Jesus had to come down here, bro. He gave us Bible scriptures. This is what Jesus came here for.
1 Timothy 4 verse 1 ESV/4 helpful votes. Now the Spirit expressly says that in later times some will depart from the faith by devoting themselves to deceitful spirits and teachings of demons. 2 John 1 verses 9 to 11 ESV/3 helpful votes. Everyone who goes on ahead and does not abide in the teaching of Christ does not have God. Whoever abides in the teaching has both the Father and the Son. If anyone comes to you and does not bring this teaching, do not receive him into your house or give him any greeting, for whoever greets him takes part in his wicked works. John 3 verse 16 ESV/3 helpful votes. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Proverbs 6 verse 13 ESV/3 helpful votes. Winks with his eyes, signals with his feet, points with his finger. Psalm 1 verses 1 to 2 ESV/3 helpful votes.
Damn. Winks of his eyes, signal with his feet, and points with his fingers. Come on, man. We know who do that. We know who do that. So who y'all think Jesus talking about, bruh? Y'all know Jesus talking to them Freemasons. That's who run the world. That's who own all the churches, hospitals, every business in the world, bruh. Freemasonry. This Jesus coming, cause look, cause Freemasonry got us wrapped in all of their movies and TV shows and they teaching. This what I'm nervous about. Cause I don't want to perish. I want eternal life, bruh. It ain't worth it in this world. It ain't even worth it. They own all the cars. They got their symbol on all their logos. You see what I'm saying? Look.
Votes. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. 2 Corinthians 6 verse 14 ESV/2 helpful votes. Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers. For what partnership has righteousness with lawlessness? Or what fellowship has light with darkness? Matthew 13 verses 1 to 58 ESV/2 helpful votes. That same day Jesus went out of the house and sat beside the sea. And great crowds gathered about him, so that he got into a boat and sat down. And the whole crowd stood on the beach. And he told them many things in parables, saying, A sower went out to sow, and as he sowed, some seeds fell along the path, and the birds came and devoured them. Other seeds fell on rocky ground, where they did not have much soil, and immediately they sprang up, since they had no depth of soil. Luke 8 verse 45 ESV/1 helpful vote. And Jesus said, Who is it that touched me? When all denied it, Peter said, Master.
So this where Jesus would be getting all the fish from. You see that? And then people would be coming here wherever Jesus was at doing this, he gonna be somewhere in here along this coastline, right? But it's gonna be like right up in here. It's gotta be like right up in here. They went to the beach. Here go a lot of beaches here. You know what? I ain't even never thought about a beach in Jerusalem. Be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? So listen to this.
Master, the crowds surround you and are pressing in on you. Luke 6 verse 27 Yesvi/1 helpful vote. But I say to you who hear, love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Luke 2 verses 1 to 52 Yesvi/1 helpful vote. In those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration when Quirinius was governor of Syria. And all went to be registered, each to his own town. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, from the town of Nazareth, to Judea, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be registered with Mary, his betrothed, who was with child. Mark 13 verses 1 to 2 Yesvi/1 helpful vote. And as he came out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, Look, Teacher, what wonderful stones, and what wonderful buildings. And Jesus said to him, Do you see these great?
Bruh. Man, this on Call of Duty. This the map on Call of Duty. Bro, this the map on Call of Duty. Man, these folks literally made a video game to shoot, kill. Oh, man. Hold up, bro. Man, it better not be Nuketown. In Chicago? Oh, hell no. In Chicago?
Great buildings? There will not be left here one stone upon another that will not be thrown down.
Golly, bruh. Golly, I can't believe this stuff, bruh. So, I play Call of Duty, bruh. So I know this town like a motherfucker then. You You could drop me out right now in that junk. I know how to get her, all through this town, bro. Cause this the whole town. So why would they make a call due to shooting? And they clearly talking about this in the Bible. And those days with Caesar Augustus, they all the world should be registered. This was the first registration of the government.
Down. Matthew 28 verse 19 ESV/1 helpful vote. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Matthew 24 verse 11 ESV/1 helpful vote. And many false prophets will arise and lead many astray. Matthew 24 verse 5 ESV/1 helpful vote. For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and they will lead many astray. Matthew 5 verse 30 for ESV/1 helpful vote. But I say to you, do not take an oath at all, either by heaven, for it is the throne of God. Matthew 4 verse 10 ESV/1 helpful vote. Then Jesus said to him, Begone, Satan, for it is written, You shall worship the Lord your God, and him only shall you serve. Matthew 4 verse 2 ESV/1 helpful vote. And after fasting 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. Matthew 1 verses 18 to 24 ESV/1 helpful vote. Now the birth of Jesus Christ took place in this way. When his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found to be with child from the Holy Spirit. And her husband Joseph, being a just man and unwilling to put her to shame, resolved to divorce her quietly. But as he considered these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not fear to take Mary as your wife, for that which is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord had spoken by the prophet. Ezekiel 17 verses 1 to 16.
So that's what we doing. We actually living day by day laws and day rules, and we in sin. That's why God want to come here and forgive us, bro. Cause he know he know we victims. He know we led straight away. He gonna come back and get us, bro.
Ezekiel 17 verses 1 to 16 ESV/1 helpful vote. The word of the Lord came to me. Son of man, propound a riddle and speak a parable to the house of Israel. Say, Thus says the Lord God, a great eagle with great wings and long pinions, rich in plumage of many colors, came to Lebanon and took the top of the cedar. He broke off the topmost of its young twigs and carried it to a land of trade and set it in a city of merchants. Then he took of the seed of the land and planted it in fertile soil. He placed it beside abundant waters. He set it like a willow twig.
Man, they got it decked out there too. And it look pretty out there. Man, look how nice Jerusalem look though. See what I'm saying? But if you look at some of those houses they be having, bro, you tell them houses be old as hell. They went to nibbling up here. Nibbling up here. So when you think about the Moraine Sea, boom. Man, them folk, come on, bruh.
Masonic ritual is the scripted words and actions that are spoken or performed during the degree work in a Masonic lodge. One Masonic symbolism is that which is used to illustrate the principles which Freemasonry espouses. Masonic ritual has appeared in a number of contexts within literature, including in The Man Who Would Be King by
Damn, that boy got that Burberry on, don't it? Man, that was created in 1854. And they was in the Himalayas. So you know what they were doing in the United States. Look what they doing in the Himalayas and all over the world. This is what I got at. Look, when Christopher Columbus touched down over here in the United States, look at all the other people that touched down in them other countries, bruh. They was doing the same thing. You see what I'm saying? I'll get back to that later.
Freemasonry is described in its own ritual as a beautiful and profound system of morality, veiled in allegories and illustrated by symbols. The symbolism of Freemasonry is found throughout the Masonic Lodge and contains many of the working tools of a medieval or Renaissance stonemason. The whole system is transmitted to initiates through the medium of Masonic ritual, which consists of lectures and allegorical plays. 2. Common to all of Freemasonry is the three-grade system of craft or Blue Lodge Freemasonry, whose allegory is centered on the building of the Temple of Solomon and the story of the chief architect, Hiram Abiff. 3 further degrees have different underlying allegories, often linked to the transmission of the story of Hiram. Participation in these is optional and usually entails joining a separate Masonic body. The type and availability of the higher degrees also depends on the Masonic jurisdiction of the craft lodge that first initiated the Mason. 4. Broadly stated, two of the most common Masonic rites, which are groupings of rituals, are the Scottish Rite and the York Rite. Lack of standardization. Edit. Freemasons conduct their degree work, often from memory, following a preset script and ritualized format. There are a variety of different Masonic rites for craft Freemasonry. Each Masonic jurisdiction is free to standardize or not standardize its own ritual. However, there are similarities that exist among jurisdictions. For example, all Masonic rituals for the first 3 degrees use the architectural symbolism of the tools of the medieval operative stonemason. Freemasons, as speculative masons, meaning philosophical rather than actual building, use this symbolism to teach moral and ethical lessons, such as the 4 cardinal virtues of fortitude, prudence, temperance, and justice, and the principles of brotherly love, relief or morality, and truth, commonly found in English language rituals, or liberty, equality, fraternity, commonly found in French rituals.
And to be honest, Mason really don't even say nothing about Jesus. They don't even really, bro, they really must hate Jesus, bro. You see what I'm saying?
An international filtering process from which men and women are picked and permitted to enter the world stage. And I'm saying all this for those who naively think that politics and magic ritual do not mix. That's the founder of the Satanic Church. He admits that. Admissions that were never heeded because no one cares. How else did the Freemasons pull the wool over our eyes? The companion to the Satanic Bible tells us that as well. By filling the world with fools. And who's the biggest fool in the eyes of Freemasonry? An atheist. From the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. One who does not believe in the existence of God. Such a state of mind can only arise from the ignorance of stupidity. All this time, you're laughing at Christians, and the Freemasons are laughing at you. Here's Brad Pitt, wearing his Masonic ring and covering his eye. Now here's a genuine quote from Brad Pitt, the Freemason. In short, I could really try on something different for myself. That was Satanism. It's
And y'all know who Brad Pitt related to a president, right? Brad Pitt is related to a president.
working out really well. I made a pact. That's why. You don't believe him? Bob Dylan does.
Y'all know Brad Pitt related to a president, right? And he Masonic too, right? So now y'all see what's going on.
And the hand sign they all do. Allow me to show you what it symbolizes. And now that you know what you know, it should make sense to you. It stands for 666. Yes, indeed. Satan's number, foretold by Jesus Christ. Now just hang on, let me prove it to you. Here it is for all to see on this shirt design, worn by Guns N' Roses guitarist Slash. See the I in the middle of the 6? Repeated 3 times. That's 666. In this one, the design in the shirt is clearly demonstrated by the person wearing it. Another example, the hand sign with 3 6s on the shirt. Here's a movie poster, the hand sign and the 6 on his lapel. Connect the dots. Here's Don Cheadle, the hand sign, and here he covers one eye with the dice. What's the number on the dice that he holds toward the camera? 6. There's literally 3 6s that manifest in the hand sign itself, like this. That's why they do it. Here's Drake with the most obvious example, holding up the hand sign with the all-seeing eye of Lucifer on his bicep. And here, blatantly connecting the 6 to the hand sign on the artwork to one of his songs. The hand sign over one eye, obviously signifying a 6. This is proof. The number is mystical, and it's grounded in reality, and it's related to sex rituals within witchcraft. You'll see, I'll show you. But if that's not enough, there. Drake is clearly intending that hand sign to be a way of communicating the number 666. A hater of Christianity and Jesus Christ. But I wonder why. He has everything he desires. Christians aren't suppressing him. He doesn't hate Buddha or Muhammad. None of them do. No. Jesus is who they hate. But they protect Freemasonry by communicating its presence in their lives, not by word, but by symbols and signs. Disciples of Lucifer. While you don't believe it, they take it very seriously.
666, 666 is the natural number following 665 and preceding 667. In Christianity, number of the beast. Edit. 666 is often associated with the devil, who is illustrated here in an engraved interpretation by Gustav Dor. Main article, number of the beast. In the Textus Receptus manuscripts of the New Testament, the Book of Revelation 13:17-18 cryptically asserts 666 to be the man's number or the number of a man, depending on how the text is translated, associated with the beast, an antagonistic creature that appears briefly about 2/3 into the apocalyptic vision. Some manuscripts which, of the original Koine Greek, use the symbols chi xi chi 11 stigma or chi xi with a digamma, while other manuscripts spell out the number in words, 16. In modern popular culture, 666 has become one of the most widely recognized symbols for the Antichrist or, alternatively, the devil. Earnest references to the number occur both among apocalypticist Christian groups and in explicitly anti-Christian subcultures. References in contemporary Western art or literature are, more likely than not, intentional references to the beast's symbolism. Such popular references are therefore too numerous to list. It is common to see the symbolic role of the integer 666 transferred to the numerical digit sequence 666. Some people take the satanic associations of 666 so seriously that they actively avoid things related to 666 or the digits 666. This is known as hexaphobia. The number of the beast is cited as 616 in some early biblical manuscripts, the earliest known instance being in Papyrus 115, 17, 18. Other occurrences. Edit. In the Bible, 666 is the number of talents of gold Solomon collected each year. See 1 Kings 10 verse 14 and 2 Chronicles 9 verse 13. In the Bible, 666 is the number of Adonikam's descendants who returned to Jerusalem and Judah from the Babylonian exile. See Ezra 2 verse 13. Using the
Damn, did the Bible just tell you who the descendants of? Of who? What? Oh! They just show y'all who. Then they said they returned to Jerusalem and Judah from Babylon. Oh, love.
Gematria. Neron Caesar, transliterated from Greek into Hebrew short-form spelling, produces the number 666. The Latin spelling of Nero Caesar, transliterated into Tiv Hazer Hebrew, produces the number 616. Thus, in the Bible, 666 may have been a coded reference to Nero, who was the Roman emperor from 55 to 68 AD. 19, however, historic Protestants such as Andreas Helwig in 1612 proposed the application of the isopsephy principle to the papal name Vicarius Filii Dei. 20. In other fields.
And they mock you by displaying it in your face. They know the truth. The chief commander, the one at the top of the pyramid, is Satan, the god of this world, just like Jesus told you who he is. Britney Spears doing the 666 over the eye. And look at this. The devil's horns while she wears the seal of the US $1 bill, designed by Freemasons. You know why now. You just have to stop denying it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is how they tell you. Let's go to Britney's close friend, whom she tongue-kissed in front of the world, sexualized as these people are, and for all the girls out there to be inspired and corrupted by. Madonna, wearing the same Masonic design as Britney. 666 hand sign, the one eye symbolism, and the vow of silence. The vow of silence with her fellow practitioner of witchcraft. The Masonic eye in the triangle behind her, and now the upside down cross of Christ on her outfit. A member of the secret society who hates Jesus with a passion, as you can see here with Lucifer, the god of Freemasonry, giving her oral sex. Deep despisers of Christianity. Are you wondering why yet? The sign of the devil's horns here, meaningfully placed and done with precise intent, like with all of them. And here teaching her poor children to follow in her footsteps. Truly only God knows how many young people she's perverted in her career, all orchestrated by Freemasonry. Here's the founder of the Church of Satan again, Anton LaVey, showing the horn sign. The horned god of the witches, as illustrated by Una Woodruff in her book Witches. And here, with a member of the Agora sect of Hinduism partaking in a ritual of the oldest religion of the world. She's drinking blood here from what? A human skull. Sound familiar? That's right. That's what all the high-level Freemasons do, except they use wine, until they themselves are invited into the secret religion. It's ritualistically done to gain magical abilities, not a myth. And look at her hand sign. It's also known as the El Diablo. Do you still think this hand sign is a joke, or it's misunderstood or misrepresented by people like me? Look at the cover of Anton's other book called Satan Speaks. Look at the eye. He has one eye emphasized. Can you see? What about the image of Lucifer in the Satanic Temple? Look at the right eye. It's darkened. You ready for this? From the Bible. And this passage is thousands of years old. Woe to the worthless shepherd. His right arm shall be completely withered, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. Where do you think this hatred for Jesus comes from? Do you think it's because we've outgrown it? Or because it speaks the truth? Who do you think this worthless shepherd with one eye darkened is? And who said, I am the good shepherd? Who said that? Jesus Christ is the good shepherd, not the worthless shepherd with one eye. You think this is all just a coincidence? Just hang tight a little longer and you will see some wonder. Here's Anton LaVey with Freemason Marilyn Manson, and here's Marilyn covering his eye. In case you forgot that this is the eye of Freemasonry, the international religion they all belong to. Here he is giving the sign of the Master of the Second Veil, the hidden hand of Freemasonry, along with his Masonic ring. You know how many presidents and journalists and common men have tried to expose Freemasonry? Or get it shut down, get it banned? Well, those days are long gone. Marilyn Manson, the Freemason who tears the Bible into pieces on stage during his performances, he captured the fundamental purpose of Freemasonry's existence very well when he said in an interview with Spin magazine in 1996, "Hopefully I'll be remembered as the person who brought an end to Christianity," echoing the dreams of grandeur, just like his spiritual father. Now Kesha, one eye symbolism of Freemasonry, the eye in the triangle, and the sign of silence. So she's a member. And behold, an inverted cross in her music video, inverted cross on her outfit, and a satanic pentagram on this outfit, just like the symbol of female Freemasonry. You think none of these Freemasons look like witches? Really? And none of these witches in the making? Remember, 90% of them don't know what they're saying.
Then people think, look, when I found out how they do it, they'll take all these gods they believe in and make characters out of it. All these is characters, bro. Real ancient God. You can read all of these about these guys, bro. Look, they making movies about this shit, bro. Look, Illuminati is a secret society. Look what it said. Got the Beast, the Black Bolt, Black Panther, Blue Marvel. Look, that's why you got the blue, the black. Look at the colors. You see what I'm saying? The White Queen. Hold up. Look at this. King of Atlantis, the 7 oceans. Who can work with the government? Come on, man. You see it. Scientists, government, and they start. Come on, man. Illuminati got cartoons out of here.
Serving, or what they're doing there, or why they're taking oaths of such silence and such penalty. Avril Lavigne does, showing her allegiance with the one-eye symbolism, participating in lesbianism in a video, influencing the masses, subtly stealing our innocence.
So basically, they telling you what they're about to do to the world in cartoons and movies. They really telling you what they finna do to us, bro.
And what's on her helmet? One eye. And doing the El Diablo with pentagrams at her concert. Anthony Bourdain with his one-eye symbolism. He was openly a hater of Christianity. And what kind of woman would suit a man like this? Well, a fellow member of the secret society who hates Christianity too, of course. Asia Argento. One-eye symbolism, again and again. The sign of Lucifer's horns. And this pose of his image. Remember the Baphomet. There's Asia mimicking its pose, complete with the finger position. Creatures with breasts and an erect penis and a goat's head. You know, things you find normal now, thanks to international Freemasonry, normalizing evil and filth through multiple levels of and avenues of propaganda and influence, including television, movies, music videos, schools, education, through legislation, through passing of laws to protect the evil nature, and of course through your favorite idols. Chris Hemsworth, just your everyday good Aussie bloke? I'm afraid not. One-eye symbolism and the sign of silence, both of which mean he's taken all the disgusting oaths of Freemasonry under the penalty of death, thus catapulting him over the competition, never to promote Christian values or Jesus Christ again. The 666 hand sign, and now, see how the hand symbol makes sense? Amber Heard, who was married to this Freemason, who's best friends with this Freemason. I told you they only date, marry and associate with their secret society. Here with the 666 over one eye, and this tweet. I think it's a tweet, I don't know. Look at the one I closed, darkened if you will, and identifying its meaning with the devil's hand symbol. Of course, she camouflages the whole thing with her misdirecting words for the dumb masses. But we can see through that now, right? Oh, look, it's Elon Musk replying. He's a fan of Amber Heard. Or is there more to it? Good sign, he says. The sign of the devil's horns. The fertility god. The sex god. That's what he's referring to. Why on earth would he point that out? You know why. But to be sure, let's go to his wife or girlfriend, Grimes. One eye. And whose eye is it? You know that too now. The God of this world. Who hates Jesus Christ just like she does. 2 inverted crosses of Christ and the pentagram. And what about Elon's mother? Of course, all members of the secret society. Most of us who never even knew it existed. Blink-182, initiated member with some of his secret brothers from the lodge. Vow of silence. Sign of the devil. Cyndi Lauper, all-seeing eye. Vow of silence. The sign of the God of this world. Christian Bale, who thanked Satan at an award show, doing the sign of the master of the second veil, the hidden hand of Freemasonry. Ashley Tisdale, all-seeing eye, social media post, and hanging out with her boyfriend, who proudly wears the satanic cross.
Despite deciding not to meet again, Iron Man calls together the Illuminati, excluding Professor X, who is in exile in Scotland after the M-Day event, to introduce them to the Superhuman Registration Act. He illustrates the fact that recent events have raised suspicion of all superpowered individuals and groups, and that one wrong move on the part of a hero will trigger disaster. A hero, probably a young one of the young Avengers, or those kids in Los Angeles. Some carefree, happy-go-lucky, well-meaning young person with the best of intentions will do something wrong. He will be trying to save someone, do something heroic, but he will make a mistake. Turn to the left instead of the right, and people will be hurt or killed because of it. And it will happen on live TV, or it will be recorded, and like Rodney King, it will play over and over. All over the world, until the unrest that is already bubbling over will boil over. And every politician looking to make a name for himself will run right on TV, and they will tell America how they are going to save the world from these out-of-control costumed characters who think the law does not apply to them. And half of us will go along with it, and half of us will not. And because of this mini-rebellion, our lawmakers will be forced to make an example of someone. Someone like our friend Spider-Man. Someone they can make a real spectacle of. Someone they can unmask on TV, destroy his marriage and family, and pin a crime or two on. All for the whole world to see.
Wait a minute, where is all this shit coming from? I'm just trying to show everybody about the Illuminati, and they basically... Wow!
See. And the country will rupture. Sides will be taken, and people will be hurt. Friend against friend. People who used to be adversaries finding themselves teamed up against a common cause. Friends dying at the hands of a former ally or teammate. That is what will happen. If the act passes, a war amongst heroes will result and cause untold damage.
That sounds like in the book of Revelations. That sounds like the book of Revelations.
Damage. In order to avoid it, Iron Man reiterates his idea of a representative body of superheroes and urges the group to come out in favor of registration prior to a disaster. While Namor dismisses the issue as none of Atlantis business and Doctor Strange and Black Bolt disagree on principle, Mr. Fantastic agrees with Tony. The damage is done, however, and the Illuminati dissolve. Infinity Gauntlet. Edit. Main article. Infinity Gems. Mr. Fantastic reveals to the group that he has been collecting the Infinity Gems and hopes to collect them all with the help of the Illuminati. Despite a general apprehension, the group manages to acquire all 6 gems. When the gems are assembled, Mr. Fantastic attempts to will the gems out of existence, but he is unable to do so. Faced with this failure and a reprimand from Wada the Watcher, he makes the controversial decision to give each Illuminati member 1 gem to hide so that they may never be combined and used again. 19. Civil War. Edit. Main article, Civil War Comics. Although the Illuminati never met or operated as a group during Civil War, their actions in the conflict reflect their reactions at the last meeting. Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic became 2 of the leading members of the pro-registration side and worked closely with the United States government, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Doctor Strange stayed out of the conflict.
This shit getting so goddamn crazy, bro. Cause this supposed to, so you mean to tell me this the comic book? We talking about the comic book. The Illuminati wrote this stuff. Hollywood wrote this stuff, and they basically telling you the whole game plan in the comic book. Each character got, oh man.
Meditating and fasting. 20. Though he later admits, after joining the New Avengers and finding new love, that he regrets his lack of involvement. Afterward, he would join the New Avengers, who continued to operate underground without registering. Black Bolt and the Inhumans stayed out of the conflict, but began their own Cold War with the United States. Namor was involved only so far as it served his interests. This included avenging the death of his cousin in the Stamford tragedy and coming to the aid of his friend Captain America's forces in the final battle. 21. Professor X was not on Earth during the conflict. World War Hulk. Edit. Main article. World War Hulk. During Civil War, Reed is contacted by Amadeus Cho, who informs him that Hulk did not land on the intended planet. When the Hulk ultimately returns to Earth, he seeks revenge on the Illuminati as Namor had warned. He became king of the planet he landed on, before the ship self-destructs and destroyed millions of the inhabitants, along with the Hulk's wife and unborn child. His first act is to attack and defeat Black Bolt at the Inhuman settlement on the moon. Hulk arrives on Earth and sends a transmission to hand over Doctor Strange, Iron Man, and Mr. Fantastic to him, while giving the citizens of New York City time to evacuate. 22. After providing New York with a 24-hour time limit to hand the other 3 Illuminati over to him, the Hulk approaches Professor X at the X Mansion to determine whether he would have supported the Illuminati plan had he been present. After scanning Hulk's mind, Professor X confirms that he would have agreed with the plan, but only until a method could be found to prevent the Hulk endangering others. He battles the X-Men. After learning of the mutant population's recent severe losses as a result of M-Day from Mercury, the Hulk decides that the X-Men have suffered enough and departs. 23. Having then taken over Manhattan Island, the Hulk is attacked by Iron Man in a new Hulkbuster armor, only for him to be defeated and Stark Tower to be destroyed. Despite the aid of the other members of the Fantastic Four, including temporary members the Black Panther and Storm, the same fate befalls Mr. Fantastic. Doctor Strange tries to enter the Hulk's mind, but Hulk tricks Strange into presenting himself in a physical form that he attacks upon appearance. Strange later invokes and is possessed by the demon spirit of Zom, hoping that he could stop the Hulk before it was too late. However, he loses control of his newfound power, and he almost caused some civilians to die during his battle with the Hulk. Although the Hulk saves them, this action makes Strange lose his confidence in his powers and makes him vulnerable for the Hulk to defeat him. 24. Hulk then implants the Illuminati members with obedience discs and forces them to fight each other in his makeshift gladiatorial ring in Madison Square Garden. However, the Hulk spared them from killing each other, showing them that he proved his point to the world. They survive the encounter by Hulk's mercy and the timely intervention of the Sentry, which leads to a prolonged battle, where both Hulk and the Sentry reverse back to their human forms and Bruce Banner knocks out Robert Reynolds with a final punch. This allows enough time for Stark to use prototype defense satellites to negate the Hulk's powers. The Illuminati is also partially cleared from the responsibility of Sakaar's destruction when Meek admits he saw the Red King's forces breach the ship's warp core and kept quiet to initiate what Meek felt was Hulk's destiny as the World Breaker. 25. Namor, the only Illuminati member opposed to shooting Hulk into space from the beginning, was spared from the Hulk's vengeance and remained uninvolved throughout the conflict. 11. Secret Invasion. Edit. Main article. Secret Invasion. Iron Man calls the Illuminati together one more time to show them the body of the Skrull that was posing as Elektra. He feels that the Skrull represents a secret invasion of Earth, and that the group is responsible after traveling to the Skrull homeworld years before. His suspicions are proven to be correct when Black Bolt reveals himself to be a disguised Skrull. The 5 remaining members are able to barely defeat it and its 2 compatriots, and begin making plans to detect and defeat the remaining Skrulls. They soon realize, however, that this is pointless, as they cannot trust each other, going each his own way, for better or for worse. Upon realizing that they have lost far more than just a world, they have lost each other's trust, and have lost the last hope of uniting the superheroes against the Skrulls. 26. Though in Secret Invasion, just like in Civil War, though for reasonably different incentives, they could not trust each other because of their own actions during the war, and they could not trust each other because of the actions of outside enemies during the invasion. The Illuminati never worked together as a group, and the Illuminati itself is most likely to be permanently shattered. However, all 6 of them were affected in some way during the invasion, as were all inhabitants and allies of Earth. Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic were the 2 chief fighters of the Secret Invasion, taking central roles in the main battles and key to the ultimate failure of the invasion, though neither survived unscathed. Iron Man brought the Skrull corpse to the world's top mines and summoned Critty Knoll, in the form of Henry Pym, and Mr. Fantastic to examine and dissect the body. Stark was soon, as planned by the Skrulls, called in, along with his mighty Avengers, to the Savage Land, where one of the first and most significant of battles of the invasion took place. It started when a spaceship crashed there, several dozen superheroes came out, and the new Avengers also arrived on the scene. Just as Mr. Fantastic ingeniously discovers the method of concealment the Skrulls have been utilizing to become virtually undetectable, Critty Knoll acts, using a special, Skrull-designed gun to subdue Reed Richards and prevent him from maintaining solidity. The remaining members of the Fantastic Four are also swiftly taken out elsewhere for most of the invasion, though all survive, if but barely. Agent Abigail Brand of SWLRD frees Mr. Fantastic and takes control over the Skrull ship he was held in to the Savage Land, but sadly not before the Skrulls manages to infect Iron Man with an alien virus, disabling himself, his armor, and shield itself. Vurink, disguised as Spider-Woman, also attempts to crush and destabilize what remains of Stark's morale, will, and faith by trying to convince him he is actually a Skrull sleeper agent, but the Black Widow convinces him, at least slightly, otherwise. Richards and Brand arrive, with Reed using a self-designed machine to reveal the Skrulls in the midst of the Savage Land battle, which are quickly disposed of by the heroes. Reed and Tony lead the other heroes back to the now chaotic New York for the final battle, in which Reed exposes the Skrulls, and which he is a prime target. Reed survives, and Tony, though his second-hand and relatively crude armor he had quickly constructed suffer enough damage to force him to initially retreat from the battle scene, uses a spare old Iron Man armor to enable him to aid the struggle against the Skrulls.
So now y'all finna see what they finna do to the hood. A quest of the hood. Let's see what they finna do in the hood.
Skrulls freeing the prisoners, including Pym and Jarvis. Quest of the Hood. Edit. The Illuminati reunited with founding members Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Doctor Strange, and Professor.
I see why they got Iron Man got that pipe, goddammit. That's them YN, them young niggas got them pipes out there.
Professor X returning. Medusa has joined the group as well, filling in for the presumably deceased Black Bolt, 27, after learning that the Hood is targeting them for the Infinity Gems, seeking to reform the Infinity Gauntlet and regain the power he lost after the Siege of Asgard. 28. With the Hood having been defeated once more, the Infinity Gems were redivided among the Illuminati members, with Captain America in possession of the 6th gem in Black Bolt's absence. 29. Aborted reunion.
Think they belong to the same religion? Of course they do. Bonnie Wright, One Eye, and the Satanic Horns. John Cleese, I include him here because he's a well-known hater and mocker of Jesus Christ and Christianity. He got rich off it, and he's a proud Freemason, showing his allegiance. Motley Crue, Nikki Sixx, Tommy Lee, Vince Neil holding a cross upside down, and their album cover. Secretly Freemasons under oath while promoting Satanism in the open, doing their job and influencing the masses to hate Jesus.
Now y'all see the Eastern Star logo in there. Now y'all see the Eastern Star logo in there inside of Freemasonry. Yeah.
Christianity, and to live a life of sin through seduction of their music. Secret Society member Jimi Hendrix hiding one eye and telling you about the secret powers of music. Nirvana, Kurt, bass player Chris, Dave Grohl, Dave and Jack Black making the sign of the pentagram, a geometric tool used in the magical curriculum, and Dave wearing his upside down cross. Hard to listen to all those beautiful songs he's written now. Courtney Love and her daughter glorifying the symbol of Satan, and Nirvana discovering something on a road trip while covering some numbers up. Proud Satanists, all secret Freemasons. Here's Quentin Tarantino. Now that we know what we know, can you see through this picture to reach its true meaning? The all-seeing eye, whose identity is revealed by the hand gesture, which is 666, with the vow of silence and throwing up the devil's horns.
So basically, you could be in any other religion you want to. But they don't want Jesus. They don't want you to announce Jesus. Ain't nobody talking about Jesus in Freemasonic, bruh. I really want to ask. Look, a Mason would tell you, yeah, I believe in Jesus. Yeah, he real, you know what I'm talking about. Some might deny him. Some would, yeah, I believe in Jesus, but I just disagree with it. I don't think he died for it. See, there has something flaw to say about it, bruh. So the whole time the cartoons where I was raised up, they were really showing me in so many ways what life is all about with them folks. Man, look.
Which I hope you can finally see means something. Share. Can this get any more obvious now? The sign of the vow of silence being made with the sign of the devil, telling you that the secret which isn't to be spoken of is Lucifer, right there in front of you. Speaking through signs and symbols, like Confucius said, signs and symbols rule the world, not words nor laws. Cardi B, I just want you to see a few connections between the one-eye symbolism, the 666 hand sign, and the horned God symbol. Eddie Izzard, all-seeing eye, hidden hand, and mimicking the horns of the Masonic God. Oh, but men love the darkness rather than light, as the scriptures put it so solemnly. Look at how precise that statement is. With high-ranking Freemasons loving the darkness so much that they define the darkness itself as light. Watch. In MasonicWorld.com, an article by Worshipful Master John Alexander, who has journeyed from the lower degrees to the high and sublime degrees. This is the religion of our leaders and celebrities, so listen. He writes, Every ritual from the high and sublime degrees that I have ever read contains the statement, I beg you to observe that the light of a Master Mason is darkness visible. I put it to you, brethren, that this is the most accurate description of Masonic light that you will ever find. Think about what you just heard, because this is what they learn. Masonic light is darkness. And this is before they enter the real religion of Freemasonry, Satanism. That's why in the high degrees the
And the cold part about it, and some of the actors came in Hollywood with good intention. I bet you they were Christians and believed in God until them folks showed them the real light. But the light is very dark. They say look, Lucifer finna educate his people, bro. He finna give these folks some real history, knowledge, and the power that go with it. So these people gonna join that shit, bro, and be like, man, you know what I'm saying? Man, this stuff is crazy to me, man. That's why I don't want nothing to do with the world, bro. I'm just here and waiting on God to take me home. You know what I'm talking about? Cause you would never, that explain all those Hollywood murders. Suicide accidents. Drug overdose. Staging crime scenes. They always be found by a bottle of empty pills. Come on, man.
ritual states to the candidate, I beg of you to observe, meaning to ponder, to contemplate what they mean by the statement. My 32nd degree Grand Master, he never understood. And they don't push you, remember? It's all a screening process to weed out the weaklings who can't handle the truth. The truth that this is how the all-seeing eye sees things. Evil is good and good is evil. Look at what he says immediately afterwards. In keeping with our normal Masonic practice of burying our important truths deeply, the ritual sets out to immediately disguise this truth. Usually people bury their lies, but Masons bury their truths. Because their truth is that God is the devil and that we are in hell. So everything has to be flipped on its head in order for things to make sense in this place where lust creates life, where might is right, where compassion is weakness, and of course, in order to succeed. Look here, with another Freemason of the highest degree, Helena Blavatsky, she writes in her book, The Secret Doctrine. Doctrine means belief. So the book is called The Secret Belief.
Man, that explains why when we would listen to R. Kelly music, Jodeci, Mary J. Blige, all those people, look what they a part of. We know what they a part of now. Look what they were doing behind closed doors. Bro, I never listen to this shit again, bro. Look, they had all those kids singing grown-up music. And then once you think about it, look how they did it right up under our nose, and we singing along right with it, and forgot these is kids singing this song. I wanna sex you up. All them were kids. Look at them songs they had these kids singing back in those days, bruh. Oh man, I played some music backward, bruh, and that shit scary. Man, look, that shit so goddamn scary. I be scared to do that shit because I don't want nobody to pop up and be like, hey, Trey Gang. And I'm like, what? Who is that? Next thing you know, I can't see him, but I can hear him. He's like, I'm right here. You can call me. I'm here. And I'm like, oh, shit. Because I don't want to conjuring up no demon because I wouldn't even know how to cast him back out. You know what I'm talking about? I swear I don't want no devil pop up. He probably all in my goddamn man tray blazing up my roaches. They done got the kush over there, done. I see you got some kush. And then they all in my kush, asking for a cigarette. Then he done moved in. I'm like, damn, you know, people at the Jolly Track gang, what's wrong? Something wrong. I'm like, man, look. Can't call the laws. Cause when I did call them motherfuckers, man, you got to be crazy. Where he at? I'm like, he back there in the room right now. Go back there. Ain't nobody back there. So they end up taking me to the mental hospital. I was in that jump with Cat Williams. Cat Williams was in that motherfucker. I was like, cause you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, that sound like Cat down there. Cause he was talking about the baby oil and P. Diddy. And then when I was in, I was like, Cat, that's you. Like, yeah. And I'm like, damn, they got me too. You know what I'm talking about? Man, I seen the devil. I tell you that was all out, Jack. I'm like, shit. I know what you mean now. Then they came and took Cat Williams away. I'm like, damn, what they finna do to Cat? You know what I'm talking about?
The secret belief of Freemasonry. She says, the sons of God, of whom Satan was one, all those spiritual beings were called angels of darkness because that darkness is absolute light. Do you see how far they go to protect and glorify the darkness? Because men love darkness rather than light. If these were just randoms next door or some minor cult, I wouldn't be telling you about them, and I really wouldn't care this much. But these are not randoms. These are our heroes. These are those who have crept into the power structure very slowly since 1717, when the first Masonic Grand Lodge was organized, to overthrow Christianity and the world. These are those who we admire, trust. And these are those who have perverted our culture with one hand, the hidden hand, while upholding it with the other hand. So you can never call them out, because they run charities, nursing homes, and children's hospitals in the open, while they propagate smut, violence, debt, and of course atheism in secret. While a plethora of everyday distractions are endlessly supplied to us through entertainment and news, plowing through our lives. That's political Freemasonry, politicizing everything, including entertainment, supplying you with their heroes and their idols. And now that 95% of the world have been spiritually disarmed by thinking, oh, the world is a good place and Jesus is a myth, they've rigged our infrastructure and they're about to bring it down so they can build up their new world from the ashes.
And that's what they did. That's what they did, bruh. They rebuild quick.
A completely new system of life on this planet is coming. I promise you that. In a book called Satan's Master Plan, LaVey affirms his commitment to destroy Christianity. Now check out Anton LaVey, once again in perfect parallel with Freemasonry, stating in the Satanic Bible, waiting at the darkness visible for that bright and morning star. Bright and morning star being a reference to Lucifer.
Y'all didn't know this though. Let's go to Jay-Z. See that? Lucifer, Lucifer, the son of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of the earth. Come on, bruh.
The exact same expression as the Freemason and worshipful master John Alexander that we just heard describing Masonic light. Darkness visible. Identical language. Because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is what the initiated queen of Freemasonry, Helena Blavatsky, says of the bulk of Freemasons in her book. The knowledge of their members about the full signification of their symbols is nil. And that's of course true to the Freemasons listening. How do I know she's a Freemason? because her diploma was reproduced on page 66 in Freemasonry Universal, Volume 5, Part 2, in the Autumn Equinox, 1929. And also because she's displaying the Masonic penalty sign, like all these Freemasons. Drew Barrymore, all-seeing eye, vow of silence. And see, the symbol of her secret God. Elijah Wood, one eye, hidden hand of Freemasonry, and the devil's horns. Sammy Davis Jr., the eye of the Freemasons is the all-seeing eye of Lucifer. Because here he is with Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan. So when you see him hanging with other celebrities like Bill Cosby, can you be sure that they belong to the same religion? Sure you can. I told you they don't hang out with the uninitiated. You think the Rat Pack weren't Freemasons? Well, here's their leader, Frank Sinatra, doing the hidden hand.
Reunion. Edit. Captain America arranged another meeting of the Illuminati during the war between the Avengers and the X-Men in an attempt to talk with Namor after he was possessed by the Phoenix Force, but the meeting quickly fell apart. Professor X resented how the other 4 members were subconsciously blaming him for the current mess. Mr. Fantastic felt that the Phoenix Five were not actually doing anything wrong as their actions had all been fundamentally beneficial, and Doctor Strange and Tony Stark felt that the meeting was pointless as they doubted that Namor would appear. When Namor arrived in the room after the others had left, Captain America asked him to stand down, but Namor refused, although he acknowledged that he still respected Captain America as a friend and ally. 30. Colliding Universes. Edit. When Black Panther discovered a threat to the entire Marvel Universe, he saw no option but to call together the Illuminati again, including former member Black Bolt and, later, mutant scientist Beast, to deal with the threat. Professor X is not part of the call because he was killed by Cyclops at the end of the war between the Avengers and the X-Men. This new convocation of the Illuminati is now composed of the team of New Avengers. 31. Before the meeting with the Illuminati, Black Panther privately confronts Namor, who had previously killed hundreds of Wakandans, in a locked and guarded room. Their conversation is brief but tense, with Namor, still king of Atlantis, unbowed before Black Panther's tightly controlled rage. Black Panther informs Namor that as soon as the current crisis is settled, Black Panther will kill him. 32. When Captain America attempts to use the Infinity Gauntlet to push the colliding planet back for some time, he makes a valiant effort, but the gems are destroyed, with the exception of the Time Gem, which vanishes to parts unknown. Afterwards, Captain America argues that the Illuminati are wrong to consider building a world-destroying weapon to help save Earth, and that doing
got introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music. Yeah. But it did not work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
doing so will corrupt them. Iron Man has already anticipated that Captain America will respond in that way, and therefore Doctor Strange has prepared a spell that he uses to wipe Captain America.
I only had a few lines. It was fantastic, but I can't really tell you anything else. But
Oh, and I met that lady before. That lady came to my hotel, bruh. I met that lady before, bruh. That lady smoked weed, drank, and some old shit. I cooked for this lady, bruh. I cooked for her whole team. Stevie Nicks. I'll never forget that lady, bruh. Because I didn't even know she was famous. Because all I went outside, I was on the clock, I was smoking the joint. Well, blunt. I was smoking. And she ended up walked up. You know what I'm saying? We end up smoking. You know what I'm saying? She asked me what my name. I told her my name. She was like, I'm Stevie Nicks. I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, cool, nice to meet you, Stevie Nicks. You know what I'm saying? So we was smoking. Next thing you know, I was like, man, let me go and get on no birthday, John. You know, I sprayed myself down and I went back in. Next thing you know, she come in the kitchen to talk to the chef, and it was a lady working at the temporary service and saw her and flipped out and said, Stevie Nicks. And I was like, damn. I'm telling this lady crying over this lady, bro. So I'm like, damn, who the fuck she is? They were like, man, this the biggest country singer in the world. I'm like, what? And I just got through smoking with the bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's how I noticed her. I ain't know she was a part of this shit. And then these folks were throwing events at our hotel. Too Short, goddamn it, Snoop Dogg, them. Oh, shit. Oh. And they sure were throwing concerts in the event, but it was like it wasn't just no concert like for, cause these concerts I ain't even know about. These concerts will pop up at the last minute and they'll it's like you'll hear these concerts at the last minute. Man, I'm starting to think something now, bro. Cause look, we throw events for Masonic people all the time. Masonic throw this big ass event where they come in and do their thing, yeah, bro.
But it would. Sure you can. I know. I can't. It's very secretive. It's a very secret society.
America's Mind of the Illuminati Meeting. 33. During the original Sin storyline, following the murder of Wata the Watcher, Captain America's exposure to Watu's Eye during the confrontation with the Orb. 34. Restores his memory. 35. After Captain America and the Avengers are transported into the future realities with a time gem, Captain America announces that the Illuminati are to be arrested. 36. Time runs out and Secret Wars. Edit. Later, the Illuminati face off against the Great Society, Sun God / Sauron, Boundless, Dr. Spectrum, the Rider, the Jovian, and Norn, a team of heroes from the latest parallel Earth that involved in an incursion. 37. Black Panther initially intends to destroy the Great Society's world by using an antimatter bomb, but relents at the last minute after realizing he cannot commit mass murder. However, Namor steals the trigger from Black Panther and destroys the planet himself, resulting in his expulsion from the group. 38. It is later revealed that Namor has partnered with a group of villains to form a new cabal in order to destroy parallel worlds that may become involved in incursions. 39. 8 months later, the Avengers are shown to be working with S.H.I.E.L.D. to track down and capture the Illuminati. Amadeus Cho, Captain Britain, and Hank Pym have joined the team in the aftermath of Namor's expulsion and work against the Avengers to protect the Earth by any means necessary. 40. Despite Namor's cabal achieving legitimacy as Earth's protectors, Namor grew weary of the wholesale slaughter they carried out in the name of preserving their universe. Although he collaborated with the Illuminati in a plan to destroy the Cabal by trapping them on the next Earth to be destroyed, Black Panther and Black Bolt left him behind to die with the Cabal, disgusted at his earlier actions. 41, however, that world had a second simultaneous incursion happen, allowing Namor and the Cabal to escape to the third Earth in the Ultimate Universe. 42. The Avengers and the Illuminati learned Hank Pym had discovered that the Beyonders are responsible for the universe incursions that have been plaguing the multiverse.
And them the same earrings Miss Teresa was wearing? Hold up. At all. Yeah. Damn, it's funny that this pop up, ain't it, man? Since we talking about it, ain't that funny that will pop up? And after when her daughter died, she became city councilor. He a 33-degree Mason. A master Mason. We need to see those earrings. Of the lightning bolts. We know what that symbolized now. Come on, man. Give me one picture with the lightning bolts in it. Well, look, y'all already seen it, though. And the pyramid earrings. But this where it come from.
Multiverse, and that they annihilated the cosmic entities in the entire multiverse. 43. When the final incursion occurs during the Secret War storyline, resulting in all realities collapsing into one Earth, Mr. Fantastic and the Black Panther survive the incursion in a specially designed life pod, along with a few other heroes, while Strange comes through the incursion while assuming a role as Dr. Doom's sheriff, aiding Doom in ruling the new Battleworld, created from the multiple realities. 44. Meanwhile, Namor survived with the Cabal and the Ultimate Reed Richards. When they escaped the Ultimate Marvel Universe during the final incursion. 45. Once the two groups were woken on Battleworld, faced with the threat of doom, Namor and Black Panther put aside their past issues to work together and gather weapons to oppose the god-level Doom after Strange sacrificed his life to send the heroes to safety. While Reed researched the source of Doom's power, Namor and T'Challa followed clues left by Strange to reassemble the Infinity Gauntlet, Strange having manipulated events so that Doom's castle was built in the one area where a complete set of Infinity Gems still existed, which T'Challa wielded against Doom in the final battle while Richards found a way to disrupt Doom's power and take it for himself to rebuild the multiverse. 46.
I told y'all Miss Teresa be worse than the devil, bro. I said that shit. I said it because she used God's name all the time and you don't even... Bro. I said this shit, bro. That lady ain't... This lady here is a fraud. Told y'all, bruh. Man, that lady worship Lucifer, bruh. That's why they chose September the 6th. September the 6th.
And I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear to Lucifer, I'm gonna.
Ultimate Invasion. Edit. This section needs expansion. You can help by adding to it. June 2023.
Poker facing with your sexuality. When I was making love to my old boyfriend, I used to think about women sometimes.
Oh, good Lord. I'm sure he was delighted when you told me. Oh, good Lord. I'm sure he was delighted.
Cabal. Edit. Main article, Cabal Comics. The Cabal was a more villainous and anti-heroic counterpart of the Illuminati, consisting of the supervillains and anti-heroes Norman Osborn, Doctor Doom, Hood, Loki, Emma Frost, Magneto, and Namor. Namor later forms a second incarnation of the Cabal to combat incursions, which consists of himself, Thanos, Maximus the Mad, Terex, Black Swan, and Black Order members Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. Hood's Illuminati. Edit. As part of the all-new, all-different Marvel event, Hood creates his version of the Illuminati to acquire power and become part of the big leagues of the supervillains. Besides Hood, the members consist of a rebuilt Black Ant, a life model decoy of Eric O'Grady that was created by Father, Sylvie Lushton, the current Enchantress, Mad Thinker, Thunderball, and Titania. 47. During the Avengers standoff storyline, Hood and Titania raid Pleasant Hill to retrieve Absorbing Man when Baron Helmut Zemo and Fixer restore the memories of the inmates there. Absorbing Man sides with the Illuminati as they plan their revenge on S.H.I.E.L.D. with other recruited prisoners such as Whirlwind.
Man, this stuff is crazy as hell, bruh. Hell no. Hell no.
Prick. Christ. Prick.
So, hold on, let me find that, John. Now look, since y'all just heard that, right? It's the same thing with the book of Revelation saying.
The Book of Revelation, or Book of the Apocalypse, is the final book of the New Testament, and therefore the final book of the Christian Bible. Written in Koine Greek, its title is derived from the first word of the text, apocalypsis, meaning unveiling or revelation. The Book of Revelation is the only apocalyptic book in the New Testament canon. It occupies a central place in Christian eschatology. The author names himself as simply John in the text, but his precise identity remains a point of academic debate. Second-century Christian writers such as Papias of Hierapolis, Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, Melito of Sardis, Clement of Alexandria, and the author of the Muratorian fragment identify John the Apostle as the John of Revelation. 1. 2. Modern scholarship generally takes a different view. 3. with many considering that nothing can be known about the author except that he was a Christian prophet. For modern theological scholars characterize the Book of Revelation's author as John of Patmos. The bulk of traditional sources date the book to the reign of the Roman Emperor Domitian, 80-81 to 96, which evidence tends to confirm. 5b. The book spans three literary genres: the epistolary, the apocalyptic, and the prophetic. 7. It begins with John, on the island of Patmos in the Aegean Sea, addressing letters to the 7 churches of Asia. He then describes a series of prophetic visions, including figures such as the 7-headed dragon, the serpent, and the beast, which culminate in the second coming of Jesus. The obscure and extravagant imagery has led to a wide variety of Christian interpretations. Historicist interpretations see Revelation as containing a broad view of history, while preterist interpretations treat Revelation as mostly referring to the events of the Apostolic Age, 1st century, or, at the latest, the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century. Futurists, meanwhile, believe that Revelation describes future events with the 7 churches growing into the body of believers throughout the age, and a re-emergence or continuous rule of a Greco-Roman system with modern capabilities described by John in ways familiar to him. And idealist or symbolic interpretations consider that Revelation does not refer to actual people or events, but is an allegory of the spiritual path and the ongoing struggle between good and evil. Composition and setting. Edit. St. John the Evangelist on Patmos by Hieronymus Bosch, circa 1489. Title, authorship, and date. Edit. St. John receives his revelation, St. Sever Beatus, 11th century. The book's most common English name is Book of Revelation. It is also called Book of the Apocalypse, for example, in the Catholic Church, 8, Revelation to John, 9, or Apocalypse of St. John. 10 abbreviations of these are Rev, traditional, RV, shorter, or APOC. 11, 12. These names come from the book's opening words, Revelation 1 verse 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to shew unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass, and he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John. Revelation and Apocalypse are respectively a translation and an anglicization of the original Koine Greek word Pyomicron Kappalamdi Iota, which can also mean unveiling. In the original Greek, the word is singular, so the name Revelation, sometimes found in English, is often considered erroneous. 13. The author states in Revelation 1 verse 9 that he is on Patmos, and so he is conventionally called John of Patmos. He was a Jewish Christian prophet, probably belonging to a group of such prophets, and was accepted by the congregations to whom he addresses his letter. 5. 14. The New Testament canon has 4 other Johannine works ascribed to authors named John, and a tradition dating from Irenaeus, c. 130, c. 202 AD, identifies John the Apostle as the author of all 5. The modern consensus is that a Johannine community produced the Gospel of John and the 3 Johannine epistles, while John of Patmos wrote the Book of Revelation separately. c. 1516. The book is commonly dated to about AD 95, as suggested by clues in the visions pointing to the reign of the Emperor Domitian. 17. The beast with 7 heads and the number 666 seem to allude directly to the Emperor Nero, reigned AD 54 to 68. But this does not require that Revelation was written in the 60s, as there was a widespread belief in later decades that Nero would return. 18. 5. Genre. Edit. Revelation is an apocalyptic prophecy with an epistolary introduction addressed to 7 churches in the Roman province of Asia, in what is now Western Turkey. The 7 cities where churches were located are close together, and the island of Patmos is near the western coast of Turkey. 4. The term apocalypse means the revealing of divine mysteries. Wink with a frown. 19. John is to write down what is revealed, what he sees in his vision, and send it to the 7 churches. 4. The entire book constitutes the prophecy. The letters to the 7 individual churches are introductions to the rest of the book, which is addressed to all 7. 4. While the dominant genre is apocalyptic, the author sees himself as a Christian prophet. Revelation uses the word in various forms 21 times, more than any other New Testament book. 20. Sources. Edit. The predominant view is that Revelation alludes to the Old Testament, although it is difficult among scholars to agree on the exact number of allusions or the allusions themselves. 21 Revelation rarely quotes directly from the Old Testament, yet almost every verse alludes to or echoes ideas of older scriptures. Over half of the references stem from Daniel, Ezekiel, Psalms, and Isaiah, with Daniel providing the largest number in proportion to length and Ezekiel standing out as the most influential. Because these references appear as allusions rather than as quotes, it is difficult to know whether the author used the Hebrew or the Greek version of the Hebrew scriptures, but he was often influenced by the Greek. 22.
Setting.
Edit. Modern understanding has been that the Book of Revelation was written to comfort beleaguered Christians as they underwent persecution at the hands of an emperor. This is not the only interpretation, however. Domitian may not have been a despot imposing an imperial cult, and there may not have been any systematic empire-wide persecution of Christians in his time. 23 Revelation may instead have been composed in the context of a conflict within the Christian community of Asia Minor over whether to engage with, or withdraw from, the far larger non-Christian community. Author Mark B. Stevens posed that the Revelation chastised those Christians who wanted to reach an accommodation with the Roman cult of empire. 24. This is not to say that Christians in Roman Asia were not suffering due to withdrawal from and defiance of the wider Roman society, which imposed very real penalties. Revelation offered a victory over this reality by offering an apocalyptic hope. In the words of Professor Adela Collins, what ought to be was experienced as a present reality. 25. There is also theological interpretation that the book mainly prophesies the end of Old Covenant order, the Jewish temple and religious economy. 26. Canonical history. Edit. Further information. Development of the New Testament canon. Revelation was among the last books accepted into the Christian biblical canon, and to the present day some churches that derive from the Church of the East reject it. 27. 28. Eastern Christians became skeptical of the book as doubts concerning its authorship and unusual style. 29 were reinforced by aversion to its acceptance by Montanists and other groups considered to be heretical. 30. This distrust of the book of Revelation persisted in the East through the 15th century. 31. Dionysius, AD 248, Bishop of Alexandria and disciple of Origen, wrote that the book of Revelation could have been written by Cerinthus, although he himself did not adopt the view that Cerinthus was the writer. He regarded the apocalypse as the work of an inspired man, but the revelation of Jesus Christ is communicated to John through prophetic visions. 1:19. John is instructed by the one like a son of man to write all that he hears and sees from the prophetic visions to 7 churches of Asia. 1:10-13. The appearance of the one like a son of man is given, and he reveals what the 7 stars and 7 lampstands represent. 1:14-20. Messages for 7 churches of Asia. Ephesus. From this church, he who overcomes is granted to eat from the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise of God. 2:17. Praised for not bearing those who are evil, testing those who say they are apostles and are not, and finding them to be liars, hating the deeds of the Nicolaitans, having persevered and possessing patience. Admonished to do the first works, and to repent for having left their first love. Smyrna. From this church, those who are faithful until death will be given the crown of life. He who overcomes shall not be hurt by the second death. 2:8-11. Praised for being rich, while impoverished and in tribulation. Admonished not to fear the synagogue of Satan, nor fear a 10-day tribulation of being thrown into prison. To the church in Pergamum and Thyatira. Pergamum. From this church, he who overcomes will be given the hidden manna to eat and a white stone with a secret name on it. 2:12-17. Praised for holding fast to my name, not denying my faith, even in the days of Antipas, my faithful martyr. Admonished to repent for having held the doctrine of Balaam, who taught Balak to put a stumbling block before the children of Israel, eating things sacrificed to idols, committing sexual immorality, and holding the doctrine of the Nicolaitans. Thyatira. From this church, he who overcomes until the end will be given power over the nations in order to dash them to pieces with a rod of iron. He will also be given the morning star. 2:18-29. Praised for their works, love, service, faith, and patience. Admonished to repent for allowing a prophetess to promote sexual immorality and to eat things sacrificed to idols. Sardis. From this church, he who overcomes will be clothed in white garments, and his name will not be blotted out from the book of life. His name will also be confessed before the Father and his angels. 3:16. Admonished to be watchful and to strengthen, since their works have not been perfect before God. Philadelphia. From this church, he who overcomes will be made a pillar in the temple of God, having the name of God, the name of the city of God, New Jerusalem, and the Son of God's new name. 3:7-13. Praised for having some strength, keeping my word, and having not denied my name. Reminded to hold fast what they have, that no one may take their crown. Laodicea. From this church, he who overcomes will be granted the opportunity to sit with the Son of God on his throne. 3:14-22. Admonished to be zealous and repent from being lukewarm. They are instructed to buy the gold refined in the fire, that they may be rich, to buy white garments, that they may be clothed, so that the shame of their nakedness would not be revealed, to anoint their eyes with eye salve, that they may see. The Lamb with the book with 7 seals, before the throne of God. The throne of God appears, surrounded by 24 thrones with 24 elders seated in them. 4:15. The 4 living creatures are introduced. 4:6-11. A scroll with 7 seals is presented, and it is declared that the Lion of the tribe of Judah, from the root of David, is the only one worthy to open the scroll. 5:15. When the Lamb having 7 horns and 7 eyes took the scroll, the creatures of heaven fell down before the Lamb to give him praise, joined by myriads of angels and the creatures of the earth. 5:6-14. 7 seals are opened. And I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and he went forth conquering, and to conquer. White rider from Tolkavi Apocalypse, Moscow, 17th century, first seal. A white horse appears, whose crowned rider has a bow with which to conquer. 6:12. Second seal. A red horse appears, whose rider is granted a great sword to take peace from the earth. 6:3-4. Third seal. A black horse appears, whose rider has a pair of balances in his hand, where a voice then says, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see, thou hurt not the oil and the wine. 6:5-6. Fourth seal. A pale horse appears, whose rider is death, and Hades follows him. Death is granted a 4th part of the earth, to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and with the beasts of the earth. 6:7-8. Fifth seal. Under the altar appeared the souls of martyrs for the word of God, who cry out for vengeance. They are given white robes and told to rest until the martyrdom of their brothers is completed. 6:9-11. Sixth seal. 6:12-17. There occurs a great earthquake where the sun becomes black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon like blood. 6:12. The stars of heaven fall to the earth, and the sky recedes like a scroll being rolled up. 6:13-14. Every mountain and island is moved out of place. 6:14. The people of earth retreat to caves in the mountains. 6:15. The survivors call upon the mountains and the rocks to fall on them, so as to hide them from the wrath of the Lamb. 6:16. Interlude. The 144,000 Hebrews are sealed. 144,000 from the 12 tribes of Israel are sealed as servants of God on their foreheads. 7:1-8. A great multitude stand before the throne of God, who come out of the great tribulation, clothed with robes made white in the blood of the Lamb, and having palm branches in their hands. 7:9-17. Seventh seal. Introduces the 7 trumpets. 8:1-5. Silence in heaven for about half an hour. 8:1. 7 angels are each given trumpets. 8:2. An 8th angel takes a golden censer, filled with fire from the heavenly altar, and throws it to the earth. 8:3-5. What follows are peals of thunder, rumblings, flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. 8:5. After the 8th angel has devastated the earth, the 7 angels introduced in verse 2 prepare to sound their trumpets. 8:6. The 7 trumpets and the angel with a censer point 7 trumpets are sounded, seen in chapters 8, 9, and 11. First trumpet, hail and fire, mingled with blood, are thrown to the earth, burning up a third of the trees and green grass. 8:6-7. Second trumpet, something that resembles a great mountain, burning with fire, falls from the sky and lands in the ocean. It kills a third of the sea creatures and destroys a third of the ships at sea. 8:8-9. Third trumpet, a great star, named Wormwood, falls from heaven and poisons a third of the rivers and springs of water. 8.
I'd like to thank the Rollins Band. I'd like to thank Bob Marley. I'd like to thank the Marx Brothers. I'd like to thank Salvador Dali. I'd like to thank Louis Bruel. I'd like to thank Miles Davis. I'd like to thank the Parliament Funkadelic. And I'd like to thank you too.
Fourth trumpet, a third of the sun, the moon, and the stars are darkened, creating complete darkness for a third of the day and the night. 8:12-13. Fifth trumpet, the first woe, 9:1-12. A star falls from the sky, 9:1. This star is given the key to the bottomless pit, 9:1. The star then opens the bottomless pit. When this happens, smoke rises from the abyss like smoke from a gigantic furnace. The sun and sky are darkened by the smoke from the abyss, 9:2. The fourth angel sounds his trumpet, Apocalypse 8, Beatus Escorial, c. 9:50 from out of the smoke, locusts who are given power like that of scorpions of the earth, 9:3, who are commanded not to harm anyone or anything except for people who are not given the seal of God on their foreheads, from chapter 7, 9:4. The locusts are described as having a human appearance, faces and hair, but with lions' teeth and wearing breastplates of iron. The sound of their wings resembles the thundering of many horses and chariots rushing into battle, 9:7-9. Sixth trumpet, the second woe, 9:13-21. The 4 angels bound to the great river Euphrates are released to prepare 200 million horsemen. These armies kill a third of mankind by plagues of fire, smoke, and brimstone. Interlude, the little scroll, 10:1-11. An angel appears, with 1 foot on the sea and 1 foot on the land, having an opened little book in his hand. Upon the cry of the angel, 7 thunders utter mysteries and secrets that are not to be written down by John. John is instructed to eat the little scroll that happens to be sweet in his mouth, but bitter in his stomach, and to prophesy. John is given a measuring rod to measure the temple of God, the altar, and those who worship there. Outside the temple, at the court of the holy city, it is trod by the nations for 42 months, 31 halves years. 2 witnesses prophesy for 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. 11:1-14. Seventh trumpet, the third woe that leads into the 7 bowls, 11:15-19. The temple of God opens in heaven, where the ark of his covenant can be seen. There are lightnings, noises, thunderings, an earthquake, and great hail. The 7 spiritual figures. Events leading into the third woe. The woman and the dragon, a woman clothed with a white robe, with the sun at her back, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars, is in pregnancy with a male child. 12:1-2. A great dragon with 7 heads, 10 horns, and 7 crowns on his heads, drags a third of the stars of heaven with his tail, and throws them to the earth. 12:3-4. The dragon waits for the birth of the child so he can devour it. However, sometime after the child is born, He is caught up to God's throne while the woman flees into the wilderness into her place prepared of God that they should feed her there for 1,260 days, 31½ years. 12:5-6. War breaks out in heaven between Michael and the dragon, identified as that old serpent, the devil, or Satan, 12:9. After a great fight, the dragon and his angels are cast out of heaven for good, followed by praises of victory for God's kingdom. 12:7-12. The dragon engages to persecute the woman, but she is given aid to evade him. Her evasiveness enrages the dragon, prompting him to wage war against the rest of her offspring, who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. 12:13-17. A seven-headed leopard-like beast, a beast, with 7 heads, 10 horns, and 10 crowns on his horns and on his heads names of blasphemy, emerges from the sea, having one mortally wounded head that is then healed. The people of the world wonder and follow the beast. The dragon grants him power and authority for 42 months. 13:1-5. The beast of the sea blasphemes God's name, along with God's tabernacle and his kingdom, and all who dwell in heaven, wages war against the saints and overcomes them. 13:6-10. Then, a beast emerges from the earth having 2 horns like a lamb, speaking like a dragon. He directs people to make an image of the beast of the sea who is wounded yet lives, breathing life into it, and forcing all people to bear the mark of the beast. The number of the beast, the Bible says, is 666. Events leading into the third woe. The Lamb stands on Mount Zion with the 144,000 firstfruits, who are redeemed from earth and victorious over the beast and his mark and image. 14:1-5. The proclamations of 3 angels. 14:6-13. One like the Son of Man reaps the earth. 14:14-16. A second angel reaps the vine of the earth and throws it into the great winepress of the wrath of God, and blood came out of the winepress, up to 1,600 stadia. 14:17-20. The temple of the tabernacle in heaven is opened. 15:1-5, beginning the 7 bowls revelation. 7 angels are given a golden bowl from the 4 living creatures that contains the 7 last plagues bearing the wrath of God. 15:6-8. Angels with the 7 plagues, 7 bowls, are poured onto earth. First bowl, a foul and malignant sore, afflicts the followers of the beast. 16:1-2. Second bowl, the sea turns to blood and everything within it dies. 16:3. Third bowl, all fresh water turns to blood. 16:4-7. Fourth bowl, the sun scorches the earth with intense heat and even burns some people with fire. 16:8-9. Fifth bowl, there is total darkness and great pain in the beast's kingdom. 16:10-11. Sixth bowl, the great river Euphrates is dried up and preparations are made for the kings of the east and the final battle at Armageddon between the forces of good and evil. 16:12-16. Seventh bowl, a great earthquake and heavy hailstorm. Every island fled away and the
There is a
mountains
fork
were
in the
not
road that's
found.
approaching you.
16:17-21. Aftermath. Vision of John given by an angel who had the 7 bowls. The great harlot who sits on a scarlet beast, with 7 heads and 10 horns and names of blasphemy all over its body, and by many waters. Babylon the Great. The angel showing John the vision of the harlot and the scarlet beast reveals their identities and fates. 17:1-18. New Babylon is destroyed. 18:18. The people of the earth, the kings, merchants, sailors, etc., mourn New Babylon's destruction. 18:9-19. The permanence of New Babylon's destruction. 18:20-24. The marriage supper of the Lamb. A great multitude praises God. 19:16. The marriage supper of the Lamb. 19:7-10. The judgment of the 2 beasts, the dragon and the dead. 19:11-2015. The beast and the false prophet are cast into the lake of fire. 19:11-21. The dragon is imprisoned in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. 20:1. The dragon is released and goes out to deceive the nations in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, and gathers them for battle at the holy city. The dragon makes war against the people of God, but is defeated. 20:7-9. The dragon is cast into the lake of fire with the beast and the false prophet. 20:10. The Last Judgment. The wicked, along with death and Hades, are cast into the lake of fire, which is the second death. 20:11-15. The angel showing John the New Jerusalem, with the Lamb of God at its center, the new heaven and earth, and New Jerusalem. A new heaven and new earth replace the old heaven and old earth. There is no more suffering or death. 21:18. God comes to dwell with humanity in the New Jerusalem. 21:2-8. Description of the New Jerusalem. 21:9-27. The river of life and the tree of life appear for the healing of the nations and peoples. The curse of sin is ended. 22:15. Conclusion. Christ's reassurance that his coming is imminent. Final admonitions. 22:6-21. Interpretations. Edit. Revelation has a wide variety of interpretations, ranging from the simple historical interpretation to a prophetic view on what will happen in the future by way of God's will and the woman's, traditionally believed to be the Virgin Mary, victory over Satan, symbolic interpretation, to different end-time scenarios, futurist interpretation, 60-61, to the views of critics who deny any spiritual value to Revelation at all, 62, ascribing it to a human-inherited archetype. Liturgical. Edit. Paschal liturgical. Edit. This interpretation, which has found expression among both Catholic and Protestant theologians,
and you can stay on the path which curves to the left by denying the existence of Satanism in the fullness that you've been shown. Or you can surrender to the truth and take the right-hand path. Now, where that road could lead is the sweetest risk you'll ever take. Are you still pretending that this one-eye religion of Freemasonry isn't Luciferianism? See, this here is the biggest obstacle you'll ever face. The very thing that could lead you to the prize is the very thing that will keep you from it. The reality of international Satanism. In the shadow of Christianity, Satanism has always been there. With every church that sprung up, so did its invisible enemy, the Satanic Church, growing out of sight and out of mind from this to this. And Christianity has long been deprived of its power, as clearly demonstrable by the absolute lack of preaching against the institution of Freemasonry, Satanism's magic cloak, Satanism's magic trick. That's Freemasonry. And how they are laughing for now.
And you want to know what's the real truth is? Kenneka case, her death investigation actually exposed Freemasonry. When it exposed Freemasonry, look what all came with it. MTV had their hands all over this, and celebrities. Bruh. If that don't hit different, I don't know what would. That's scary to me, bruh. They just show you how deep he in the neighborhood. Ain't nobody thinking no devil in no neighborhood, in the hood. Don't nobody think like that. You know what I'm saying? I remember what Country Black said on Vlad TV about 3-6 Mafia. How they talk to the devil, bruh. You know what I'm saying? I'ma find that video. Hold on.
So Freemasons are at the helm of the power structure of society, which means Satanism rules. And they're making their move for the new order of the ages. Are you that besotted by this evil world that you'll even deny the existence of secret societies? And what about the American president, John Kennedy? Was he just a nut job like me? Warning us about an international secret society with an international secret plot, a Freemason trying to tell you and the world about Freemasonry. Shot through the head. I've shown you who they are. I've shown you how they successfully operate with degrees of initiations and horrific and illegal oaths of secrecy. And I've shown you why they are a secret society. I've proven it to you. And only now that I've done that, I can show you in this many minutes what the shocking new order that Freemasonry has so cautiously been guiding us toward actually looks like. And of course you won't believe that either. By now there's a 98.5% chance that you belong to the world. And in that case, the world can do, will do, and is doing whatever the hell it wants to with you. And when all you have is the world, you'll do anything to hold on to it. Christian or not, most of you will follow this world straight to the slaughterhouse in the name of peace, safety, and progress. Clinging to it, because all you love is inside it. Blissfully ignoring people like me warning you of who's really in charge of it. Men, women, actors, singers, businessmen, and politicians, all interlocked, whose God is named Lucifer. You've seen it with your own eyes, but now you can hear it with your own ears from this 33-degree Freemason in person, just in case the Masonic literature wasn't enough for you.
Okay, define Lucifer for me.
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy...
Virtuous.
Virtuous. Now, is he the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh, man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet.
Oh, God bless you, brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach, is that Lucifer is light.
No.
And you're
about those
confirming
hospitals?
You know what, sir? Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, we did not do these good deeds in your name. And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
Jesus said it?
In Matthew chapter 5.
You've been bred from childhood to fall for the biggest lie ever told, that Satan doesn't exist. And if Satan doesn't exist, well then neither does Jesus. And while your heroes and idols know full well that they do exist. And when I say you've been bred from childhood, I mean just that. Walter Disney was a high-ranking Freemason. Here's a Masonic stamp dedicated to him, and his very exclusive Club 33, which stands for the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. And who's the god of the 33rd degree Freemason, Walt Disney? Well, Walter hides the answer in plain sight, because that's what Freemasons do. Firstly, the god of Mr. Disney is wicked. See how they veil evil with a cloak of innocence? What does the word veil itself conceal? Secondly, Walter's god is horny, symbolized by the horned god of the witches. And we all know Walt Disney loves magic, which is witchcraft. So the depictions of sex are hidden in plain sight as well. Remember, lust produces life, not love. So lust is purity, lust is love for the high degree Freemason. And thirdly, he hides the number of his God's name in the open as well. No, that's not a 666 you're seeing interwoven in the design. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Not even when they separate the sixes from the name, all three of them, and place them together for you like this, in plain sight. No, not even then will people see. Do you think things are any better 50 years later? Here's the eye of Lucifer in the Nickelodeon channel, and his lightning flash. Remember what they actually believe about Satan. From Freemason Helena Blavatsky's book, The Secret Doctrine, meaning the secret belief. Who is Satan? He is the angel who was proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored himself in full divine light, strong enough to still reign in darkness amidst agony. Helena Blavatsky is suggested as recommended reading by the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry right here. And the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, speaking of Lucifer, Satan, and the Devil on page 407, writes that to the initiate, the devil is the instrument of liberty or free will. That's who Lucifer is to them, okay? To show you how little you know of who you're dealing with, and the extent of this religion's influence and power, not to mention their plans, let me jump ahead for a minute. Watch this. This is Lucius Trust. The Lucius Trust is a non-for-profit service organization incorporated in the United States in 1922, and their objective from Lucius Trust website, dedicated to the establishment of a new and better way of life for everyone in the world, based on the fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. The divine plan, a new way of life, like a new world system, like a new order. Now you want to see who they work for? The Lucius Trust has consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. The United Nations, the UN. They consult the United Nations of the world. They advise the United Nations of the world. Now look at this. The Lucius Trust's publishing company was founded in the early 1920s as Lucifer Publishing Company. The Lucius Trust says that the name was probably chosen to honor Lucifer. What on earth does a modern day consultant to the most powerful and progressive force engaged in uniting all nations under one banner, the UN, have to do with the fallen angel of the Holy Bible? The one that Jesus Christ told us would manifest on earth as a world ruler, to deceive the whole world into a new world system. Yes, that angel. Why on earth would they honor that angel? Well, that's easy. They were founded by Freemasons. Incorporated into the United States by Alice Bailey and her husband Foster. Well, here's a book written by Foster the Freemason, The Spirit of Freemasonry, published by Lucius Press, also known as Lucifer Publishing. And one last thing, if you dig a little, you'll find an article on their website, The Esoteric Meaning of Lucifer, on a modern company website with consultative powers to the United Nations of all things. Wow, I really hope you're seeing this. In the article it states that the Baileys had enormous respect for H.P. Blavatsky, who stated in her renowned occult book, The Secret Doctrine, on page 245 in the chapter called Holy Satan. It is Satan who is the God of our planet and the only God. Then the article goes,
and it makes you think why Miss Teresa always say, but God. But God. I'm like, what that but got to do with anything, bro? You know what I'm saying? But now y'all know she ain't talking about the same God that we believe in, bro. So this just to show me, bro, everybody that's Mason is full of it. Ain't nothing good in it. I see the system how it's designed. Man, we living upon the Satan rule. We forgot to live Christian, spiritually. Man, this man got us living worldly, bruh. You see what I'm saying? Then they telling us in the cartoons. Man, look, we were just reading the Marvel comic book. That motherfucker got all New World Order shit. They telling you how they finna do this shit, bro. Then the book of Revelation saying the same thing. The only person that's trying to stop it is Jesus. Man, you know Jesus ain't in no movie theater watching they shit. Man, you know Jesus ain't walking in no lodges doing no oaths. You know what I'm saying? You know, man, bro, why is these people doing this shit? I mean, you don't even think about the afterlife? Man, these folks don't even believe in heaven. So it's like Lucifer already know he finna die. He just finna take everybody down with him. Man, that's just like a suicide. Come on, man. Come on with me. Help me gun him down. No, you lost. And then now I remember, like you said, Lena, man, I remember when I was coming up, man, shit, back in those days, man, your parents used to tell you, man, that TV was the devil. Cut that TV off. You watching too much goddamn TV. Cause they were listening what was on the TV. They synced all that stuff, but you know, we kids, you know what I'm saying? So we ain't go pick up on what they actually saying in the cartoon, but back then your mama and them knew what it was. Hearing that, seeing that, you know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for Kenneka death, I'd still be in the dark on this Freemasonic. But I don't know all they stuff, but I do know one thing, what they got in mind. They want to control the world. They want to get rid of humans, bring the clones in. They trying to exterminate us so they can have clones. You could do whatever you want with a clone. You see what I'm saying? They giving you food to eat. Know you finna catch cancer, get sick, all the processed clone. They feeding you clone meat. And then make it so bad you get up and go to work for them. Ooh, let me get ready to go to work. Man, these folk own the system. They own the prison system, the hospital, the funeral homes. If God told you he cast Lucifer down here to the earth, and he say he's gonna be ruler of the earth, ain't that what exactly he doing? Ain't this what God's showing you? That's who running the world, not no family. Lucifer, and then I won't even be surprised if they got a whole army of fighting clones somewhere in the warehouse ready to make something happen. It's just like in Will Smith. You see how the robots come in? Come on, bruh. I'm seeing the agenda now. That's why they making movies. And then the scary part about it, nobody don't know when this may happen. Because it's already like they up to something. You got flying drones out here, planes coming out the sky, and UFO sightings. And then look who all getting exposed. The devil, P. Diddy. The devil is all on the news right now. The devil is all on the news right now, bro. He tried to burn up the California. Look at the California situation. Man, they try to burn that John down. You see what I'm saying? These folk gonna need an underground system to move clones, humans, drugs, and other strange things they will be into. Man, we just living a simple ass life, but these people living a totally another life. Man, sometime one night I was smoking. I ain't even go lie. I was smoking. And it was at nighttime. When I smoke, I like to look at the moon sometime. You know what I'm saying? So I was up there dazed and looking at the moon, and all of a sudden a light popped on right aside the moon like a star. I said, what? And then look, make it so bad. When I seen it, I said, man, that can't be no star. That gotta be like that's a light. it was like a light. It was like, I can't explain it. And check this out. I wakes up in the morning to go take the garbage to the street, right? And this light still dark. But when I came outside, it was on. When I came outside, it was still on. So I just stayed there, you know what I'm saying, just, you know what I'm saying, smoke, and it was just looking up there, and all of a sudden it just cut off like a light. Like, I said, man, that could be a camera light. But I was thinking, I'm like, man, let me start looking in the sky, you know what I'm saying, and some of those stars could be high-flying drones with cameras zooming in, infrared style, Jack. Cause y'all remember when I told y'all, I even made a video about it. I'm like, man, I'm seeing all type of shit fly in the sky. I even made a video and showed y'all the video. Shit hovering around me. And then come to find out, about a year or two later, now they got drone sighting. You got drone sighting in Washington, D.C., all over the United States. And I'm like, well, shit, I been seen that then. You know what I'm saying? Notice you ain't heard nothing else about that UFO landed in California. And it's strange that the UFO always landing somewhere close to California, though. I know one thing, everybody need to look at the Bermuda Circle. Cause when I looked at the Bermuda Triangle and looked on that island, I'm like, man, they got to be rich folks stay on this island. I'm looking at big boy houses with pools, exotic cars, but they say everything that fly over there, you know, either disappear, and if a boat get close, it disappear to drown, or if an airplane go over there, it mysteriously disappear. I want to know who stay on Bermuda Triangle. Cause you just heard nothing but crazy stuff about the Bermuda Triangle, bro. But yeah, check this out though.
Goes on to say that the Baileys sought to elicit a deeper understanding of the sacrifice made by Lucifer. Everything has been reversed. Evil is good, Jesus is the enemy, and Lucifer sacrificed himself for you, not Jesus Christ, the one who washed the feet of his disciples and the only one they fear. Modern progressive atheists do not influence world events, people. Satanists do. Remember the goal of the Lucis Trust? The fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. Yeah, the divine plan exposed by Jesus Christ in the Gospels. Hence their war on the Bible and the abolition of it from the school system and even from modern Christian churches who dare not preach from the book of Revelation.
See that? The book of Revelation came up. Think about what Hitler did. When Hitler finna kill his own people, what if United States do that? Cause United States finna do that, bro. Man, I won't be surprised United States had a whole army of cloning military fighting machine that's cloned and finna do a real martial law and then exterminate. And who gonna do something about it? Nobody. You can't. Then you can't run. Where you gonna go? They know the whole layout. They know make it so bad. These people know the whole layout of the world. We don't. Cause it made me think, I'm like, man, I really want to know, is the world round? Or is the world flat? Or what shape it is? Cause they'll never show you pictures. They gotta Photoshop every picture. Like, check this out. Elon Musk ain't gonna show no video since he got rockets shooting up there to the moon and all this. Why he don't record it? The ship on the way. Can you put a camera on the dashboard like we do in our cars and let us ride on that motherfucker? I want to see where you landed, John, at. You see what I'm saying? And then look, this man, who is him? And he'll be a threat to the military. Like, do nobody don't see that? If he can do all that, don't nobody see that man as a threat when it come to like Korea, China, you know what I'm talking about? Cause if I had my own state, goddamn, I'm gonna be like, wait a fucking minute. You mean to tell me he talking about he can go to the moon at any time he want to? Boy, that's cold. He can go to the moon anytime he... And you don't think the military, the Pope, everybody gonna want to go up there? And they probably brought the Pope up in that giant. Man, you know, man, I'm like, man, let me get on that giant and go up there with you. I'd be scared to go. No, I don't even want to experience that. I don't believe. On timeout.
Your most highly evolved and contemporary leaders of society secretly believe that in the theosophical perspective, the descent of these solar angels was not a fall into sin or disgrace, but rather an act of great sacrifice. They believe in the fallen angels and their revolt against God as revealed in the Bible, led by the devil, the chief commander of Freemason Bob Dylan, remember? These people make contact with these fallen angels, with the royal art of Freemasonry called witchcraft. Please stick around, let me show you that. How many solar angels does the Bible say followed Lucifer out of this heavenly realm? A third of the angels makes 33%. Does that number sound familiar yet? 33 degrees of Freemasonry.
Boom!
Just a coincidence? From the Gospels again, which expose these people every time. Do not let anyone who delights in false humility and the worship of angels, and who has access to some visionary world, beguile you, trick you of your reward. You still don't believe that the false humility of the charitable fraternity of the Freemasons is behind it all? Well, Blavatsky also published a magazine called Lucifer with a woman named Annie Besant. And here's a letter written by Annie herself with the official Masonic letterhead. And here Annie signs off as a 33rd degree Freemason. Printed also in the left-hand corner, Annie Besant, 33rd degree, and a member of the Supreme Council. Undeniable and undisputable.
So basically, a Master Mason is the 33%. Oh, golly, that's the lightning bolts. No wonder why 33 degrees stands so... No wonder why that number just stand out when it comes to 33. I'm like, no 30 degree, 29 degree. Like, why 33 is so loudly known? Like, now it made me want to go back to them NBA players and look at their numbers. Boy, you finna see a lot of Masonic numbers on them giants. Matter of fact, I'm finna go look at some baseball. I mean, it's a football game and watch everybody line up on the field and look at the numbers on their jerseys and see what I can get out of it. Boy, that's real thinking right there, goddamn it. You know what I'm talking about? I might try it in a minute, you know, but damn, the way they got to set up the cameras, damn, I got to find a good ass view to do it, like a replay.
Please don't make me prove it to you over and over. Have you caught a glimpse of who you're dealing with yet? They're all Freemasons, high-ranking, and they're all buffeted by a plethora of Masonic dupes who don't know any of this, because they can't decipher the symbols and they don't care to try. They're proud and boastful and defensive of their beloved fraternity, in which they get to rub shoulders with the most important people of their suburbs, cities and towns, and in which they got on their knees to take blood oaths of death, calling other old decrepitated men worshipful master, yet still they think it's innocent and has nothing to hide. Delusional and lost, almost beyond hope. Some of them still think it's a Christian organization, just like the founder of the Satanic Church described. What do you get when you carefully conceal Satanism with Christianity? You get Freemasonry. People, Satanism is at the core of our world, and it is behind the new order that will be implemented soon enough. It will be all done through deception. You'll be tricked. Remember how I told you that the all-seeing eye sees that we're in hell? Well, the massive witch and Freemason Helena says so right here. Satan is the minister of God, Lord of the seven mansions of Hades, the angel of the manifest worlds. Hades means hell, manifest worlds means earth. This is who you're dealing with. This is the religion and the beliefs of the rich, powerful and famous. And yes, politicians. Do you want to go back to sleep? You can sleep after this. Or wait till I show you what they're going to do to you, coming up in this many minutes. For those who simply refuse to believe that Bono or Scott Morrison or Prince can be Luciferians because they all go to church, let me show you another Masonic ritual they do. And this is before Satanism or Luciferianism is revealed to the candidate. And then you tell me if Bono or Scott are capable of secretly believing in Lucifer. It all starts here with the Masonic apron. Different kinds signifying different grades. Have you guessed what it's hiding yet? The genitals. Pretty obvious. Like everything else they hide, once you can see. The genitals are the true working tools of a Mason. Freemasonry is foundationally a sex cult, like Satanism, because it all starts with sex, doesn't it? Life itself starts with sex. So the mystical force of the true God of Freemasonry hides in the hidden part of the human body. That's the Holy of Holies, covered by the Masonic apron, the seat of God, the seat of Lucifer. See here with Satanist King Diamond's artwork? The eye is attached to the horn god, but look at where the eye starts, from the waist down. That's where the apron of a Mason begins. And the one eye of Freemasonry is also the one eye of the penis, where life generates and springs forth. See the openly hidden secret of the Masonic square and compass now? You're looking at the sex act. That's the female in missionary position, and that's the male mounting her. The sex act. And the eye in the middle, with these emanating rays, is the orgasm and the ejaculation of the penis. See life shooting forth. That's how they see the sun and the earth too. The sun is the visible penis of their true God, shooting forth life continually. The light itself is the mystical sperm of the God of this world. The sun and penis generate life, while the earth and female womb produce life. The letter G, when replacing the I in the middle of the square and compass, stands for generation, sexual generation. The practical aspect of Freemasonry and Satanism's religion is that of a sex cult. You see Rod Stewart telling you he's a Freemason? By displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry, also known as the Master of the Second Veil, and look at his other hand, taking the Masonic apron's place for covering his penis, which is the Holy of Holies, the seat of God for the Mason. And from the Grand Pontiff of Freemasonry, Albert Pike, hence the significancy of the phallus, the penis, or of its inoffensive substitute, the obelisk. Straight from the horse's mouth, the erect penis graces us, or should I say disgraces us, with its presence in every country in the world, marking its territory. The Masonic obelisk in our face, everywhere, making its bold statement, yelling, screaming in silence. This is another reason why we're considered the ignorant and stupid masses. Another example of hidden in plain sight. And here's an erect penis on the front page of the female Freemasonry magazine, The Eastern Star. I once stood in front of this obelisk in Sydney and I must have asked 30 people what they thought it was. Not a single one of them knew.
And that's probably why the Eastern Stars, look, that's probably why the Eastern Stars in there. Look at the payal stick. Jeez. Damn. I thought I had statues in Bangkok, goddammit, but look at this. Man, this stuff is real, bruh. This stuff is for real. No wonder why Miss Teresa, Leonora and them so hot. Throwing no party and thongs and stuff. Ooh. Lord, take the wheel. No wonder why she goddamn it shit. This what's going on. Leonora, where you finna go, bitch? I'm finna go to the goddamn, you know the mall. Jeez.
To the Freemasons of the higher degrees, the whole universe is in fact one giant and continuous sex act. This is the structure of Freemasonry. You can take this path to the top or this path.
So you could take this path or this path. Which path y'all take, y'all? You'll go to the Scotty right or to your right? I'm out. Just a little question. You know what I'm about. Got two choices, goddammit. Let's see. York right. Master Mason, Past Mason, you know, Roy. I ain't gonna. Poppy on. Oh. Oh. Let me go over here right quick, goddammit. Oh, my microphone trying to go out. Damn, my microphone trying to trip. God is right. Let me. Secret Mason. Secret Mason. Oh, swords. They probably where that payal stick is. We got the swords. Prince of Knights of Axe. By chopping something. Mercy. This shit finna get serious. No wonder. There go the Eastern Stars right here. Oh. Prince of Mercy. So they up there. So Eastern Stars. So boom. Stars gonna serve them. Bam. Knights of the Sun. Wait a minute. Knight of St. Andrew. Man, why Andrew name got to pop up? I'm telling y'all, man, look, Andrew Home and Miss Teresa popping up. Man, I swear, man. You know what I'm talking about? We got Andrew, then Miss Teresa hot ass in this shit. Yeah, you know, see, that's what I be saying, bruh. Vector outside. So boom. So you got the Knights of Saint Andrew. So Andrew Home could be Saint Andrew. He probably be in the St. Andrew squad. It look like Mitch and them. You know, they like the Eastern Star. They gonna serve these people because they the one that get the booty. You know what I'm talking about? Now they get everything. You know, these niggas that start now might get like a little foot rub or something, or a little wink of the eye. You know, they got to climb up the ladder to get up here to this shit. So you might, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you know. You might got to pop up at Miss Teresa's house, you know, buy her a filth or something. You know what I'm talking about? And then you'll climb up another ladder, you know what I'm talking about? So it's all little steps you gotta take, you know what I'm saying, to get up there with this shit. And this when you get up there to the Eastern Star letter, it's like you could have the women then. Yeah, you got St. Andrew and Mother Teresa. Something ain't right, bro. Dang. I want to know if that's that payal stick, cause it'll be two of them. If you look at, I can look at these like a pair of legs, and you got that wood going up inside between those legs, and there'll be a nigga laying down. That dude looks sexual down the game. Damn. That dude look like what it look like. Just look at it like a woman on top of a man. This her legs. She riding. That's the G spot. And that's the, you know, that's the man that be humping. Cause he gonna be laid on his back. Oh, that's kind of weird to me, bruh. And you can see the head is inside. Oh, man. And he in them goods. Y'all get what I'm saying? She'll be riding him on top of him. This will be the payal stick. That's why. That's why That's why you had the mixing. That's why they had to crown it with the skull head. Yeah, like the Billiken shit. I learned that from the Billiken shit. They said you could look through this shit in symbols. That's what I'm looking at in symbols. So matter of fact, you could basically draw. You could just basically draw anything now for a symbol and just make it a tool. Just so that you can make a woman, a full woman out of just tools. Man, it looked like she riding him. Look, she gonna be on top of him. Right? Look, if you draw some leg like this, cause this is be his feet. He laid on his back, feet on the bed. She gonna be on top. This would be the G spot. He in the womb. He in the womb. That's why when it comes to the pyramid, you got to all see. Look, you got to, when it comes to the pyramid, you know it's incomplete.
And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine is what's found behind the Masonic apron, because that's where life comes from. That's the mystic shrine. You have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to be asked to join the Order of the Mystic Shrine. And then, once you're inside, you can be invited to join this order, the Royal Order of Jesters. See, Freemasonry.
Woo! And he mentioned it. Bro, he mentioned the Royal Order Jester because he was just saying this.
Way up
Look, he was just saying
the
about
significance
this.
of the phallus.
Don't that make sense now? Don't that make sense when it come to the Kenneka and her mama, and when it came to Freemasonry? Freemasonry. Even Francis K said it's the Royal Order. Gave us a specific name that Miss Teresa is an Eastern Star. And this what
the penis, or of its inoffensive substitute, the obelisk. Straight from the horse's mouth, the erect penis graces us, or should I say disgraces us, with its presence in every country in the world, marking its territory. The Masonic obelisk in our face, everywhere, making its bold statement, yelling, screaming in silence. This is another reason why we're considered the ignorant and stupid masses. Another example of hidden in plain sight. And here's an erect penis on the front page of the female Freemasonry magazine, The Eastern Star. I once stood...
The Eastern Stars had to put it on their front page, bruh. Come on now. No wonder why Miss Teresa act the way they act. Can you do a split on the D? Can you still do the split on the D? That's why that symbol look. That's why they said you could recreate life. That's why the pack look. I heard the Pope said this. He said, "This is the tree of life." The Pope said this the tree of life because it produce. I remember because he was like, man, that's the tree of life. And I was like, what? It was a sexual act. The tree was the tree of life, bruh.
In front of this obelisk in Sydney, and I must have asked 30 people what they thought it was. Not a single one of them knew. To the Freemasons of the higher degrees, the whole universe is in fact one giant and continuous sex act. This is the structure of Freemasonry. You can take this...
Now they go back to this symbol. Again, this the G spot. What this look like right here on the outside of the lid? A penis. It's in her that's finna produce life, meaning pregnancy. That's what that dude meant, bruh. So when it came, look, so this what I heard what the Pope said. And before I heard it from a Pope, a pimp told me this. We were talking about Adam and Eve. So when we were talking about Adam and Eve, they were talking about the serpent, the snake, right? Talking about the serpent, the snake came in the form of a snake. So look, Eve ended up talking to the snake and ended up tricked and told her to beat the fruit from the tree of life. Nobody don't know what people think it is an actually tree and the fruit. But the pimp nigga told me it was a sex act. The serpent was your private part. It was a private part. It was the payout stick. You see what I'm saying? Because he gave her knowledge, wisdom, understanding what was perfectly going on. It was a sex act. And watch this. Guess who she had? Cain. What?
Path to the top or this path. And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine is what's found behind the Masonic apron, because that's where life comes from. That's the Mystic Shrine. You have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to be asked to join the Order of the Mystic Shrine. And then, once you're inside, you can be invited to join this order, the Royal Order of Jesters.
That makes sense. That make a totally lot of sense to me. So that means what he just said. If you take this route,
this path.
So you got to be like a 30-some degree in this, like he said. You got to be in this ride to get in the Royal Order Justice is where the Eastern Star is going to... Oh, man. So you already know what Mr. Reese and them got going on with this Eastern Star, bruh. Boy.
And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine is what's found behind the Masonic apron, because that's where life comes from. That's the Mystic Shrine. You have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to be asked to join the Order of the Mystic Shrine. And then, once you're inside, you can be invited to join this order, the Royal Order of Jesters. See, Freemasonry is like Russian dolls, and Satanism is at its center. Look at some of the pins and lapel designs for the Order of the Jesters. You can only join them unless you're at least a 32nd degree Freemason.
So this a high-ranking ass boy. This shit a real high-ranking justice. Look how, boy, don't you see how ranking the justice is? They right here. And they fuck with the... No wonder why Miss Teresa has so much power and influence. Look at all these people connected. Woo! They are the higher ups. Miss Teresa are the higher ups. Woo! Bro! Now y'all see how powerful that lady is, bro. So that means can't no other Mason fuck with them. Only the 33s. Golly. God damn, Miss Teresa. Hold on. Bruh, this is more craziest thing I ever witnessed in my life. No wonder why she... Ooh. The Thunderbolts. Now I see why I call them Thunder Booties. There was a perfect name to give them, Thunderbutt. Man.
Sex and debauchery. Erections. The
Man, I'm finna make
adoration
a
of the
video
phallus.
about this shit.
Masturbation.
Told
Devils.
y'all, bruh.
Demons.
And they
Fallen
associated.
angels.
Look. Then they got all the color: yellow, blue, purple. Ooh.
This one here, mocking holiness. Reference to the anus. And sodomy. Anything to mock the Bible.
Told y'all. Y'all know I'm finna make a video about this stuff. Man, y'all know I'm finna make a video about this. Let me start this over again right quick. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. I wanna hear how you climb up these ranks. Miss Teresa, why they got all this shit everywhere in the city?
Religion is that of a sex cult. You see Rod Stewart telling you he's a Freemason? By displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry, also known as the Master of the Second Veil, and look at his other hand, taking the Masonic apron's place for covering his penis, which is the Holy of Holies, the seat of God for the Mason. And from the Grand Pontiff of Freemasonry, Albert Pike, hence the significancy of the phallus, the penis, or of its inoffensive substitute, the obelisk. Straight from the horse's mouth, the erect penis graces us, or should I say disgraces us, with its presence in every country in the world, marking its territory. The Masonic obelisk in our face, everywhere, making its bold statement, yelling, screaming in silence. This is another reason why we're considered the ignorant and stupid masses. Another example of hidden in plain sight. And here's an erect penis on the front page of the female Freemasonry magazine, The Eastern Star. I once stood in front of this obelisk in Sydney and I must have asked 30 people what they thought it was. Not a single one of them knew. To the Freemasons of the higher degrees, the whole universe is in fact one giant and continuous sex act. This is the structure of Freemasonry. You can take this path to the top or this path. And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine.
And look at this. You got the Eastern Stars on the. Woo!
And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine is what's found behind the Masonic apron, because that's where life comes from. That's the Mystic Shrine. You have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to be asked to join the Order of the Mystic Shrine. And then, once you're inside, you can be invited to join this order, the Royal Order of Jesters. See, Freemasonry is like Russian dolls, and Satanism is at its center. Look at some of the pins and lapel designs for the Order of the Jesters. You can only join them unless you're at least a 32nd degree Freemason. Sex and debauchery. Erections. The adoration of the phallus. Masturbation. Devils. Demons. Fallen angels. This one here, mocking holiness. Reference to the anus. And sodomy, anything to mock the Bible. This disgusting one has King Momus sitting on a female's face, and hidden in plain sight is the square and the compass, for those who have eyes to see. Bestiality, yes indeed. This bagpipe player has an erection, and the sheep is running away scared. Self-explanatory. This character has an emphasized eye, if you can see that, and the skull has an emphasized eye also. The wink and the one eye of the Indian. And the secrecy, the symbols of secrecy. On the far right here, the monkey covers his groin area, symbolizing the Masonic apron, and the black and white dogs, well, they symbolize the checkered floorboard of the Masonic Lodge, which is sexualized male and female principles, the horned god, where evil and good don't exist. And in the first degree, Masons are given a Bible stamped with a square and compass, oblivious to the inherent mockery and the foundation of the whole fraternity, as alluded to here with a genuine Royal Order of Jesters private lapel. This is a certificate that a jester receives after his initiation, and you see here their patron is named King Momus, and he was a god, or a daemon, which is a variant of the word demon, who was expelled from heaven, as the legend goes. Sounds just like Lucifer, because it is. Did Freemasonry disassociate themselves from the tax-exempt branch of Freemasonry known as the Jesters? Well, no, they didn't, because, I mean, this is rare footage of an event within the lodge. Now, I'm sorry about the quality of this, but this is a Masonic lodge. So for Masons that want to say that the Jesters are contrary to Masonry, well, look at these dirty old men, masters of the lodge, with sublime morals, all married, probably all have daughters and granddaughters, yet still this, inside the lodge. But for you it should be obvious, because you can see the square and compass, the sex act, and the all-seeing eye right in the middle. I told you that Satanism was the oldest religion in the world, and it is. The sex act was ritualized and organized as a religion before we called it Satanism. But Satan has always been the god, the horny god, the horned god of these sex cults. All of them, from Samaria to Egypt to Greece and so on, that's called paganism. And the real Bible of the Freemasons and the pagans, the one not written by hand, the one that's older than any book, the one that supersedes all the rest in age, thus making it the purest and most unadulterated word of God in the eyes of the Freemasons, is nature. Nature is their Bible. And before you think there's nothing wrong with that, wait a second, because you're not thinking straight. Ask a Mason, whether he be a first degree or a 33rd degree, what is Freemasonry? And the universal go-to answer is this: a peculiar system of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. Now, why would you need to veil your morals? Because in their peculiar system, evil is good and good is evil. That's Satanism 101. A peculiar system of morals. That should tell you something. That should tell you everything. Why would your morals need to be a secret? Because their deeds are in fact evil.
It's funny that he mentioned models and all that old stuff. Bruh, I'm telling y'all, man, I'm finna make a fat-ass video about this one. So y'all stay tuned for this one.
Glorifying the laws of nature, where cruelty and self-obsession are virtuous characteristics. That's nature. Nature is as cruel as she is kind. The checkered floorboard, where everything is legal. It's Christianity that lives in reverse. The first shall be last. Love your enemies. The meek shall inherit the earth. These are unholy and unnatural concepts in the eyes of visible nature, the nature of Freemasonry, which is Satanism. What the Freemasons really mean by this morality veiled in allegory is that they're allowed to steal because nature allows it. They're allowed to kill because nature allows it. They're allowed to commit adultery because nature isn't monogamous. They're allowed to lie, indulge in all their God-given senses, especially sexual, because nature encourages it, as long as no one finds out, under oath. Jesus said, narrow is the road that leads to life, and broad is the road that leads to destruction. The Freemason of the century says, no true Mason can be narrow, for his lodge is the divine expression of all broadness. Because broad are the divine laws of nature. While they glorify those laws, Christianity breaks those laws. It becomes supernatural, because only then can you love your enemy. And so it goes that Christianity is despised by Freemasonry, the real Freemasons, because their Bible is nature, and by nature they know the personality traits of their god Satan, because he's the god of this world, just as the Freemasons, the enemies of mankind, say that he is, and just like Jesus said he was too. So they believe that Jesus is evil because he denies human nature and burdens us with the knowledge of sin. Observable nature, that's what guides the Masons' ethics and the Masons' morals. That's why they're called Freemasons. Believe you me, because they're free from moral obligations, free from sin, from guilt. They're free from Jesus Christ. These people are introducing this new system of the world, this new age. You're going to miss Christianity when it's gone. Mark my words. Because you have no rights in the eyes of nature, which is the Bible of Freemasonry and Satanism. And soon that will become painfully plain as a fact of life. Now please, I give you fair warning of what's to come in this presentation. It's very disturbing, or at least it should be. But cause to celebrate follows the disgusting things you're about to see. This is precisely where my own life and well-being come into danger. So let me say this right now. If you hear of my sudden death, or of my possession of 0.5 kilogram of cocaine or child porn, or my overdose or my suicide, remember this video. And if something so unfortunate should happen to me, may it serve as a catapult to you and as a remembrance of the conclusion to this presentation, which is this many minutes away. Do I really think they're going to make me pay for this video, for breaking my oaths? Well, seeing as people are so far gone, lost in the illusion that secret societies have constructed around you and inside you, and seeing as they can simply pull this video down, close my account and whatnot, no, I don't think they'll come after me. But if they do, let me say this to the Grand Lodge that orders my demise right now. Jesus wins. So in saying all that, here we go. Is Scott Morrison a Satanist? I'll let you answer that. Here is a ritual that Scott and every Freemason from this guy to this girl have performed. There is one Masonic apron you'll never see being worn. This one. And when I bumped into it, I thought it was a fake. Until I found this in Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, official Masonic literature, written for Masons only. On this page, what is that head doing there? You'll find out in a sec. Let's read the description of the apron worn in this degree. Speaking of the initiates, it states, they wear white aprons sprinkled with blood red and lined and bordered with black. On the flap of the apron, a bloody arm holding a dagger, and on the apron, a bloody arm holding a bloody head by the hair. Now this is why there's an illustration of a decapitated head. And this is going to become to a bone-chilling conclusion. So during this ritual, the candidate removes the blindfold and discovers a basin of water with a tumbler beside it. He is also astonished to find a human head lying on the floor. The master of ceremonies returns and directs the candidate to take up the knife in his right hand and the head in his left. Yes, this pope, this rock star, this pop star, this actor, this actress, and this beloved Prime Minister. This is what they've done. All of them, hands down. And you thought all you needed to be is talented to succeed? No, you need to belong to the secret society called Freemasonry. And believe me, when you belong to them,
So that mean Miss Teresa did some hella fast shit? Bro. Man. That means she climbed up the ranks for real. But guess what? Selena Gomez, come on, bro. Selena Gomez got to be in the Royal Jesters, bro. See what I'm saying? It made so much sense to me now, Miss Teresa, bro. You is the devil. And God said about these devils, what he was gonna do to you devils. Now we finna hit her with her own Bible quotes. Boy, my video finna be fire.
You belong to them. Now you tell me, can these people end up believing in Lucifer? Is that really a stretch? Carrying around a bloody head? Swearing to have your brain cooked, tongue torn out from the roots if you ever reveal anything? No, the stretch is that you think they couldn't believe in Lucifer. That's the stretch. Lucifer, the one who sets you free, remember, from sin by sinning. Can you now see the bloody spirit of Freemasonry lurking behind the veneer of charity and the veneer of Christianity? Because Scott Morrison goes to church, apparently. The Pope is a Christian, apparently. But look at these people. So-called Christians or Christians gathered around a giant erect phallus in the middle of the Catholic square. This is Freemasonry, the demolition of morals, the creation of hypocrisy, and the demolition of true virtue. These minds are directing the future. Now, to be fair, I don't know if these heads are real heads. I never got that far to find out. But I will tell you this. All the skulls they use they're real. All the skeletons they use they're real. And they run every single noteworthy funeral home in Australia and the world. I know that.
Told y'all the same thing in Chicago, bro. Look how Trey Gang was linking this shit back to the funeral homes, the medical examiner office. We still talking about this Royal Order Jester stuff. Man. Woo! Huck. Don't you know how many missing people involving around Miss Teresa's circle? Switching caskets? Falsifying documents and making them public?
Personally and for a fact. Once again, you are only seeing the tip of the iceberg because I can't bring myself to tell you about what I really know of the rituals that come after the 33rd degree Freemasonry. For as much as they celebrate life in various grotesque ways, they also celebrate death in ritual form, which are the things I can't speak of to you. They have to celebrate death in order to prove that they can see things through the all-seeing eye, the one that sees above evil and above good, the checkered floorboard where things kill each other to live, where life is cruel, where morals are broad. There is no sin, there is only nature. See, these Masonic rituals are designed to desensitize the candidate further and further in preparation for the raw truth of Satanism, the truth which is plainly stated by the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry. Lucifer is the light bearer, and that you should doubt it not, from their own literature and from their own mouths. Until finally the candidate's introduction into the royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft, the ancient craft. Why do you think that witchcraft has disappeared? It never disappeared. It was hidden, forced to go into hiding by the appearance of Jesus on the human scene. Another reason why he's passionately hated And soon, him and his ways will be done away with in this new world. And so will your rights. You still don't believe me? You're still doubting all the evidence, like the Freemasons are counting on you to doubt. Well, remember from the Encyclopedia of American Religions, the continuing impact of speculative modern Freemasonry provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Watch this 2-minute clip. I can vouch for every single thing you hear come from the former Masons' mouths.
In the initiation in Freemasonry, we had to be recommended by another Mason. Well, in order to join witchcraft, you have to be first screened. You have to be recommended by somebody currently in witchcraft.
Well, when I was initiated, I was blindfolded and bound by a rope, and on your bare chest was thrust the point of a spear.
In witchcraft, we were initiated through a very involved ritual, initiation ceremony, wherein the candidate was led blindfolded, bound by a rope to the edge of the magic circle.
And the rope is around your neck and your lid forward. And up front, at the eastern end of the building, is a person who's a worshipful master. And you kneel down before him as if he were a god.
You were met by the high priest or high priestess at that time, usually with a sword to your chest.
When I went to enter the lodge, a sharp object was put to my left breast. And I was warned that should I reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry, to know what to expect.
When you're presented before the high priest, a sword is held against your chest, and you actually take a blood oath, promising to remain faithful to the secrets of witchcraft.
Well, when you are in the room, this blindfold is taken away from you, and this is a time when they say that you're coming from darkness into light.
During the initiation ceremony, the initiate is led by the lieutenant of the high priest and is challenged at the edge of the circle by someone saying, "Who goes there?" And the answer is, "One from the world of darkness."
In Masonry, the prayers are ended with "So mote it be."
Oh, and one of the other aspects of, or distinctives of the craft was that we would always end any spell or ritual where we released the power, this is where the power was released, with the word "So mote it be."
By now, this should sound like a stupid question, but why do you think that the initiation ceremonies into witchcraft are almost identical to that of Freemasonry? I'm not even going to answer that. Come on, people, wake up with me. Here's Kylie Minogue, a Freemason, okay? Hidden hand of Freemasonry and the one-eye symbolism of the god of her religion. Now here she is giving the vow of silence, but what the masses fail to see is what's written on the book she's holding. Witchcraft, the royal art of Freemasonry. This is what her vow of silence is referring to in the picture. Yes, Kylie Minogue is a witch. And if you're still that deluded by the magic wand that is television, entertainment, movies, media and whatnot, then you'll no doubt fail to use the incredible eyes that God gave you, from which to see the real world with, the evil world, where Satanists are at the helm. The ban on witchcraft was only officially lifted in England in the 50s, after more than 1,500 years. So that tells you who's in control now. And when I give you a glimpse into witchcraft in a minute, you'll see why it's evil, and why it should be anything but legal, even when using it for so-called good, because the well they draw from is poisoned. But thanks to propaganda, the craft of the witch has been absorbed into the realm of fantasy. Justin Timberlake here is also referring to magic in this cover art, with the all-seeing eye looking through the number of their god. Magic. Magic is a much smoother and more acceptable word than witchcraft, that other word. That word still retains its ferociousness, its true character, but that word has been sterilized. That word isn't real to you anymore. You can't feel it for what it really is. Or if you do, your mind has isolated it, confined it to some small groups of unimportance scattered here and there over this diverse world. And so it's nothing to be feared or concerned about. But that's the furthest thing from the truth. Now, some witches want to say that witchcraft isn't Satanism. That's either more delusion or misdirection, as confirmed here by Anton LaVey in the Companion to the Satanic Bible, when speaking of the followers of the Witchcraft Not Satanism school. He writes very accurately that they cannot afford to admit to an affinity with anything that bears the name Satan. He knows where the power of witchcraft comes from. Now, does that mean that Justin Timberlake is a Satanist because of his symbolism and the use of his word alluding to witchcraft in his artwork? Well, yes, actually, that's correct. He is. Here's a quote from one of his songs. You want to see who else is in good company with these famous idols? Suzanne Atkins. Same sign, same religion, Satanism. Do they all have to admit it in the English language for you to believe me? Or can the symbols they use finally be enough for you? Look at what another legendary Freemason, Arthur E. Waite, states. Out of evil comes good. And the confusion of tongues gave rise to the ancient practice of Masons conversing without the use of speech. Out of evil comes good, so it's good to do evil. That's what he's saying. See, I'm trying to include you into the conversation that the Freemasons are having with each other in public via symbolism, unbeknownst to you. Listen to what famous US footballer Tom Brady said regarding his wife.
So, man, I listened to her. And right after the game, she said, see, I did a lot of work. You do your work, I do mine. She said, you're lucky you married a witch. I'm just a good witch.
Well, this is Tom Brady. And this is his wife. Both initiated into the secret society. Of course they are. Wait, she's not displaying the one-eye symbol of the Freemasons, is she? That's just art, isn't it? Well, no, it's not. She's a witch, and her husband just told you she was. Here's Steve Miller's front cover to the famous song Abracadabra. And he covers his eye, because he's a member of the one-eyed religion. And abracadabra is a legitimate word used in witchcraft. Here it is in the 100-year-old Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Why would the word abracadabra be in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the fraternity that runs charities, hospitals, nursing homes, and that secretly supply us with popes, presidents, prime ministers, kings and queens, and the bulk of our entertainers? Why? You know, I really think it's time to show you what the Satanists dressed as Freemasons are going to do to you and the world to finally establish their new world, their utopia. And this is going to be the segue into that. This is my last practical example of Freemasonry's satanic roots. And then I'll close this presentation with the most shocking thing you'll see or hear. You probably won't care, but to the precious few who remain, I will send you off with the greatest and most beautiful shock of all. This is Jay-Z inside his Masonic Lodge. You can see the Masons in aprons in front of him. This is where Jay-Z takes his sick oaths of silence, kneels down in front of other men and calls them Most Worshipful Master, an appalling title to give to a man on this planet. Jay-Z the Freemason writes songs like this. This one's called Lucifer. And in Empire State of Mind he writes, Jesus can't save you. Life starts when the church ends. Oh, but he can save you, Jay-Z. He can even wake you up just before you collide into a concrete wall doing 120 kilometers an hour. I should know. This is fellow member of the craft Alicia Keys, who sings on the track. Here she is, showing her allegiance and wearing the broken and bloody cross of Jesus Christ, the occult peace sign, pure hatred for Jesus. There is peace when your conscience has been killed, seared to sin, and you can indulge to anything, a false and temporary kind of peace, no doubt. Here's a shot of Jay-Z's clothing line, purely Masonic, The Craft. Well, this is the craft he's referring to. This is him with well-known witch Marina Abramovich, also showing her sign of allegiance to Freemasonry. Now here we go. Here's Jay-Z wearing a most revealing top and the dead giveaway that you need to see behind the curtain of Freemasonry. Do what thou wilt. Do whatever you want. That's the adopted motto of the most notorious Satanist of the 20th century, 33rd degree Freemason, Aleister Crowley. Here is his certificate of appointment, known as the 33rd degree inscription and the double-headed eagle of Freemasonry. And here, next to his name on the certificate, including the symbol for a Grand Commander of Freemasonry, as shown in their encyclopedia. But to really confirm that he's a Freemason, here he is doing the Masonic sign of the Master of the Second Veil. Now here's a legitimate letter from Aleister. Again, the addition of his inscription of the 33rd degree, and he signs off with a symbol of the past, Commander of Freemasonry. What does he write beside it? Baphomet. This Baphomet. Now listen to this man to get a clearer picture of the truth behind the secret religion of the stars and the leaders of the world. Aleister is the founder of a Luciferian church called the Ordo Templi Orientis, and he named himself the Beast 666, straight from the Bible, depicting the number of wickedness in human form. In his what's called Liber's writings, he says, "With my hawk's head, I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross." Do you see the hatred? You think they don't hate you too? Keep watching. And from the equinox, with the all-seeing eye of Freemasonry, this illustration. What does it mean? The writer himself explains. The picture is symbolic of the new eon, the new age. From the blasted stump of dogma hangs the hag with dyed and bloody hair, Christianity. There's a massive glimpse into the new world order that's coming. Keep watching. And down here, do what thou wilt is the true nature. The true nature, remember? The broad morals. There is no such thing as evil. So do what you want. Can you see the Masonic future yet? Can you see the hidden hatred?
Y'all, hold up. Watch this, gang. Look, now y'all see what he said about Aleister Crowley and the 666? And then look, in the book of Revelation, it told you that the number gonna be by who? A man is gonna be identified through a man. Right? Check this out. He just said it. This the cold part about it.
There's a Freemasonry. This illustration. What does it mean? The writer himself explains. The picture is symbolic of the new eon, the new age. From the blasted stump of dogma hangs the hag with dyed and bloody hair, Christianity. There's a massive glimpse into the new world order that's coming. Keep watching. And down here, do what thou wilt is the true nature. The true nature, remember? The broad morals. There is no such thing as evil. So do what you want. Can you see the Masonic future yet? Can you see the hidden hatred that pulses through its veins? If they believe in do what thou wilt, what do you think they will do to you? And what do you think they'll do in order to build this new world? This is from a commentary on his book of the law. The Beast 666 adviseth that all children should be accustomed from infancy to witness every type of sexual act. Do what thou wilt. And what about the royal art of Freemasonry? Magic is the highest, most absolute, and most divine knowledge of natural philosophy. What a statement. The highest, most absolute and divine. Well, let's have a closer look into some of the more hidden secrets of the most divine natural philosophy known as magic. Any living being is a storehouse of energy, varying in quantity according to the size and health of the animal. At the death of the animal, this energy is liberated suddenly. The animal, therefore, should be killed within the circle, within the magic circle, so that energy that's released can be captured and directed to serve the will of the witch, male or female. This is a science.
And I remember when Miss Teresa said when she walked in the freezer, it was one little piece of ice in a triangle. I remember her saying that.
It's a hidden science. But now hear this, coming from a 33rd degree Freemason, and don't you forget that. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force, a male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most suitable sacrifice. Can you see? This is who Jay-Z is quoting on his top. This is who this Jonas brother holds in high esteem. This is who the Beatles have on their front cover as a figure they admire. No worse, they put at the top. This is the same picture of the front cover in a mirrored form, and after some kaleidoscoping, you'll find this. Fellow Freemason Aleister Crowley sits at the top, and down the bottom there even appears the phallus with the testicles, and up here the vesica Pisces, also known as the vagina. Does this picture make more sense now? All Freemasons, yes indeed. And by the way, that's where Jay-Z got his symbol from Satanism, as portrayed here by Satanist and Freemason Aleister Crowley and by Satanic Church founder Anton LaVey. Does anyone still think that Freemasonry isn't Satanism in disguise? Let's finally take a peek into the royal art of Freemasonry. And this is the briefest way I can show you from the complete book of magic and witchcraft. This is a practitioner's manual, not from some bogus author trying to expose witchcraft. Just so you can get it through your head that this is real and this is protected. The writer or compiler of this God-forsaken book warns the reader that the recipes may seem disgusting, that the knowledge revealed has been forbidden, and has caused suffering and death to witches and the victims of witches. You don't think witchcraft was a serious menace in times past and present? Come with me, and I'll show you how bad this menace actually gets, as the world's most powerful and secret religion moves ever closer to fulfilling its biblical destiny, and it will. Close your eyes or not, it will fulfill its destiny. Firstly, let's connect this sick art straight to modern Freemasonry with the word abracadabra, both written in triangular form, from the Manual of Witchcraft and from the Encyclopedia of the Secret Society that your Prime Minister belongs to. And just like high-ranking Freemasons, male and female witches also drink out of a human skull. But here the practitioner drinks wine, in which they first dissolve or boil the brains or heart of an animal, before consuming it all from the human skull. In this ritual, the initiate is instructed to drink in the night at spring water, out of a skull of one that hath been slain. That's right, out of the skull of a human who's been...
And you know what I just came to realize? If all these police officers and judges and all the crooked people on the black market is all Freemasonry, that means everybody that's a part of this case is brothers and sisters. Basically, brothers and sisters, bro. Brothers and sisters. When you think about Mason, you know, when the average person think about Mason, you know, you're going to think about the angels, you know what I'm saying? You're going to think about God and the devil, you know, and all that. But you ain't thinking about how it's already done influenced the hood. You see what I'm saying? There's probably all that incest going on. Now, you know, when I mean brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? You know, like in this organization thing, you know, the frat brothers and the frat sisters. They ain't nothing but just brothers and sisters. Man, this is right up under our nose. I ain't no E gonna be that deep, man. You can't even run from it, and you can't really basically hide from it. They everywhere. Man, these folk can really, check this out, bro. These people could literally find whoever they want. Man, they got a local police department in every city, bro. They can make one call. You see what I'm saying? Bruh. Man, these people could look. These people got so much power that they can call your job. Hey, get that motherfucker out of there. Damn, why I got fired? Yeah, get on out of, you know what I'm talking about? Then get pulled over by the police, lock them up, then plant something on you. Whoa. Man, these folk might, check this out, bro. The way these police be doing, bro, man, I see why they getting away with a whole lot of shit. Cause a lot of those police be Masons, bro. They be high-ranking Masons, bro. They ain't nothing but characters. Man, they be in no... Check this out. Why y'all seen how Shaq was doing Kevin Hart? Just imagine that actually in real life at those parties, bro. I mean, Kevin Hart ain't even just funny. And they treating that man like he just a legend out here. Like, come on, man. He just popped out of nowhere. His first movie was Soul Plane. Then the plane was purple. And then look how he became the airline because his booty cheeks got caught in the toilet. You see what I'm saying? So he must have did something with that booty, you know what I'm talking about. Bruh. And then look how he always act when he around them. Like he could see them, he could see it coming. Oh, what you talking about, Diddy? You know when Diddy was in there, yeah, when he was talking to Usher and shit. It said, yeah, man, we used to wake up in the bed with Frosted Flakes. And then, you know what? You know what I'm saying? No, that's what you doing in there. You know what I'm saying? No, you been knowing, bro. You probably woke up in the bed one day with Diddy too with Cheerios. You know what I'm talking about? Then they already had you dressing up like a female on camera. Boy, I bet you any kind of money they be having them niggas dressed up like women at those parties, bro. Man, you might go to a party, everybody in character. Hey, my dear. Then you got Marlon, Big Mama and shit. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Vish Ryan. What's his name on that show? Holiday Hot in the House. You You see what I'm saying? Everybody that played girl roles in movies, you know, all of them in the same room at a hotel. In a hotel suite. You know they be into that type of stuff. Cause it might be somebody might be like it, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got Eddie Murphy with the Nutty Professor. You know what I'm saying? They gonna be in there with RuPaul, Wesley Snipes. Y'all remember that movie Wesley Snipes came out today? Oh, man. And I bet when they leave that junk, I bet that whole hotel smell like payout meat.
Murdered or sacrificed. Otherwise, eat a pig with a knife that slew a man. Please don't turn away. Look straight ahead and open your eyes to the planet you are on. Because the real monster under your bed doesn't actually go away when you close your eyes. In other rituals of the craft, you burn a rooster while he's alive. With the use of a poisonous plant used in ointments and potions of witches, you can assure death and destruction on a victim. You want to make a female enemy sterile? Or a male enemy impotent for the rest of his life? Otherwise, you can just kill them.
So, poison back in those days, you could call it drugs. And nowadays, you know what I'm saying? The old potions and shit, that ain't nothing but medicine. Potion is medicine. To kill or harm an enemy.
The hand of glory is the severed hand that is dried and preserved to be used in black magic. Yes, a dead human hand. A black circle is most effective for operations of evil. The use of blood and sex in ritual was considered helpful for obtaining the necessary energy to successfully work magic or achieve mystical insight. But here's where the darkness thickens even further. Animals such as black cats or children may be sacrificed, and participants may drink the blood of the sacrifice. And just so you know that Stanley Kubrick wasn't joking, an orgy of participants sometimes follows the mass. No remorse, just science, the science of witchcraft, the royal art. And here, what's necessary for the working is the fat of young children, dead children. How many children do you think go missing in Australia every year? That's how many. And what about the world? Is it 1 million? Well, according to the International Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, it's 8 million children per year.
Damn! I told y'all, bruh. And then look. I told y'all, I said, bruh, Kenneka Jenkins death exposed Freemason and they dirty deed, and you found the spot. It's the hotel where they chop bodies. And then that's why they was up under investigation. Come on, bruh. And I said, man, I traced this shit back to California, North Korea, Africa, Israel, and I'm like, bro. I done Google mapped it and everything. I'm sitting up here looking like, man, if I know this little information that I got, and I'm looking at this stuff, man, the feds got to be in on this. How they traveling? Because a lot of these kids don't got cars and some of them can't even walk. Golly.
Do you think that the highest, most absolute, and most divine knowledge of natural philosophy has anything to do with that? Any chance of an international secret system that is bolstered by initiations and degrees and bound under the most brutal penalties that the human mind can ever devise? Do you think that has any involvement? Any chance of that? Am I saying that this Freemason has sacrificed children? No, I never said that. But did he ever even remotely mention the secret societies? Did he ever try to warn you? Educate you? No, he was under oath. Am I saying that these Freemasons have sacrificed children? No, I never said that either. But have they ever warned you about the secret society that believes that Lucifer is the savior? The society functioning right under your nose, that secret society? No, not a chance. Julia Gillard admitted she belonged to one, but that's about it because they're all under oath. So where does this ancient craft originate from? It originates from the spirit realm, from spirit beings. That's who taught mankind the royal art before civilization began. In this chapter, The Rites of Satanism and Witchcraft, the manual explains that a typical satanic Sabbath was, number one, a homage to the devil, usually performed as the osculum infami, also known as the kiss of shame, which is so shameful that we'll just put it this way. The ritual involves kissing the hindquarters of the devil, the rear. Surely this is far removed from anything to do with Freemasonry. People, the original order of the Knights Templar were found guilty of this very same obscene ritual. And where do you find the modern variant of the Knights Templars of today? I told you, in the highest degree of Freemasonry, right here. Here's a couple of them now. And what's on this Templar's head? From the Masonic Encyclopedia, remember? A symbol of the Baphomet, according to 33rd degree Aleister Crowley. And we can confirm that in the Satanic Bible. That's exactly what's hiding deep inside of Freemasonry. I'm only showing you this to show you the reality of Satanism and the demonic realm, the world you can't see.
On this earth? And in this earth and then in the world we can't see.
Look here. The hierarchy of demons occupies a more important place in both black and white magic rituals. Both black and white. This is where the power of witchcraft comes from. And this is the reason these bizarre rituals actually function and actually work. Because after the ritual is performed on earth, its effects are carried out to their conclusion in the spirit realm by spiritual beings or demons, actual demons. The reality that is hidden from you. Because if you found out that Satan was real, then that would have to make Jesus Christ real too. And he is the one they hate. And if Jesus Christ is real, that changes everything. And this is how much they hate him. The prayer that Jesus taught his disciples is performed backwards. The high priest is sometimes naked. A prostitute assists him, and a naked virgin, who may later be deflowered, is the altar. Everything that is sacred is defiled, and everything that is filthy is honored as pure. Because of their burning hatred of Jesus Christ, just as he's hated by the fallen angels that they worship. It gets worse when you hear what they use as a substitute for the bread that Jesus broke and told his disciples to eat in remembrance of him. A wafer which initiates me with this, this, and this. Or the name of Satan may be written upon it. And this isn't even witchcraft. This is just a ceremony announcing who they love and who they hate. So is Satan real? It continues to state in the hierarchy of demons at the very top, Satanakia, whose title is the Commander-in-Chief. What did Bob Dylan, the Freemason, call the one he made a bargain with?
Should I ask who you made the bargain with? with the chief commander.
Same title, Commander-in-Chief, Chief Commander. Are you following? But watch this. In case the darkness is getting a little too thick and encompassing for you, let's shine a little light. The true light that only the Gospels can supply, speaking to us humans and revealing something about Satan, the Gospels state, You follow the spirit of the age in this world system as dominated by the commander of the spiritual powers of the air. Satan, the god of this world, the commander. You still think the Gospels are wrong or fake? See, Satanists know that the spirits also live in the air, just as the Gospels reveal. You can summon any of these demonic spirits by name if you possess the royal art. Who do you think this figure on the front cover represents? A magician who is inadequately prepared and cannot attain his desires may seek the aid of Satan. That's who this is. Now that you know, hopefully for a fact, that these are at the top of the human food chain, do you think they'd be fooling around with stupid fairy tales? No, witchcraft and Satanism is absolutely real, hence their earthly power. This demon here, fifth in the pyramid structure, holds the title of Inspector General. And what's the title of the highest degree in Freemasonry, who exists in every local lodge in every suburb, a suburb near you? Inspector General. Same title as the living demon. Do you believe me now?
So that means in all the lodges, you got, oh man, no. And they got lodges all around the world, in the neighborhoods, in plain sight. Bruh, this stuff is, I told y'all, they everywhere, bruh. Man, they got the lodge in the hood. So that means they got a demon in that joint that's finna, oh, no wonder.
You can even conjure Lucifer himself, or be Beelzebub, who the Gospels call the Prince of the Devils. Both of whom are listed as superior spirits in this book of witchcraft and magic. I can show you so much more from this disgusting book, but I'll cut it off here with the seal of Saturn, a demonic sigil from the complete book of magic and witchcraft. And this is his seal. Can you see? Do you see? This is the society that lives amongst you, above you. The one-eyed religion of Freemasonry, hidden right in front of those who have their eyes wide shut. I'm going to now show you what that world that they are building from the ashes of the one you're currently living in looks like. But lastly, to drive this business of blood sacrifice home, here's American rapper Azealia Banks with the 666 hand sign, and now over the all-seeing eye in her video, the eye in the triangle of the Freemasons on her shirt, and the devil's horns, her liberator, her master, her commander. And now displaying the secret society vow of silence. Along with that, the last brief glimpse into the highly concealed royal art of Freemasonry.
The amount of crap that's about to come off my floor right now, guys. Oh my god. 3 years worth of brujeria. Yes, you know I gotta scrape all this shit up.
And what does brujeria mean? You know what it means. Witchcraft.
Man, that could have been a crime scene. Man, that could have been a crime scene.
Azealia Banks, the witch, with her eye in the triangle shirt, and the logo of, for example, the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry in Spain. One and the same symbol. The logo of the Fraternity of the Freemasons and the logo of this Church of Lucifer. The one eye. One and the same symbol. Freemasonry has deceived you. Yes, people, now you know how Satanism has functioned out of sight and out of mind. You still think there's no such thing as witchcraft? Or that it only existed in the olden days? You still think that blood isn't a part of the royal art? You still think that local Masonic lodges of the world are not filtering systems for Satanists and a cloak for organized Satanism with a grand master plan for the world? You think there's nothing to the blood sacrifice of Jesus Christ? After seeing all this and the Azealia Banks clip, and after realizing that there exists a hidden and guarded science of the art of blood sacrifice. You think there was no science behind Jesus' crucifixion, a deeper reality that we can't see or understand? You think Jesus didn't know what he was doing? Or are you one of those who still think he didn't exist? Tell me, how can they hate something that doesn't exist? If only you could hear from some other Freemasons who have the courage to break their oaths. But you won't. You won't. This is probably it. But I once heard from a Freemason, an honest one, in about 2016, after I posted this picture on Facebook. He knew the truth, just like you do now, or just like you should. And he wrote to me, and he said, by the time we are done, every church will be a brothel. Well, in case you think that that's impossible, this is a fashion show that was held in a church, a real church, and it was organized by high-ranking Freemasons, who you will see now to be Satanists. Designed to be a heart-wrenching mockery and a colossal sign of the times, this event. Just so you know, it's a Masonic production. Here's the inside of a lodge. See those twin pillars? Well, here they are. See the Masonic checkered floorboard? Well, there it is. See the Masonic square and compass? Well, there it is. And do you see the eye of Freemasonry? Yeah, there they are. The lower square in the square and compass has been disfigured so that as to not make it too obvious. But now that we've established that, here is the spirit of Freemasonry, as displayed through just a few of the models. This one wears the horns of the Baphomet, the horns of Satan, with his all-seeing eye in the background. More horns. This model wears the all-seeing eye, as does this one. And this disgusting thing with another huge all-seeing eye of Lucifer in the background. Then there's this, with a satanic pentagram on her face. And finally, this male model in a skirt with two satanic inverted crosses of Jesus Christ on his top in a church. Oh, the morbid victory of the Freemasons. Unstoppable. For now. When people like Lady Gaga cover one eye while wearing an inverted cross, and you don't see the connection of the one eye symbolism to Satanism, then your observational skills have been compromised. In the span of 2 days, I saw these ads in my local shopping centre. And that alone tells me that the satanic age is here, manifesting all around us, seemingly invisible, while you look straight ahead through the symbols. Just like the initiation process of the secret societies themselves, society at large must be incrementally introduced and seduced into further depravity and self-love. And haven't we been slowly but surely perverted over time, degree by degree, until we think that men dressing as women is beautiful and healthy, anal sex is a form of expressing love, the sick world of pornography is considered as liberating for women and men, and protected by free speech. In California, babies are allowed to be aborted after birth because it's a woman's choice. And that's not considered murder. A world where we should applaud young children like Desmond is amazing, cross-dressing while he dances for gay men at a gay bar on a podium because he's paving the way for the kids of the future. And we should get shamed, fined, and even jailed if we point out that this is sick, sinful, and dare call it evil, which is what it is. What spirit is behind Desmond is amazing? Oh yeah, an evil spirit, no doubt about it. You think Freemasonry and their peculiar morals aren't behind the decline of Christian morality and morality worldwide? It's all by design. The Masonic war on Jesus and the Christian social structure, generally undetected by human perceptions, and still people will write to me and comment on how absurd what I've said is. A cloud over the eyes of their heart. Well, I tell you this, there is no bigger axe that has ever been grinded than the one Freemasonry grinds. Because the appearance of Jesus Christ pretty much destroyed their religion, drove it underground, and they will have their revenge. Soon you're going to see it. We've all been initiated into the lowest levels of materialistic Satanism under the banner of secular humanism. I know blokes who think that life's great, mate. Life's terrific. Life's what you make it. Evil, Lucifer, Satan, these are just words that Christians invented to help them sleep better at night. There are no cults. There are no conspiracies. John F. Kennedy's speech about secret societies plotting against the world, that's not relevant anymore. That's history. There's no such thing as Satanism amongst civilized people. Oh, children, when darkness comes to your door, takes your wife, takes your health, your job, your home, your freedom, your children, then you call out, oh my God, this is evil. Why is this happening to me? Well, here comes the darkness. Here comes the evil. You want to know what the New World Order looks like? You want to know what the future holds? You want to know what horror is coming to our planet? As Jesus told us, for then there will be great distress, unequaled from the beginning of the world until now, and never to be equaled again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Masonic New World Order. These are the mysterious Georgia Guidestones, also known as the American Stonehenge. They are a set of granite monoliths which were constructed in 1980 and funded by an unknown and anonymous group and commissioned by a man using the pseudonym R.C. Christian. On a ledger beside the monument is written, "Let these be guidestones to an age of reason." Here we have a reference to a new age. With this, we get a clue as to the spirit behind the structure. The Age of Reason happens to be the title of a book by Thomas Paine. Now, you can colour him any which way you want to, but whichever way, one glaring colour shines through. Thomas was a hater of Christianity. That's the second clue to the spirit behind the Georgia Guidestones. The third is the fact that the Guidestones feature as what could be seen as a replacement to the Ten Commandments of the Christian God with the new Ten Commandments of the New Age. Because I will not steal, cheat, lie, kill, and so on. They're just, well, too narrow for the New Age, for the Age of Reason. Clearly designed to be a take on the biblical commandments, being 10 in number. They are all very vague indeed. But anyone can ascertain the horror that must first take place before this New Age can begin by looking at the first guideline. Because this one's not vague at all. Maintain humanity at under 500 million. That's right, a reduction of at least 7 billion human beings would be necessary for that. This thing cost the equivalent of $500,000 to build, and the street it's located on is named after it, so that tells you how much reach its creators had. Its presence alone is a disgrace and a declaration of execution to most living people alive today. But let's go on to the fourth clue, as to the spirit behind these monuments. The monuments outlining the Age of Reason. The name R.C. Christian, the so-called person who commissioned the building of these giant slabs, anyone who's versed in secret societies or is a high-ranking member themselves would instantly recognize the pseudonym as a reference to the secret society known as the Rosicrucians, which is just another secret society branch that exists under the umbrella of Freemasonry, which is an extension of all secret societies of the past and is now the mother of all of them. In this Masonic website, Worshipful Master Win Westcott urges the Freemasons to consider their status as Rosicrucians. The RC stands for Rosenkreuz. Christian Rosenkreuz is the mythical founder of the Rosicrucian order. And as impossible as it is for me to prove that Thomas Paine himself, the writer of Age of Reason, was a Freemason, he did also write this book, The Origin of Freemasonry. That is the spirit behind the Georgia Guidestones, the satanic spirit, and a straight off the bat view of this approaching new age. I told you, the whole system is about to change. And it's not going into the future. It's actually going back into the past. The old religion, that's what's taking everything over. And you'll walk straight into it, blind as a bat, thinking these people want to help you. They will appear as your saviors, forgetting or never being told in the first place that all this time there have been two societies in the world. The visible one, which is the one we're in, and the invisible one. Remember that the invisible one considers you profane, vile, and vulgar. Why on earth would they want to keep you around?
So just imagine it's an organization that nobody don't know about, never heard about. Now that's scary. Now that really scares me. See what I'm saying? It's a whole nother organization out there that nobody knows. It's people know who they are, but we never heard, and we may have saw them. Cause if you can hide something in plain sight like the Freemasonry do, just imagine what this invisible people. Well, they ain't just invisible. We just ain't just been exposed to them yet. And just imagine the stuff they into. You know what I'm saying?
In a book I can't mention written by them, people are referred to as useless eaters. We've become excess inventory, redundant, and past our use-by date in their eyes. Think about this. According to a prediction by information technology and research advisory firm Gartner, 1/3 of jobs will be replaced by software, robots, and smart machines by 2025.
And that show what happening by 25. That show what happening. Smart cars. You know, look how technology is at its main, bruh. And it just getting started. It just getting started. The internet not that old, bruh. The internet just took off. Just imagine what this internet gonna be damn near 200 and 300 years from now. 500, or damn near 1,000 years from now. I was watching the technology jump. Man, they gonna have it as like you can cut on a light in your house and it'll funerize your house. You know what I'm saying? Just like you can aim a light at the wall and it might display a book cabinet. Bro, it's some cold technologies out here, bro. Then look, you ain't gonna have to use they took fire out of food. They took fire and gave you, boy, you finna start cooking your food and boy, they finna come with some kind of, everybody know about the microwave, but just think about the oven. You know, man, they finna have an oven, bruh. They gonna talk to you, cook for you. Next thing you know, they gonna have a machine to make the food, plates for you. Shit, you would be having a kitchen functioning there Man, you would have robot cutting the onions up, going down conveyor belt, wash it all, put it on the bun, like at a warehouse, like assembly line. You see what I'm saying?
That's 4 years away. Google engineering director Ray Kurzweil anticipates that robots will have reached human-level intelligence by 2029. And by 2050, 80% of all jobs will be eliminated by automation.
Woo!
What on earth are you and your family good for then?
Because you got to start with the COVID vaccine. That took a lot of business out. Boy, then check this out. At fast food restaurant, nobody don't even sit in no fast food restaurants and eat no more. You know what I'm saying? Bro, it's finna get serious. Once they start eliminating all the jobs, because when they get self-driving trucks out here, you can forget about truck driving, UPS, Uber, you can forget about all that. You can forget about all that. So I can see why they ain't gonna need us, bruh. Man, the robots gonna deliver the package. You're gonna have a Tesla UPS trucks pulling up. Robot get out the truck, deliver the package. Know what I'm saying? Go all the fast food restaurants gonna be like little warehouses, conveyor assembly lines, making your orders. Man, the corner store's gonna be turned into a big vending machine. You just walk up and you know what I'm talking about. It's over with, bro. And once that happen, guess what else gonna happen? The military gonna come in and wipe us out. They gonna come in and wipe us out. They ain't gonna need us no more. That's why they make movies and showing y'all the apocalypse movies and stuff, showing you how they gonna come in the future. That's what's been broken down to me by listening and studying him.
What do you think? Google engineering director Ray Kurzweil anticipates that robots will have reached human-level intelligence by 2029. And by 2050, 80% of all jobs will be eliminated by automation. What on earth are you and your family good for then? What do you think the secret society will do to the vile multitude then? The utopia is coming, but it ain't your utopia. You still think that by the measure of the minds of international Satanism, you should be kept around? This excess baggage that the bulk of society has become? No, no, no. The new age is dawning. And generally speaking, you're not invited. It'll just look like you are. Remember that Charles Darwin, the Freemason, is listed as an influential figure in the Satanic Church. So mass murder and mass death are natural and necessary themes in the name of evolution, an artificially induced evolution into this. He is the same image in real life in Eilat, Israel, seemingly unrelated to the seal on the US dollar bill, right? But standing in glory with a Masonic square and compass, telling you exactly who owns this pyramidal symbol, complete with the one eye on top. Same symbol, same designers, worshipping the same God. You should be getting goosebumps by now. Is this a conspiracy led by international Freemasonry? Oh, you don't have to bet your life on it, because your life has already been placed as a bet on your behalf and without your knowledge, but with your permission, because all of the information is hidden in plain sight. In your face is where it's hidden. You're going to lose this battle unless you've been hidden in Jesus Christ, the only one who warned you that the New Age is a trap and that it is the climax to this epic drama being played out on planet Earth. Now hang on, brace yourself, because I ain't gonna let you down. This is a magazine called The New Age, but if you press rewind, you can find its source. Supreme Council of 33 Degree, Freemasonry. This one stretches way back to 1922. See the twin pillars of Freemasonry? Look, this is 19th century Freemason and New Age pioneer Helena Blavatsky on the cover of this edition. She's the one who wrote that darkness is absolute light and that Satan is the god of our planet and that we are in hell. But do you think the readers of these magazines are told that? No. Darkness is sold as light. Satan is disguised, and it's him in the details. This Masonic New Age magazine was the precursor to all magazines and trends, promoting the great deception of self-love and spirituality. Meanwhile, you're feeding off the plate that Luciferians serve you. Look at how the Satanic Bible in 1966 reveals the reality behind the curtain. Evidence of a new Satanic age. A new age. The new Satanic age. All rigged and all propelled by Freemasonry. Satanism's magic cloak. After all, and I think you should have guessed by now that Anton Szandor LaVey, the founder of the Satanic Church, the one who vowed to help destroy Christianity, is himself a Freemason. I can't prove it to you, but I know it, because of not only his obvious fondness.
Now you see why they got the Illuminati, the new evangelists. You see what I'm saying? Then you got the Black Panthers. Bruh. Now you see these stuff? Characters, bruh. And they all fighting spirits. One thing they come and destroy us, bruh. Us. Telling us in our face. They got movies. This shit was reading like the Lumen, everything what he was saying. This shit was reading the same goddamn way. Listen to this.
Whirlwind. 48. Roster. Edit. Illuminati learned Hank Pym had discovered that the Beyonders are responsible for the universe incursions that have been plaguing the multiverse, and that they annihilated the cosmic entities in the entire multiverse. 43. When the final incursion occurs during the Secret War storyline, resulting in all realities collapsing into one Earth, Mr. Fantastic and the Black Panther survive the incursion in a specially designed life pod, along with a few other heroes, while Strange comes through the incursion while assuming a role as Dr. Doom's sheriff, aiding Doom in ruling the new battle world, created from the multiple realities. 40.
Of the fraternity of the Freemasons and the mention of it in his Satanic Bible, and its vital role in the Satanic takeover, but also because of the symbols, specifically this one. Generally,
he just said the same damn thing.
Called the Devil's Claw or the Lion's Paw. Freemason James de Rothschild displaying the Devil's Claw or the Lion's Paw. X-Factor's L.A. Reid showing the Devil's Horns next to fellow Freemason Avril Lavigne. The Secret Society sign for the Devil's Number, and displaying the Devil's Claw over and over. The better example is with New Age guru Annie Besant, co-writer of Lucifer magazine and 33rd Degree Freemason, also showing the Lion's Paw here and here. But the best example I have is with Aerosmith, guitarist Joe Perry clearly displaying the sign of the Master of the Second Veil of the Freemasons, and right next to him, Steven Tyler, doing the Lion's Paw. Clearly both Freemasons, secretly showing their allegiance with symbols. And here's Anton LaVey displaying the same Masonic symbol. Yes, a Freemason founded the Satanic Church. Now that we know who's really behind the so-called New Age, listen to some of the confessions of the New Agers in their literature, once you scrape past all the talk of spirituality and love and rainbows. New Age author, feminist and hater of Christianity, Barbara G. Walker writes in The Woman's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, a 666, 666, was the magic number of the triple Aphrodite. She further compliments the number when she calls it the miraculous number 666. Speaking of the New Age to come, PhD Christopher Hyatt writes in Undoing Yourself, as we moved closer and closer to the well-planned for and long-awaited invocation of the Prime Minister unto the very King of Hell, the Grand Vicar of Lord Lucifer. Yes, the very well-planned for and very long-awaited indeed. Do you see what's coming? Mr. Hyde also enlightens us in the fact that opposites do not exist apart from the mind. Evil and good are all in your head. That's why you should brace yourself, because these are the minds creating the New World System. He confirms this. The New Age will require new men, men of high consciousness and fortitude. All of our present dogma models will crumble. He means the Christian and the Christian social structure will crumble. In the introduction to the book, another PhD, Robert Anton Wilson, tells you what the New Age really thinks of the Christian social structure, which you have more or less enjoyed your whole life, Christian or not. Christianity and democracy have been among the worst disasters to ever befall the human race. I told you, atheists, you're going to miss Christianity when it's gone. Here's a picture of Robert with the Masonic eye in the triangle on the wall behind him. Remember where the term New Age came from. So once again, do you think that the new system, the New Age, is going to be democratic, a system that respects you or gives a damn about what you think once it's in place? Let me answer it this way. Christopher Hyatt quotes from one of his literary heroes and famed philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, who said, "What is more harmful than any vice? Active sympathy for the ill-constituted and weak, Christianity." So to be a Christian and to actively have sympathy for the weak, that's the worst vice. That's backward and evil. So the answer is no. This is what I'm warning you about. And look, Frederick's work has exerted a profound influence on modern history. That's from Wikipedia. You know what else Frederick said? You probably won't find this on Wikipedia. The domestic animal, the herd animal, the sick animal man. That's the Christian. And what book of Friedrich Nietzsche were these quotes pulled from? The Antichrist. Nietzsche also wrote Beyond Good and Evil. That's how the all-seeing eye sees things, remember? So does Christopher Hyatt mention mass murder and depopulation in his book? Sure, here you go. Those who would survive can do so only by grasping the vision of what lies ahead. The new wave that will carry them into an interesting future. Yeah, where the Vicar of Lucifer is God and Prime Minister. He openly admits the identity of this man. This Antichrist that most of you still think is a fairy tale figure from a fairy tale book. Jesus calls him the man of sin whose number is 666. The actual Antichrist, beloved of the secret societies. Yes, people, the New Age is satanic, actually and literally. On the front cover of this book, in which Christopher was co-writer, you can clearly see the eye in the triangle of the Freemasons above the Baphomet. Christopher admits in another book that both satanic cults and Christian fundamentalists are closer to seeing the truth than most normal people. Yes, indeed, how true that is. In Coming World Changes, Harriet and Homer Curtis speak of a prophecy they received from a mysterious spirit titled King of the World. Now, I wonder who that could be. Think not that any country in this broad world can escape. And they also speak of the long-expected great teacher, the king of the new one-world government. The victors will remain as the seed of the new race to people the new land, for the new sixth great race. This is the race that Luciferian Lady Gaga referred to. All part of the plan. In Threshold to Tomorrow, New Age author Ruth Montgomery writes on page 206 that only those open to the reality of one world will be around to enjoy it. Sounds like another vague suggestion for mass murder. Vera Elder Stanley's book title implies much the same thing. Initiation of the world. That's right. It's coming. You think Vera hasn't been initiated into the secret one-eyed religion? What else has she authored? How about the finding of the third eye, the all-seeing eye? New Age author John Randolph Price writes in The Planetary Commission, in question and answer form, how do you define the Antichrist? The answer is pretty amazing. Any individual or group who denies the divinity of man as exemplified by Jesus Christ, the highest self of each individual, which Jesus Christ never exemplified because he is God. If you deny that mere men and women are divine gods, you are unfit for the glorious New Age kingdom. And you are the definition of Antichrist. In Practical Spirituality, he prepares his readers for a population drop of 2.5 billion people before the New Age era can begin. On page 32 of New Age author Barbara Marx Hubbard's book, Happy Birthday Planet Earth, she states that people will either change or die. That's the choice, she says. Notice the New Age has a new gospel, yet all the while, the world will be neglected of the information in the real Gospels, where it warns and predicts. For if someone comes and preaches another Jesus, not the Jesus whom we preached, or another gospel, you are most beautifully tolerant of them. In the Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch, the writer has a quote-unquote direct experience with two spirits, Enoch and Metatron, and they share with the writer spiritually scientific teachings regarding the new system of things soon to be fully manifest. The reason this work is considered extra special amongst its readers is because it was the first book to point out the alignment between the Great Pyramid and the constellation of Orion. The first book ever. That's basically proof that these spirits, Enoch and Metatron, are the real deal. Not only that, it was also the first book to show the direct relationship between DNA coding and the divine name. That's pretty serious, and the atheists should be really waking up by now, because this is the world's most powerful and secret religion we're talking about, nothing less. The writer was told that those who govern the earth are those who have fallen from the heavens. He calls them the masters, and even states that they were punished with penalties that were assigned to each. These are the fallen angels of the Bible, people. These are the masters of the Masonic New Age, as proven here in one of the illustrations from the book. Same symbology. This worldwide catastrophe that is coming will bring about a complete reorganization of Earth's life system. And like all high-grade initiates of the secret societies, every attempt is made to bring positivity to the number of the Vicar of Lucifer. I was given instruction to use the specific light harmonics 666, 999, and 12-12-12. The spirits further inform the writer of the Keys of Enoch that the pattern 666 is used to identify you with respect to the Earth's vibration. The number of the beast of the Book of Revelation of Jesus Christ is not only being glorified, it's manifesting in the world. And from another illustration from the book, once again, the same image we see being used over and over with the eye on top of the pyramid. This is the secret religion that encompasses us and has been influencing us for decades upon decades, 2 to 3 centuries, in fact. Just like the Gospels explain, this is an absolute counterfeit of the truth. Christ is mentioned everywhere, but not Jesus Christ. No, this is the Antichrist spirit, who will eventually manifest and appear to the world as one man. Doesn't sound so mythical anymore when you see that the enemies of Jesus Christ and those behind the New World System, they use biblical terms. And Christ, to depict the antithesis, the anti of the real Christ, their Savior. And these spirits from the world we can't see are the ones who taught mankind the sick art of witchcraft. Look at who supplies this book online. sacredmagic.com. You know what magic really is and what it really entails now. So once again, you can see the connection, the relationship. If you still think that this phrase, New World Order, is a conspiracy theory, you're suffering from a medical condition. On the Lucius Trust website, the consultants to the European Union, you find the statement that the New World servers are occupied with the task of inaugurating the New World Order. In the same article, this shocking admission is made. 2/3 of humanity will stand upon the path at the close of this age, and with that, 1/3 will die, or to put it surreptitiously, will be held over for later unfoldment. That's the Lucius Trust. The word Lucius being the replacement for the word Lucifer, who works hand in hand with the EU, the European Union, stating that 2.5 billion human beings are planned to be killed off, all predicted by Jesus and only Jesus. And if you still think I'm joking or misleading you about what these people are and what they plan to do, here's a book written by the founder of the Lucius Trust, the Freemason Alice Bailey, Education in the New Age, where she, educates you about mass population reduction. When a form proves inadequate or too diseased or too crippled for the expression of that purpose, it is, from the point of view of the hierarchy, no disaster when that form has to go. Death is not a disaster to be feared. The work of the destroyer is not really cruel or undesirable. Do you see? Did you hear that? Through the all-seeing eye of Lucifer, the destroyer, for the purpose of the new world, death and mass murder isn't evil, it's good. And Alice Bailey in The Labours of Hercules also tries to re-educate us and protect that God-forsaken number, predicted in the Gospels to be associated with evil. The number of the physical plane activity is called the number of the beast. This idea seems to have a horrible fascination with many, but what it really means is that Virgo is the symbol of triplicity, 6 on the physical plane, 6 on the emotional plane, and 6 on the mental plane, not 666 at all. And one more time, from the consultants to the European Union, from their website Lucius Trust, to prove to you that these people are all working toward and waiting for the world leader. The coming of the Avatar and the advent of the coming one are the keynotes of the prevalent expectancy. After everything I've shown you, are you going to ignore this? Or worse, are you going to trust these people, of whom were predicted to this very condemnation 2,000 years ago? Right down to a one-world system, depopulation, and to the man who will carry the number 666, and with it implement a new system in which you won't be able to buy or sell unless you receive a mark in your hand or forehead. And what's just been announced by Business Insider? Cashless society. Due to this, by 2024. This is the manufactured trend for the world. And you better believe it's fulfilling biblical prophecy. You know that book that's been ripped out of schools and hysterically discredited? Why do you think there's a single eye displayed on all the covers of George Orwell's dystopian novel 1984? It's because the one-eye religion is the one in permanent control, where democracy and Christianity have been utterly extinguished, and the remaining population live in a whole new level of permanent communism. It is well known that George Orwell himself had ties with the Fabian Society, which is a secret society complete with degrees of initiation. Tucked away neatly somewhere under the wing of Freemasonry, the Fabian Society's logo used to be this: a wolf in sheep's clothing, which is exactly what Freemasonry is. And it was a metaphor for gradually advancing socialism. And socialism is communism for slow learners. This level of denial on our part has been brought on by mass propaganda, because everything has been weaponized to work against you and God's truth. Education, entertainment, and economics. You're a slave to each one. And Freemasonry is the slave master. Listen to the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry tell you about it in Morals and Dogma. The blind force of the people is a force that must be economized and also managed as the blind force of steam. You are just blind energy to them. made to be enslaved. This force must have a brain. Who do you think the brain is? Freemasonry is the brain, obviously. And he's saying that we're just the body parts that move to its will. Look, these are some pictures I took of the local obelisk in my town. An erect phallus hidden in plain sight. See how the cube at the bottom is rough? In Freemasonry, it's called the rough ashlar stone. Well, watch this from Morals and Dogma. The rough ashlar is the people, rude and unorganized. Once again, you can see what this secret society secretly thinks of you. Now see how the stone built on top is smooth? That's called the perfect ashlar. The perfect ashlar is the state, the rulers. Yeah, the one-eye sex cult of Freemasonry, which hides its master, Satanism. Now, where is this brain taking us? Remember, this guy is the general who fought against the United States forces to uphold the institution of slavery. And the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, who calls you the vulgar herd and the ignorant multitude, and admits that, yes, unbelievably so, Lucifer is the light bearer. This is the highest authority in Freemasonry, the secret religion of all our leaders and idols. Believe it. Now listen to this. The papacy and rival monarchies, all that will become the heritage of the temple, meaning the temple of Freemasonry. The world will soon come to us for its sovereigns and pontiffs. We shall constitute the equilibrium of the universe and be rulers over the masters of the world. They're gonna own it all. And it's true, the papacy and the monarchy have fallen into their hands. All Freemasons now. This is a 150-year-old book, so you can see how far ahead they plan, while we stay ignorant. How do you suppose that they won't achieve the New World Order? The New World Order of death. Of combined and systematic movement and effort, the great revolution prepared for by the ages will begin to march. The future is all planned for by them, and the revolution prepared for by the ages is coming, and it'll look like a natural occurring event, just as current events seem natural. Lastly, from his other book, Legenda, and reading from the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Freemasonry, Albert writes, and thus the warfare against the powers of evil, meaning Christianity, that crushed the order of the temple in the 1300s, goes steadily on, and freedom marches ever onward toward the conquest of the world. The conquest of the world, guys. And this is their method. Ingenious as it is, the double-headed eagle, the left and right paradigm. Whether you are pro-abortion or life, prefer Macca's or KFC, Ford or Holden, vote Liberal or Labour, shop at Coles or Woolies, go for the Parramatta Eels or the Canterbury Bulldogs, always the two most opposing forces, the result always feeds the one belly. The two heads always serve the same Masonic beast. Do you get it? That's number one. Number two is the horribly magnificent motto of their double-headed eagle, Ordo ab Chaos. That means order out of chaos. It's the ultimate way to achieve your sinister goals while looking like a hero. With one hand, they create beautiful and noble things. With the other hand, the hidden hand, they destroy and pervert. Then the helping hand comes back in to save or fix things again, alternating from one to the other, while nudging toward a predetermined goal, until finally reaching that goal that's set in mind in the first place. All the while, you never knew that the same hand that's saving you is the same hand that was destroying you in the first place. Order out of chaos. Their order out of their chaos. Another way to look at it is this. Z creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. Y reacts by asking Z for protection and help to solve the problem. Z offers the solution that was planned for by them long before the crisis occurred. Ordo ab Chaos, order out of chaos. Now you can change Z and Y to suit any scenario. For example, your best friend who wants to sleep with you creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. You react by asking your best friend who wants to sleep with you for protection and help to solve the problem. Your best friend who wants to sleep with you offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis occurred. Each time your best friend gets closer and closer to you until eventually they're in your bed. How about your employee creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others? The employer reacts by asking the employee for help to solve the problem. The employee offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis occurred. The employee eventually gets the promotion. But this is the way I really want to put it. The government creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. The population reacts by asking the government for protection and help to solve the problem. The government offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis even occurred. This is how the Great Revolution, prepared for by the ages by the Freemasons, will begin. So who's going to warn you? Even modern Christianity is steered by Freemasonry. Hillsong won't warn the sheep about Freemasonry and the One World Government. What, the Hillsong senior pastor who wrote these books and lives here? No chance. Did modern day Christian heroes like Billy Graham warn you about Freemasonry? Well, no, because here he is giving the Master Mason grip to other Christian giants like Paul and Jan Crouch, all Freemasons. Here he gives the same third-degree handshake to former President Harry Truman, and here to a Muslim Freemason. Billy is listed as a Freemason in the 33rd degree Albert Mackey's History of Freemasonry by the publisher on the inside flap. Billy's son, Franklin Graham, also won't ever expose Freemasonry because he's too busy eating at Voodoo Donuts, where they sell these donuts and these pentagram donuts. More Christian heavyweights like John Hagee or Hagee throwing up the devil's horns. He'll never preach against Freemasonry. Neither will all these world-famous pastors throwing up the devil's horns. The very popular Ray Comfort even stated that he wasn't a Freemason. Well, here he is, giving a perfect Masonic handshake with pastoral giant Joyce Meyer. Do either of them expose Freemasonry, or the fact that it's the driving force behind the One World Government, all predicted by Jesus? Of course not. What about Christian radio or the Christian music scene? No, not a single word of warning whatsoever regarding the Satanic Church that lives and breathes all around us. Freemasons like Bono, wearing the Christian name tag, his whole band of Freemasons. Bono too should know better than anyone that a one world government is a trap as foretold in the Bible. But Bono supports it. Oh yeah, he works for it. Just like the Masonic Pope does. Even if by some freak chance they didn't know any better. No disciple of Jesus can bend their knee to another man in the Masonic Lodge, calling him master and swear to keep secrets. Look what they call each other from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Master Mason, Grand Master, Most Eminent Grand Master, and the most appalling title of all, Most Worshipful Master. Most worshipful. Do you see how extra diluted the Christian Freemason has to be when Jesus said, "Do not be called master, because one is your master"? And what about all those oaths? Don't worry, Jesus covered that too. What I tell you is this: do not put yourself under oath at all, but let your yes mean yes and your no mean no. How's that for an idea? But the Freemasons' yes means no, because they all swear to lie and conceal from the first degree initiation all the way through. What is whispered in your ear, proclaim it from the rooftops. That's Jesus. You see the contrast? How precise he was and still is. You think Bono and the Pope don't know about the Masonic calendar and how it's not the same calendar as ours? From the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the real date of the world is found by adding 4000 to the Vulgar era. This whole Christian era is vulgar. So the year in the Masonic world is actually 6021. And this abbreviation is in French, the Vulgar era, beginning since the year of the Lord, since the year of Jesus Christ. That's how they feel about the current age, which is coming to a mind-blowing end by design. Now, do you think Freemasons aren't capable of mass murder? Well, Joseph Stalin murdered approximately 20 million people, and he was a Freemason, displaying the sign of the master of the second veil of Freemasonry. Vladimir Lenin was the leader of the Bolshevik Party, and he paved the way for the mass murder of 60 million people, mostly Christians, and he was a proud Freemason. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Adolf Hitler, a Freemason, clearly giving the grip of a Master Mason. And here he sits next to his military leader, Hermann Göring, who is also displaying his allegiance to Freemasonry with a hidden hand. He even displays the Masonic triangle, just like fellow Masonic brother Jay-Z. The mind of Hitler surrounds you now. It just hasn't pounced yet. The mind of Hitler isn't isolated to some portion of the world anymore. It now encompasses you. Hitler is everywhere. Far more clever than you can imagine. Evolved and sleeping in your bed. It's easy to say that's impossible. Once upon a time, 70 million Germans adored him. Once upon a time, Hitler was named Man of the Year by Time magazine. You've been fooled by the satanic machine. Please don't try to get inside to the mind of Freemasonry. It's like trying to understand Satan himself. You can't, and you don't want to. Freemasons will make friends with their most hated enemies. They will cross-dress their morals to move closer to their goal. They'll make the English language void of any meaning by turning everything inside out and upside down to camouflage its objectives. They will simultaneously create charities along with the greatest machines to ever destroy the hearts of men, like pornography. They will sell their souls to gain the world. They are a dichotomy, a paradox, a lie that loves to speak the truth and a truth that loves to lie. They are a snake eating their own tail, consuming what they produce. Freemasonry is hell dressed as heaven, death dressed as life. Its God is an angel of darkness dressed as an angel of light, and 90% of its membership is a shield, lost in its symbolism. Freemasonry has become the ally and the opposition. Who are the biggest voices on so-called climate change in recent years? Which is more order out of chaos? Al Gore, a Freemason, and Greta Thunberg, from a Jesus-hating secret society family. Freemason and former Russian President Mikhail Gorbachev said this in 1996. Yes, the whole world is under the control of the evil one, like the Gospels say. Freemasonry controls the opposition, with the most popular conspiracy theorists, Alex Jones and David Icke, both banned, yet both secretly Freemasons, who will lead you in every direction except into the arms of the ultimate power of the Gospels. Every noteworthy religion is comfortably caught in the Masonic net, because they all stem from a lie. Here's the Dalai Lama with a bunch of Freemasons. He just loves hanging out with famous people. Here he's throwing up the devil's horns with Freemason Gene Simmons. But there's no way the Dalai Lama can be a Freemason, right? Well, here he is displaying the hidden hand of the Freemasons next to George W. Bush, a fellow brother. That's right, the Dalai Lama is a Freemason, under an oath of silence and sworn to secrecy. Are you going to wake up now? Here he is with his students in his temple. And what's behind him? This symbol. Can you see? The pyramid with the emanating eye on top, symbolized by a sun, which you know now is the phallus of the god of this world, shooting forth his generative light, his mystical sperm that gives life, and whose one eye transcends good and evil, both of which are just illusions of the mind. Understanding this comes by initiations, and yes, tantric initiations are used in Tibetan Buddhism. Gerald York was the Dalai Lama's emissary, his personal representative to the West, and he was personal friends with 33rd degree Freemason and Satanist Aleister Crowley, who wrote 20 essays named Aleister Crowley, The Golden Dawn, and Buddhism. And he also served as a consultant to the movie Lucifer Rising, the Dalai Lama's representative. See how the eye can also be represented by the sun, caught behind the moon in this movie poster. That's just like the Dalai Lama's logo. And here's a scene from the movie with the Masonic square and compass hidden in plain sight. Look at the symbol of Buddhism, and look at the floor inside every Masonic lodge, symbolizing opposites and equilibrium, which creates life, and where evil is not what it seems, it's necessary. Why do you think the New Age author Christopher Hyatt, who writes that the Grand Vicar of Lord Lucifer is soon to be crowned Prime Minister of the world, notes in that same book his appreciation of Nietzsche, the man who states that the Christian is the sick animal man, the Zohar, which is witchcraft, and Buddha. These are the people he appreciates. Why does he lump Buddha into the same basket? I'll tell you why right now. Because in his highest manifestation, the Buddha, seeing the illusionary world through the all-seeing eye, his third eye, would not interrupt a rape if he happened to walk by, so as to stay detached from the karmic cycle. Whereas Jesus, knowing everything and more than the Buddha, would sacrifice himself, because he was born to destroy evil, not transcend it. So tell me, who would you rather have walk by if you were being raped? A transcendental meditator or Jesus Christ? Whatever you think of me, you'll have to reconcile the fact that all the leaders of the world, from Scott Morrison to the Dalai Lama, belong to the very same secret society as Adolf Hitler did, Freemasonry. The secret religion no one speaks about, for good reason, and by good I mean very, very evil. What do you think is going on here? I've told you almost exactly what's going on. We're in a lot of trouble, because in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, and Hitler, Stalin, and Lenin combined will be child's play compared to what's just ahead. Now here's a point-blank picture of the future and the reality of their most brutal truth from the 33rd degree Freemason Aleister Crowley's The Book of the Law. We have nothing but the outcast and the unfit. Let them die in their misery. Compassion is the vice of kings. Stamp down the wretched and the weak. This is the law of the strong. Do you see? Can you see the future yet? Now please pay attention from his other book, Magic in Theory and Practice. This is what all the degrees of initiation are for. And this is what it takes for them to create the New World Order. He speaks of the initiation in the true order of the Rosy Cross. Rosy Cross being another name for the Order of the Rosicrucians. Remember the guys that built this? Now this is a 33rd degree Freemason speaking. It is extremely desirable that he should have attained an absolute degree of moral emancipation. That is purity of spirit and perfect understanding. I've shown you this over and over. Because the world is full of evil, they mimic the morals of nature, because they are the true morals of the true God of this world. That's purity to them. That's true honesty and perfect understanding. Evil is good. That's the moral emancipation he's speaking of. Now watch this and brace yourself, because this is the future. There is a magical operation of maximum importance, the initiation of a new eon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed in blood. This bloody sacrifice is the critical point of the world ceremony of the proclamation of Horus, the crowned and conquering child, as Lord of the Eon. I've shown you that secret societies participate in the science of blood rituals. Well, this is what it climaxes into. A massive blood ritual in the name of the new Eon, the New Age, which revolves around a divine plan not of this world, as confessed by all of them. You are not who you think you are. You are not where you think you are. Do you see it? Can you fathom? And what blood means in this world? So much more than what you may have known before now. Blood sacrifice is of the utmost importance. It's what the beings in the other realm require, desire. We can't fully understand it. But do you see how the blood sacrifice of Jesus Christ takes on a whole new meaning now? A very real meaning. And guess what? Because of it, the good guy really does win in the end. You either fall under the blood of the world or under the blood of him. There is no middle ground. Blood is like the monetary currency of the spirits, and that's how God bought us back from the legal ownership of the ruler of this world with blood, his own blood. Now you can begin to understand why they hate him so much. Because that's why he was born into the world of flesh, to produce blood of his very own. Not by means of perishable things were you set free once and for all, by the payment of ransom money, but by costly blood, by the one who was visibly manifested at the closing years of the times, for your sake. That is the truth. Do you think it's just a coincidence that this is the last age before the long planned for new order of the ages? That's ages, plural. That means forever. That's the plan. That's why the Gospels say that he was visibly manifested at the closing years of the times, at the end of this last age. In the book 1984, George Orwell told us, if you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. I've shown you that this so-called New Age is in actuality a new satanic age. And it's not really new at all. It's very old indeed, it's ancient. But like I said, its progress was derailed by the appearance of Jesus on the human scene. Now I'll prove to you that the New Age is an old religion. Novus Ordo Seclorum is part of a quotation taken from the Roman pagan philosopher Virgil's fourth eclogue, which was borrowed by him from the Sibylline records, which were ancient prophecies delivered by an oracle through witchcraft or divination. That's where the phrase Novus Ordo Seclorum comes from. Now look at what the full phrase actually says. A mighty order of ages is born anew. Both the prophetic virgin and Saturnian kingdoms now return. Now a new progeny is led down from the lofty heavens. Favor chased Lucina, the boy soon to be born, in whom the Iron Age shall come to an end, and the Golden One shall arise in the whole earth. We've just been told that the New Age is a Saturnian kingdom which returns, so it's been here before. Next we see that a new progeny, meaning a new seed, a new race, there's that race again, is coming to earth. And that a boy will be born who will bring the Iron Age, which is the age we're currently in, to an end. And that the Golden Age, the New Age about to begin, will again arise over the whole world. Now what is the Saturnian kingdom? Well, for starters, this is a band called Saturnian Mist. And here on their front cover, we have a reference to magic. Then we see by the singer's shirt, they're Satanists. Then with his other shirt, we see the connection once again between the inverted pentagram of Satanism and the one eye of Freemasonry, the secret religion of the who's who of planet Earth. Freemason and Satanist Marilyn Manson has a song called Saturnalia, and on a satanic website on ritual offerings for demonic bindings, we find that Satan is Saturnian in nature. Here on the front page we see the inverted pentagram under the head of the Baphomet, and right next to it, a version of the square and compass of the Freemasons, of which a lodge is located near a suburb near you, no matter where on earth you live. The Satanic Church hidden in plain sight. Now let's go straight to the source so you can see for yourself the nature of the New Age Saturnian kingdom found in the full quote of the Freemasons' New World Order seal. From this book, which is a factual study of the single most influential occult organization in modern Germany, the Fraternitas Saturni, or the Brotherhood of Saturn. We learn of the path of the Saturnian initiate, which is outlined in detail with the meaning of all 33 grades, 33 degrees of Freemasonry. This is the very same thing, the same objectives. All secret societies work for the same goal because they all have the same spirit. The only difference between Freemasonry and this Saturnian fraternity is that your local Masonic lodges are veiled and camouflaged filtering systems for future Satanists, from which all influential figures of society are chosen, where the real religion begins at the 33rd degree. Whereas with orders like the Saturnian Brotherhood, there is no filtering system. As such, you're a student of Satanism from the first degree. That's why Satanism's takeover would have been impossible without international Freemasonry. The Saturnian teachings include sexual mysticism, sex magic, and Nietzschean Thelimism. Nietzsche, remember the guy who says that Christians and the mindset to help the weak makes up the sick animal man? The guy who wrote this book and doesn't believe in good and evil. And Thelimism from 33rd degree Freemason, who says that in this book that to initiate the New Age, the whole world must be bathed in blood in a bloody sacrifice. before man can accept the law of thelema, Nietzschean Thelemism. That's what the New Age Saturnian kingdom, from which the Freemasons took this phrase from, actually looks like. This factual study on the Saturnian Brotherhood is filled with references to Lucifer, Satan, magic, sex magic, blood, sacrifice, the number 666 as mentioned by Jesus Christ himself, and of course, Freemasonry. The secret society that all of our politicians and entertainers belong to. And what's the demonic sigil for Saturn? The Masonic square and compass. Are you going to snap out of it now? When you see a beautiful sunrise and smell the fresh air, or hear a great song, or see a great movie, are you going to forget where you really are? When you hear people using Jesus Christ's holy name as a cuss word, are you going to forget where this phenomenon really came from and why it's taking place? Now that you've seen how actual and bona fide the reality of 666 is from their own mouths and symbols, let me show you where else it's revealed. Do you see these Roman numeral numbers down here? They add up to 1776, the year that America officially became the country we know of today. And also the year of the birth of another secret society, which was absorbed into Freemasonry after it was banned in 1785. But look, the base numbers. M is 1,000, C is 100, and X is 10. All you have to do is subtract the base numbers. 1776 minus 1,000 minus 100 minus 10. Or simply remove the Roman numerals which represent the base numbers. No, I'm not playing tricks on you. Neither are your eyes. But someone else is. Now that you've seen the prevalence and seriousness of this horrid number, now that you've seen what you've seen is represented by the numbers. To make this work, they had to remove the number 1 altogether and separate the 2. Of course, we'd be too dumb to pick up on it. But 789 minus 456 is this, multiplied by this lonesome 2. That's right. This dark and mysterious figure is none other than the long-anticipated Antichrist, the ruler of the Saturnian kingdom, which is on its way. And Australia has been steeped up to its neck in secret societies since the early 1900s. World Economic Forum logo, with this slash through the O's, is of course representative of the number of the ruler of the New Age, 666. The barcode is the primitive version of the worldwide system that Jesus predicted would revolve around the number of the beast. And as you can see, the base of every single barcode in all the world is 666. No matter if the lines are on the ends and in the middle are elongated or not. I found that out from the horse's mouth in an interview with the man who was commissioned by IBM to come up with a new way to automate data collection. There are in fact 3 sixes in the Google logo, which comes from this occult symbol. Coincidence? And he found in a Masonic lodge the square and compass symbol appears in the middle of a hexagram, which is a symbol used in the royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft, as shown in this book. Well, among other things, the hexagram itself can be broken down to quite clearly represent 666. This is a Masonic square and compass designed by the Manal Masonic Lodge, symbolizing world unity. Up the top you find the logo of the United Nations. Well, there are 33 segments in the UN logo, symbolizing the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. See this crop circle here, with the Masonic eye on top of the pyramid? I know nothing about crop circles and the phenomenon of them, but I know how many rays are coming off the eye. 33. 33 degrees of Freemasonry. Don't forget that the highest authority of Freemasonry already admitted to be the designers of the pyramidal seal in a 1962 edition of their magazine, The New Age. I've shown you how the inverted pentagram makes for the spelling of the word Mason in the same seal. Well, that same pentagram with the elongated top horns appears here in a European Union logo. An inverted satanic pentagram right in front of our eyes. Here's the European Union building architecturally mimicking the Tower of Babel. That was the very same tower that the God of the Bible destroyed thousands of years ago, according to the Bible, when Nimrod, one of the admitted founders of the original craft of Freemasonry, tried to unite the world under a one-world government. So this logo and this building design is a clear statement to the God who intervened the first attempt at a world government. This is England's Secret Service logo for MI5 with the word intelligence being symbolized by the eye of Lucifer, who was viewed as the most intelligent entity in existence by the secret societies. And this is the symbol for the Information Awareness Office. You know exactly who's in control, and now you know exactly what they want, and they will get it. In a 1962 article written by former US President and Freemason's wife, Edith Roosevelt, in the New Hampshire News, and speaking of the spiritual counterpart building for the United Nations, called the Temple of Understanding, she writes that the symbolism planned for the building dates back to the black magic practiced by the high priests of ancient Egypt, and that the building will contain a giant eye. You don't have to wonder why now, because you know why. This clothing designer is fully aware that the one-eye symbol is synonymous with Satan and hatred of Jesus. Does this movie poster make any more sense to you now? Well, are you ready for the second biggest shock of all? Whatever you think of what you're about to see, please come see me on the other side of this so I can show you something. This clip only goes for a few minutes. And keep in mind, the only reason I'm showing you this to you is because the writer and director of the preview of this movie-style documentary was murdered, along with his wife and his little daughter and his dog, all before the production could begin. The murder was made to look like a murder-suicide, the news of which never made national broadcasts, just the local news. Case closed, nothing to see here. You have to ask yourself why, after so many movies with a dystopian, World War, totalitarian type theme, why was this movie so dangerous and strictly unacceptable for public viewing, that a whole family would be murdered? Well, this movie was going to tell us about America's secret destiny. And one other thing which you'll see on the other side of this clip, an amazing thing. As titled by Manly P. Hall over 100 years ago, what's the secret destiny of America? Well, it's this.
So he made me think about how those Mason they would stage those murder suicide stuff. That made me go back to the wrestler Chris Benoit. Cause I remember that, and I always felt like that was kind of funny to me. Cause I'm like, man, wait a minute. He hung himself and killed the kids. They don't just, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna look into that Chris Benoit. I'm gonna look at all these murder suicide that came from them celebrities. Cause they do be them Masons do that type stuff. See, that's how they be killing, man. And then look, just like the Marvel comic book where they would tell you about the new Avengers, the Illuminati, and the Credible Hulk, the Captain America, and Mr. Fantastic and Doctor Strange. It's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing what they said in the Bible when it's in Revelation. You know what I'm saying? And then whoever made this film, he said they died. I'm gonna check out that movie, Gray State. I gotta check it out. Cause they killed the director and his family.
Guillotine. David Crowley was very intentional in this frame of the trailer. Hidden. What was David's hidden message inside the Gray State? And could it be the reason for his death? Perhaps the scariest part of Gray State's conceptual trailer is this character here, who appears to be operating a guillotine. David Crowley was very intentional in this frame of the movie. He added something that I believe he wanted the people to know about. Who is the identity of this executioner? If you look closely, you will see that this terrifying character is wearing something around his waist. It appears to look like an apron. The executioner wears a Freemason apron, complete with the all-seeing eye, the compass, and the two pillars. I do believe David Crowley is trying to tell us something. He is telling us that the organization behind the French and American revolutions, the organization behind the Italian Revolution of 1830, the organization that outlined a plan to overtake the Vatican in a document called the Alta Vendita, the organization behind the Trail of Tears and the deaths of thousands of Native Americans under Freemason Grand Master Andrew Jackson, the organization behind the Ku Klux Klan in the United States post-Civil War and its rebirth in 1915, the organization behind Hiroshima and Nagasaki during 33rd degree Freemason Harry Truman's presidency. These are men with a radical revolutionary agenda throughout the entire world, because they worship and follow a radical revolutionary deity. The first to have led a revolt against the Most High Lord.
When I was in high school, coming from a completely non-Christian and non-religious family or background, I distinctly remember the first time that I decided that the Bible or the New Testament, to be more precise, was definitely not true. Made up, fairy tale, whatever. It was one verse, one scripture that to me at the time proved unequivocally that it wasn't written for our time. A prophecy that was impossible to be fulfilled. Here's the verse. And I saw thrones, and they sat upon them, and authority to administer justice was given them. And I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded, because of the testimony they bore of Jesus, and because of the word of God. No way could guillotines be introduced as a form of execution in the 21st century, right? No way. Proof that the Bible was a prehistoric book written for prehistoric people. And this is long before he woke me up on a midnight highway to spare my life from a high-speed collision into a concrete wall. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, like the smartphone or the smartwatch, this is called the Smart Guillotine. Built by Chanel. You know, the perfume and clothing and accessories brand for the rich. What on earth does a perfume company have to do with chopping people's heads off? Well, I thought I told you that all of this is just the tip of the iceberg. I wonder who really owns Chanel. Well, here's their logo, and there is an eye in the design. And have you seen their drip design? How odd. Welcome to the real world. You ready? This is from a legislation archive from the Georgia House of Representatives in the 1995-96 sessions. This is Bill HB 1274 on the death penalty, guillotine provisions. How far along are we into enacting these bills worldwide? I don't know. Maybe they've been enacted already. But I just wanted to show you that in 1995 the ball was already rolling. Another ball that's rolling are the 7 universal Noahide laws. They sound great from the outside, designed so to conceal some terrifying details on the inside. Firstly, they were signed into US law in 1991 by George H.W. Bush on March 26. Here's the bill and resolution. It was named Education Day. As you can see in the details of Resolution HJ 104, they are the 7 Noahide laws, resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in 1996. Every single president since H.W. Bush has annually re-signed this resolution. Many world leaders have called for the acknowledgement and observance of the 7 Noahide laws, including the President of the European Union in July 2014 and the Australian Governor-General Michael Jeffrey in 2008. And this will be international law. So what's the problem? Well, just for starters, the law against idol worship will include, quite specifically, the worship of Jesus Christ as the Son of God, which the Noahide laws will classify as blasphemy, and the punishment for transgressing the 7 Noahide laws and for blaspheming the ineffable name of God by calling Jesus God is decapitation. I'll let you take that in for a second. This will be governed by a world court with no possibility of appeals. Something like this, an international Sanhedrin. Who do you think is truly behind these laws? Well, I can show you that right now. Here is the bill being signed into law by H.W. Bush, and here is their signature hidden in plain sight, the hidden hand of Freemasonry, displayed by this sinister and gloating-looking individual. And you know what Freemasonry is a cover for now. Who do you think designed the guillotine in the first place? This guy, Joseph Guillotine, a Freemason. Still don't believe in the prophecies of Jesus Christ? You're still in denial?
Last night I dreamt about how things were. When I woke up here.
Well, that's why the director was murdered. And his wife, daughter, and dog. I think of them often, and sometimes when I need spiritual sobering up, I think of that fateful and evil night where that beautiful Christian family were brutally eliminated. If you think he wasn't onto something, well, he paid the greatest price to share this with you. Prophecy will be fulfilled. Listen to the words that come right after the execution by guillotine scripture in the Gospels. And I saw those who were such that they did not worship the beast, nor his image, and did not receive his mark of identification upon their forehead and hand. Remember this mark in the video? I'm not saying that the director knew what the mark would be, but based on the symbology, he knew who would be behind it. Look at the triangular symbol of the Freemasons. The Masonic triangle around the eye, and the Brotherhood of Saturn. Now look at the front cover of the book written by New Age author Maurice Nicoll. The mark. Same symbol. Identical to the symbol used by J.K. Rowling, who said its design was inspired by the Freemasons, who has this tattoo, which represents the Baphomet. Well, Solve Coagula is the process in which they will bring this New World system to life. It's identical to the Masonic motto of order out of chaos. Solve means dissolve or destroy, and coagula means to bring the elements back together into a new and higher form, a new and higher system. Jesus described it as the beast system, and one way or another, we will be marked as a form of identification in order to participate. But first, chaos must ensue. A deep Masonic truth, which is mostly true anyway, is that destruction precedes construction. It's like having to destroy a tree in order to create a table. The same principle applies to creating the New Age. That's why I know that the process which involves the creation of a new system must involve the destruction of this one. Now, this is the last referenced work I'm going to use to show you who will be the head of that system, that one world government. A book by David Spangler, considered as one of the founding fathers of the modern New Age. He also has an intimate relationship with the United Nations, as shown in a 1975 document which was uploaded to the UN archives in 2006. Please pause to confirm that, where you can find his name listed under the Board of Directors for the Planetary Citizens Group. In his book, Reflections on the Christ, David Spangler, remember, one of the founding fathers of the New Age and a member of the Board of Directors in a United Nations sanctioned program, repeatedly upholds and honors the entity known as Lucifer. He tells us all about what is required to step into the New Age. Well, mainly, what's required is a new understanding of the angel Lucifer. He writes that when this great project of evolution began, man went forth as consciousness to learn his divinity, and Lucifer went with him. It is important to see that Lucifer, described as an angel, a being, a great and mighty planetary consciousness. He says that, just like in Halloween and trick or treat, if the person offers a treat to Lucifer who knocks on his door, and the person says to Lucifer, "Come in, and I will give to you the treat of my love and understanding, and I will uplift you in the light and presence of the Christ," Christ meaning my outflow, then Lucifer becomes that being who carries the ultimate treat, the light of wisdom. Lucifer represents experience. Lucifer is literally the angel of experience. The Luciferic element becomes the true revealer of light, the angel of light. The light that reveals to us the path to the Christ comes from Lucifer. The Christ that he refers to obviously is the Antichrist spirit, who will eventually manifest on earth as one man. But for some odd reason on page 60 he feels compelled to clarify that he was only joking once when he said maybe to enter the New Age we all need to take a Luciferic initiation. Well, that's definitely no joke. That's right, Lucifer is the savior of the secret societies. The solar system was the manifestation of the consciousness of a very great being known as the Solar Logos. And if we go back to the secret society of the Brotherhood of Saturn, we read that mankind will be able to take a measure of egocentric power from the Solar Logos. In this way, Lucifer is the savior of humankind. Do you see who you're dealing with? These are the people above you, the rich, powerful, influential, overflowing in all areas of those who are steering society, and they're about to reach their destination. Who showed you? Who told you? Who warned you? Jesus Christ did. Oh, those pesky Christians. In the animation Flushed Away, the villain Toad conspires to genocide all the rats in the sewer world and replace them with a superior species, a new species. No one is aware except for this one rat who's briefly seen in the beginning. He's a Christian rat, a nutjob, carrying around a plaque, as some real-life Christians used to, warning everyone of the impending doom that is upon them. What's the twist that's hidden in plain sight for no one to see? Well, the villain Toad, planning the new age, wears the ring of a Freemason. This ring. And he wears it exactly on the finger that a Master Mason should. It is worn on the third finger of the right hand.
Concentrate, but Mr. O'Neill's ring. Yeah, it is. It's very blatant. Can we get close up on that ring? What is going on there? That's a ring of my profession. You don't know nothing about that. Okay, can we get a close up on that area? What? You don't know nothing about it. What is the profession? Yeah, which profession are we talking about? Just look at it. Is it a legal profession?
One of the impending doom that is upon them. What's the twist that's hidden in plain sight for no one to see? Well, the villain Toad, planning the new age, wears the ring of a Freemason. This ring. And he wears it exactly on the finger that a Master Mason should. It is worn on the third finger of the right hand. There is one who predicted it all, and they know that. That's why he's been so thoroughly discredited, or so it seems. Yes, the nutjob Christian was right all along. Remember one last thing before I close. From Masonic New Age author Christopher Hyatt, who spoke of the well-planned-for and long-awaited invocation of the Prime Minister of the world, when he wrote in his book, A Massive Truth That I Wish With All My Being That You Would Grasp. Both satanic cults and Christian fundamentalists are closer to seeing the truth than most normal people. The world has always been at war, a spiritual war from the beginning. And if you don't know it, then you're losing the battle. The Gospel tells us so accurately that the enemy we wrestle against is not made of flesh and blood, but it is made of spiritual forces of evil in heavenly realms. That's where the real war is being waged, in the spirit. And now that we know what secret societies are and what they've tapped into, we can rest assured that that statement from the Gospels is true. That's why the common denominator between all of the secret societies is the anti-Christian sentiment. You need to ask yourself why. Why the negative obsession with Christianity? It's not as if Christians run the game. Freemasons have banned Bibles from schools. They teach evolution as a fact. Pornography is thriving. There are no Christian protesters left. Homosexuality is rampant and protected, and Christianity is buckled. Which church preaches against Freemasonry? Which church is telling you about Satan and his hidden church, which has permeated every vein of society? So why do they hate Jesus if they're at the top of their game? Because Jesus Christ is real, that's why. And he left us prophecy that they can't escape. See, the more they win, the more they fall into the hands of the prophecies of Jesus and his Gospels. What a blessing for you, those who would grasp this as truth. What good news for you, and what a terrifying conundrum for them. If you've come this far, and you still don't care, or still unwilling to trust, then you deserve what's coming, as a law of nature. Because you've been warned of all of it. The one world government clearly on its way. Cashless society, inevitable. The mark that each person will receive, without which you won't be able to buy or sell or participate in this world. And the manifestation of the name, the number of the name of the one who will implement this system. 666. All of it is coming to pass. Inescapable we are from him. Everything and everyone will fall back into his hands, where he will finally separate the goats from the sheep. Now watch the Bible destroy Freemasonry like no other book in 2 minutes. Regarding their lodges and obelisks, Their heart is faithless. Now they must bear their guilt. The Lord will break down their altars and destroy their sacred obelisks. And speaking of the bloodline that gave birth to Jesus, God says, "You shall not set up for yourselves a sacred pillar, which the Lord God hates." See what you're up against, Freemasonry? While Freemasonry meets and speaks in darkness and secret, Jesus said, "I have spoken openly for all the world to hear, and in secret I've said nothing." Freemasons are known as builders. Well, the stone which the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Everyone who falls on that stone will be dashed to pieces. Anyone on whom it falls will be crushed. Every Masonic lodge is built so that all the members face the east. Who are these men with their backs toward the temple, facing the east and worshipping the sun? It is detestable. Freemasonry does evil in secret with their hidden hand, but they blow a trumpet over the hand that does good. But Jesus says, when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right is doing. Your good deed must be in secret, and your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. You can't become a Mason if you're broke, blind, maimed, or have a criminal record. Jesus said, but when you give a banquet, invite the poor, the crippled, the lame, the blind. Freemasonry takes pride in its secret rituals and is hungry to rule the world. The Gospels say that their destiny is destruction. They make appetite their God. They take pride in what should bring shame. Their minds are set on earthly things. Freemasonry believes that the light is but darkness visible. The Bible says, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light. And Jesus further said, if therefore the light which is in you be darkness, how great a darkness that would be. Freemasons spend their whole lives taking gruesome oaths of secrecy. Jesus said, but above all things, my brethren, stop the practice of putting yourselves under oath. Freemasonry is built upon a hierarchical system, a pyramidal system. Jesus said, for everyone who exalts themselves will be humbled, and whoever humbles themselves will be exalted. We could go on, but we're going to end on this one. Exclusively written for the practices in the lodge room of political Freemasonry. A troublemaker and a villain who goes about with a corrupt mouth, who winks with his eye, signals with his feet, and teaches with his fingers, who plots evil with deceit in his heart. He always stirs up conflict. Therefore, the disaster will overtake him. He will suddenly be destroyed. That is Freemasonry through and through. And apart from the man in the mirror, prior to your baptism of the Holy Spirit, Freemasonry is the villain. They do go about with a corrupt mouth as they are sworn to secrecy. They do proverbially wink with the eye, making the one eye. They most certainly signal with their feet and teach with their hands and fingers. In the lodge, I can vouch. And they do plot evil, stir up conflict, in order to further their goal of the New Age and the New World Order, the greatest conflict being up ahead. But thank God Almighty above, the verse also tells us that disaster will overtake them, and they will be destroyed. One frightful and glorious day, you can count on that. Because the only thing you can count on in this world, more than death, more than taxes, is the Son of God.
The ring of my profession. I'm trying to read it. Okay. There's too many diamonds. Yeah, that's too bright. That's too bright. Well, anyway. Oh, Mason. Are you a Mason? Of course I am. Okay. You well, you might as well put your pinky out when you drink your drink. Wow. Pinky out. You know, the secret ceremonies with the candles and the... Everyone wears... Anyway, the clippers. Championship ring, but that is impressive, Mr. O'Neill. I don't have a championship. Anyway, do a clipper. Oh, yeah, of course. Those he doesn't.
This is it. This is the last shock, and by far the biggest. If you ever needed intellectual proof that Jesus Christ is real and living right now, this is it. If Jesus and the Gospels weren't true, then Luciferians wouldn't be running the world. Atheists would, or some other version of modern man. Anyone, but not Satanists. Not the passionate enemies of Jesus. If Jesus wasn't real, then so-called Satanists would be scattered here and there over the world in little local covens by silly teenagers rebelling against society and living in their own la-la land with their own little make-believe devils, being make-believe rebels. But no, people who believe that Lucifer is God run the world from top to bottom. They are dedicated to the core. They're highly sophisticated. They make the movies, they star in the movies. They write the songs, they sing and dance. They are worshipped as idols. They set trends, they live large, and they practice witchcraft, complete with sex magic and blood sacrifices. Why? Why do they do that? Why would they bother? Because witchcraft is real and has been since before civilization began, hidden from the vile multitude who have been stupefied by propaganda to the point that they don't believe in anything anymore. And who waged a war on witchcraft on your behalf? God did, the God of the Bible. If Jesus wasn't real, Luciferians wouldn't be building their paradise on earth. Atheists would. If Jesus wasn't real, Luciferians wouldn't be passionately hating him to the point of keeping their existence hidden under penalties of torture and death. Lo and behold, in the 21st century, yes, if Jesus was a myth, Luciferians wouldn't be working overtime to inadvertently fulfill every prophecy that Jesus gave us. Can anybody read me? What part of Jesus foretold a worldwide cashless system, a worldwide government, and a worldwide religion do you not get? If Jesus wasn't real, why do former Satanists freely admit that only the true Christians are immune to witchcraft? They have no power over the disciples of Jesus. How is that possible? And what about this one that's been going around? If the Gospels were written by the Catholic Church in order to control people, then why didn't they include a Pope in the Scriptures? There's no Pope here. Why didn't they include instructions to obey the priests? There's no priests in the New Testament, except for God himself and all his disciples. We're all priests. If the Gospels were an invention of the Catholic Church, why does Jesus say to call no man Father except your Father in heaven? Yet every priest holds the title of Father. If the Gospels were an invention of the Catholic Church to control people, why were only priests allowed to own a Bible and not the common people? Why did they burn William Tyndale at the stake, a Christian scholar who translated the Bible into English? Are you with me? Please help me understand how you don't believe in Jesus when even your enemies, the high-ranking Freemasons, think that you're stupid for not believing in Satan. There was the first shock, which was the fact that an international secret society exists at all, and that all people in power, prominence, celebrities, they're members of it. That was the first shock. The second shock was the oaths they take and the rituals they perform. Decapitated heads, brains exposed to the sun, drinking wine from human beings' skulls, all done by the people you respect the most. Pretty shocking if you have any brains left in your skull and heart left in your ribcage. The third shock was the reason they took the oaths and performed the rituals. And that reason is that the secret society they all belong to is in fact Satanism. The fourth shock was the details of witchcraft and the details of the new satanic age, the Saturnian kingdom, where billions are planned for death to pave the way for a spiritual and technological utopia. But do you know what the biggest shock of all is? The shock that surpasses all of them combined. It's Jesus. Jesus is the shock. He's the shockwave, the reality and truth of him. Because that changes everything. He changes everything. The greatest news you could never think up, that God left his abode to come here, a form of hell, manifest on earth, to be ridiculed and executed to save our sorry asses by taking a bullet for us. Don't worry, his second coming won't be so sacrificial. better start fearing like you fear a cop and like you fear a judge. Oh, I know you tremble in front of them. But you don't fear God? Oh, how we love the darkness and sin. Possibly you, loved gossip, you loved sex and porn, you loved sodomy, you couldn't stop lying, you couldn't stop cussing, you loved your idols, singers, actors, sports people, sports teams, putting people who fart, smell, and eventually die on a pedestal. You just couldn't cut yourself off from the ways of the world. Purity? Who wants to be pure? I have to be pure? I have to live holy? Stop sinning? That's so boring. What kind of God is this? To hell with that God. Well, do you like filth in your home? Do you? Do you like filth on your carpet, on your clothes, on your face? Do you invite filthy guests over and give them a share in all your belongings and all your power? Do you give them the keys to your house and car? No, you don't. But the Creator, who has the greatest house of all, he should. We can barely earn $1,000 a week, and we don't give that away to anyone. But now God should share his wealth with you, the unclean, the unrepentant. Is it too much to ask your filthy guests to clean up before they enter? To watch their mouths, to control their willy? Is that too much to ask? Oh, but if God was real, what about all the children that die? What about them? What are you doing about them? Are you still stuck on which phone you're going to upgrade to or what's for dinner? Why don't you leave your abode, your luxuries and your loved ones and risk it all to go save some children yourself? Oh, but what about all those who've never heard of Jesus? Let me ask you, what's your excuse? I know they have one, but what's yours? You've heard of him. Every morning you wake up and look at the calendar is a testament to his name, because it's 2021 in Australia, it's 2021 in Brazil, it's 2021 in China, it's 2021 in every single country in the world. So let me ask you, 2021 years since what? Like I said, just waking up in the morning and knowing what day it is a testament to him. But if God was real, why wouldn't he just show himself? Show himself to who? To you? You can't even get on your knees and repent. You can't even hate sin and scream out to him. So why would he? How do I get the girl if I don't ask her out? And if I do, maybe she rejects me the first time and the second. How bad do I want her? How hard will I try? Most haven't even knocked on his door. Well, I did. I just kept knocking and knocking, and then I started banging and banging. I refused to leave his porch. I lay there like a hungry puppy. But even when he answered the door, I did the runner, because he was too big for me, and I loved sin a little too much. Yet he still left the light on for me. But here's the craziest part about people who ask me why he doesn't just show himself the way they'd like him to. Their hearts have been so hardened that even if he did appear to them, in 2 weeks they would go back to being their old self, and he knows that. That's why. They might even forget it ever happened. Oh, that was just a crazy day. That was probably all in my head. Oh, how we love to make excuses. But if God was real, what about all the other gods? What other gods? Did Buddha perform a miracle for you? Did he affect a plethora of witnesses? Were his followers stoned to death, sawn in half, eaten alive? Did historians of his era leave any trace of him? Did he prophesy all the kingdoms that would appear on earth, and in what order? Did he foretell of worldwide floods, of enemies that would despise his followers, use his name as a cuss word, and eventually attempt to set up a world kingdom? Did his appearance change the calendar from one end of the world to the other, and predict that his appearance would in fact change the calendar? What did the Prophet Muhammad do for you? Apart from stealing Jesus from billions of people and corrupting the Gospels, did he dedicate his entire life to sinlessness? Did he remain celibate so that his blood could make a difference in the hidden realm by the science of sacrifice, which is practiced in secret every day, in order to shield your very soul? No, he didn't. Instead, he had 11 wives. One of them was 9 years old, and he lived like a king, while the real king lived like a slave. and died like one too, and washed the feet of his disciples while demons trembled at his name and presence, and still do. And let's not even bother with the other pagan gods, Osiris, Odin, Vishnu, all inventions of fertility cults that worship the sun, sex, genitals, death, destruction, agricultural religions. Did anyone else apart from Jesus Christ ever say the words, I am the truth? Have those words even ever come out of someone's mouth? I've heard of, I know the truth, I have the truth, but I am the truth? That doesn't even make sense. Unless truth itself was once upon a time born on earth as a man. Well, of course he's the truth. Where are all the heart-wrenching, knee-buckling testimonies about the indescribable power of this Holy Spirit which comes in to sweep you off your feet and drown you in its tides, changing you forever? Where are all those testimonies? I'll tell you where they are. In the Christian column. That's where. Oh yeah, you'll get them here and there in every genre, but Christian testimonies simply outclips the rest. Where are all the life-changing, electrifying Hindu testimonies? The Muslim testimonies? A Muslim, Buddhist, or a Jew on the street corner, or from the proverbial rooftops, shouting the truth for all to hear, no matter the cost, because they love us that much, because he loves us that much? Where are they? And Freemason testimonies? Have you even heard of one of those? Satanic testimonies? You ever heard of one of those? A Freemason on his knees sobbing from joy because of the overwhelming knowledge that Lucifer loves him? No Mason or Satanist has ever done or heard of such a thing. But the biggest cult in size is the cult of society. Where do you think the word culture comes from? And the TV, the doctors, the idols, the PhDs, the scientists, they are the priests of the cult of society. You atheists think you don't live in a religious world of your own, filled with daily rituals and daily worship? Even your beliefs require faith in what your priests teach you. Evolution, no proof. Age of the earth, no proof. Distance of the sun, all faith-based on what you are told by strangers. You can see the rings of Saturn with your telescopes, but you can't see the buggy on the moon that was left behind in 1969, yet you still believe, because you have faith. Don't you worry, no matter who you are, you live in a religious world, because life is religion. And if you're still in the I'm not religious category, think again. You all worship something or someone, and your religion is futile. But for you, for the one, whoever you are, remember the advantage that evil has over good. A little good doesn't destroy evil, but a little bit of evil destroys all good. See this glass of water? One single drop of poison is enough to render the whole lot useless or deadly. That means that 99% of the goodness and purity of that water amounts to nothing, all because of one single drop. The whole glass is evil. And so it is with the human soul. You better believe it. Does anyone go out with a stain on their face or on their shirt? You think the soul can't be stained? Think about it. Just one lie makes you a liar. So you can't go where life is, stained with death? Now, in case someone thinks I'm playing the high and mighty role, I tell you this. I used to be a liar. I used to be a pervert. I used to be a drunkard. I used to smoke all kinds of poison. I used to have angry outbursts, use a filthy mouth, indulge in filthy humour. I used to. Past tense. But no more. He finally summoned me. He called my name for the last time. He took my dog, then my music. He took my band, broke it all, and broke me, flooded me clean. He sent for me. He woke me up from a deep sleep on a high-speed midnight highway with a whisper, an actual whisper in my ear, and only meters between me and a concrete wall with my name on it, because he knew I had it in me. I had it in me to lay it all down, risk everything, so I can take a stand for him, for the Gospels, and for you. Well, this is me taking a stand. Brothers and sisters, I did all this for just one person, and I'll be hated and mocked and worse maybe, so that that one, whoever you may be, will wage war on sin and believe. Don't let even one drop in. No matter what the distractions this evil world may place in your path, in order to bury itself and its poison in your heart, where it will take root and overpower the 99% goodness in you. Just like only a few find success in this world, even fewer will find the kingdom. It's far more difficult than winning X Factor, or making $1 billion, or reaching a 33rd degree of a secret society. It's as difficult as loving your greatest enemy. And that's just about impossible. But if you can figure out how to do that, then you've found the road to life. And I hope to see you soon. God love. Jesus wins.
Hi, y'all. Man, Trey Gang love y'all, man. Y'all be cool. Y'all be safe. Appreciate the likes, the thumbs up. And we gonna do this tomorrow. And y'all know I gotta put that video together what we done learned about those Eastern stars, Jack. And it's a wrap. Hi, y'all. And I'm out, y'all.